So Simon Pagenaud leads the motor race by 18.5 seconds for Meyer Shank Acura after taking over from Colin Brown, who we spoke with a few moments ago.
Let's go down to the pit lane where there's a problem for the P2 leading number 88 AF Corsa.
Actually, it was a 52 car which was leading when it came to the pits. The PR1 Matheson, that car has just left, but it's been in the pits for a couple of minutes. And I was just walking at the front, they were having a very big investigation into the driver's side of the car. It was so long in the pits that the 55, which is the Proton car, which you remember served a drive-through during the previous stint, came in, did its whole service and left before the Matheson car had. So that's not good. They lost at least, I'd say, a minute and a half, perhaps 2 minutes on that stop.
Very much indeed. Note, 5th position now in GTD Pro for Patrick Peele in the FAF number 9 Porsche GT2. That car lost a lap early on to the leaders in class. They've been using the yellows to keep on the lead lap. They don't have the pace. They didn't do a lot of practice in qualifying, trying to save the car, but 5th position so far, GTD Pro. As the number 8 AF Corsa, number 88 AF Corsa comes into the pit lane. It is a little bit further down, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Also joined in the pit lane by the remaining TDS car, the number 35, the number 11 bit the dust earlier on. That looks like fuel only for that car. They're checking tyres, cleaning out ducts for the 88 AF Corsa. It will be a set of tyres for the 35 LMP2, that being the TDS car. That's the one with the red on the top and the yellow underneath. High Class Racing is heading out down the pit lane as well. And there's me looking at them through the binoculars. That was a decent takeoff.
Superb, yeah, using
all
all the
9.5 for artistic impression.
Yeah,
good.
I still think Tommy Milner's birthday burnout is the top so far, but I think they appear to have an internal competition going on in the number 3 Corvette to see who can create the most smoke and leave the longest dark lines down the pit lane, and it's a very closely contested competition so far between Tommy, Shorten and Antonio.
Yeah, it should be an expensive dinner on the line for that one.
Yeah, winner gets dinner paid for them. Yes, absolutely. So the number 17, Sepsi McLaren. Coming back to the point on GTD, you know, a lot of the GTD teams are, you know, getting their less experienced drivers driving time out the way. And you look at all of the front-running GTD teams, they all have an absolute superstar in their car who would easily, you know, fit into a GTD Pro lineup. So effectively, as you rightly say, John, it just becomes one big GT race in the last few hours.
I think that's how the GTD guys are looking at it.
Yeah, rightly so.
We had GTD winning at Motul Petit Le Mans in the shape of Gradient. Now that was a little bit different because there was a slight oddity with one of the safety cars in the GTD field. Got the better part of a lap on the GTD Pro field, but even so they had to hold on to that for the latter part of the race, and they did. Good battle for the lead in GTD. Maxi Goetz and Marvin Kerkhofer, just a couple of tenths between the Mercedes and the 70 Inception McLaren.
Michelin Endurance Cup points are coming up in 5 minutes. And the halfway point of the race is coming up in 5 minutes. So that could play a little bit of funkiness into the strategy.
Well, yeah, they'll have already played those cards a little while ago.
They've played their cards, and we'll see how they go. Yeah, they played the cards they've been dealt. So those points awarded at 12 hours to go. The halfway point of the 61st Rolex 24-hour is breezed by, gentlemen. It's been superb.
Amongst the GTP ranks, I wouldn't expect any changes in the order, at least in terms of pit stops, before the halfway point in the race. So I think it's quite likely that we'll stay as we are now, all things remaining equal.
Yeah, well, the Marshank Racing, the leaders of the race, they'll be hoping, please no yellows or anything like that thing, so they can bag some points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Of course, winners of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship last year in the top class, winners of the Rolex 24. Look at what Marshank have done over the last few years, because winning the Indianapolis 500 and the Rolex 24 in the same year, quite or back to back, quite remarkable. As Rick, we're racing mechanics doing some yoga or something of that sort to keep limbered up, ready for the next pit stop for that crew. The 51 car, in fact, just gone out actually. Eric Lux taking that Orica LMP 207 out and going into turn 1 at the moment.
Yeah, and still 5 or 6 cars on the lead lap in LMP2.
That's amazing.
Number 55 car that leads the way at the moment after that recent round of pit stops.
Number 43 MRS GT LMP3 is fire pouring out the back of the engine.
That's a proper, that's an outlap, I think, for that car, is it?
No, I don't think so. Daniel Frost at the wheel. Hopefully Daniel can get out that car, because there's a pretty significant fire at the back of it.
This will bring out the yellow, I think, to allow the safety vehicles to get there. Quite black smoke coming from that car now, from the left rear of that car. Through the Le Mans chicane is where it started. It was already, I wonder if that's coming from the exhaust area, and they've got some debris under there. It's under the brake disc as well. That's significant. He's pulled off on the turns, the back for turns 3 and 4. We have gone full course yellow just before half distance to allow the safety teams to scramble to that car.
And that would probably mean the Michelin Endurance Cup points will kind of be as they are right now. It kind of frozen. Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah, we're close enough now that the pits won't be opened before that. So yeah, absolutely.
We might as well take the opportunity then, with a full course caution out, to do a slightly early VP official coolant of IMSA in-race rundown. Stay frosty, of course. Starting from the top, Simon Pagenaud leads. It'll all be behind the safety car. 393 laps for the leading prototypes. Second, the Cadillac number 31 of Wheel and Engineering. That's Alexander Sims. Lou Delitraz behind the wheel of the Cunningham and Nolga Acura in third. Fourth, the Porsche number 6 of Dane Cameron. Close everything up again, isn't it? How many do we reckon on the lead lap now? Just the top 4, Jeremy? Or just the top 3?
No, 6. I think I think the BMW has fallen off the lead.
Well, they'll get it if they play this right. They'll get a lead. They might get a lap back here if everybody else stops. They go round.
Is there a Bamber off the lead lap as well, perhaps?
Okay, see how it works out. In LMP2, James Allen is leading. Not that one, before anybody says. That is the Proton competition car from the 52. PR1 Matheson, Paul sitting wins car. It's Alex Quinn behind the wheel there. Nicholas Nielsen in third for AF Corsa. Then Job van Uitert for TDS. In LMP3, it's still Sean Creech. That ongoing battle between Sean Creech Motorsport and AWA, that's been one of the battles of the race for me in LMP3. Just pitting Dakota Dickerson. Now, did he get in before the yellow flag came out in the 36 Andretti du Ligier? GTD, it's a pro car that leads. Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin Vantage, number 23 of Heart of Racing. Then that great battle between Korthoff's Mercedes with Maxi Gertin and Marvin Kirchhoffer driving the wheels off the McLaren at the moment. Really good stint from Marvin in the number 70 car. Marco Sorensen in the 27, the standard GTD version of Heart of Racing. Then 5th of the GT cars, but 4th in class. Still, Daniel Morad glued to the seat of the number 57 Winward car. The other GT Pro machines, in 2nd, it's the WeatherTech car. That's Mauro Engel behind the wheel. In 3rd, the Lexus of Ben Barnicoat, the number 14. 4th, Andrea Caldarelli in the number 63 Lamborghini, and that being the Iron Lynx car. And 5th, as we were mentioning earlier on, Patrick Pilet in the leading Porsche. That's the FAF Plaid Porsche. That is the official coolant of IMSA in-race update. VP Fuel, stay frosty. The leader, Simon Pagenaud, behind the safety car. 393 laps completed, and we're into the second half of the race. Well, Jeremy, has that come at an opportune time for anyone?
It had been two hours and a half since the last full course caution. So another really good long stint there. And you're absolutely right. There were only 4 cars on the lead lap there. So just the number 60, 31, 10 and 6, the 0, 1, 0, 2 to both Cadillac Racing Chip Ganassi run entries are a lap down, as is the BMW with Marco Wittmann at the wheel. Yeah, just the pace of that number 60 car, Meyer Shank Racing Acura out front, has been really, really strong, and he's holding a gap of about 14 seconds over Alexander Sims in 2nd position. No, 19 seconds it had gone out to, actually. So he gradually extended that lead. The 3rd place car, Louis Delatraz, had been closing in just a little bit on Alexander Sims, and then Dane Cameron some way back in 4th position. Does it favour anybody? Not really. But everybody will be into the pits right now for regular service, in which case the 0, 1, 0, 2 and 24 will probably stay out to get their laps back before they bring their cars onto pit lane.
News of another retirement, it would seem, as we're now up to 5. The Ferrari was first out. That was the number 47 Chettilar car. That machine out after just 44 laps. The Ligier LMP3 Ranch 74 car, that has officially retired. The Mercedes number 75 Fabian Schiller, that is the Sun Energy 1 car, 233 laps. The number 11 had an accident with, I think it said Stephen aboard, wasn't it, when that number 11 had the accident, but then Renus Vickers took it back out, and the car's been brought in and retired, and most recently on 278, the 5th retirement, the Kenny Moss Road and Race machine.
Actually, I'm not so sure it wasn't. Might be the 75. Might be the most recent one, even though it's farther down the order. Even though it's
fewer. Yes, absolutely right, Jeremy. You're absolutely right. Andrew Davis, the 5th retirement in the number 92. That's the Kenny Moss Road and Race machine. So yes, Schiller is the additional car. 5 official retirements. Here comes the pit lane hordes. Let's go down to the pit lane.
And the hordes are arriving, as you say, but it's not all the cars. Quite rightly, as Jeremy points out, many getting their laps back. Alexander Sims stops at my feet, and it's going to be a full service and a driver change. Pipo Durrani getting on board that 31 Whelan car. Further down, I can see that the Meyer Shank car is getting a full he's getting tyres, he's getting fuel, and the rear deck's coming off the Michelin car. So whether they're just going for a top-up or a look, or see where this seal really is leaking, I don't know. So whether the gearbox seal is that issue, they're just checking. But they're taking the opportunity to have a look at it. Obviously, it's free time. Now, they have built up a complete new, or perhaps had a good old look at a complete gearbox through X-Track, and they had probably have strategies of how to replace the bits they need. But it looks like they've had a look and they're not too bothered at the moment. I'm going to walk that way, actually. But behind me, we obviously did have the laps down GTP car, the 25 car. So still sitting on the apron is the Michelin car. So this is important. They were leading the 60s. This is the car that's been the class of field, about to get a little bit of liquid. The tyres are going up. That back deck is still off. Rejoining is the 13, by the way. And moving down, just virtually there now. Right, they've got the tyres. Right, the deck is off. This is absolutely a look-around thing. It's a kind of a pump-up of fluid. Yeah, and there's another repressurization going. But with this, remember, with the deck, second time they repressurized the system at least. Man is trying to move his deck to prevent. Now tie wraps are coming out. So they're looking like they're tying up elements around the. Yeah, what are they actually? What are they actually tie wrapping up? I wonder whether they got some hoses, some loose hoses, very expensive hoses there, which looked a bit loose. I wonder if they got an issue with sort of the hose mountings as such. Yeah, they're trying to get the. This is an overflow bleed hose, effectively just leaks out fluid. I think they're trying to get the thing routed properly. Perhaps it was picking up some temperature. Car now on the ground. They've done that. They put those two extra tie wraps in to make sure that exhausting hose is what it is. Will vent whatever it's venting. And now goes the rear deck goes on and the rear clip. And they've taken their time there to do some remedial action. They say it's meant to seal, but they had a look at what's leaking. They've made sure that they've rerouted things. I'm quite pleased with what they've done, though. Yeah, pats on the back. They may well have solved their issue. Lots of nods from the team. So perhaps that's what they looked at the gearbox in situ on their gearbox track and realised this is what we need to do, or we think we need to do. They've done it. They'll only lose track position because obviously the other cars that went past, that's all they'll have gained.
They blew the red light. They blew the red light at the end of the pit lane.
Well, how long's that?
That'll be a stop. It'll be a drive-through at least.
Why is the Konica Minolta car coming at a really weird angle? The number 10 car, was the number 10 car behind the gate? Has the number 10 car lost laps?
Number 10 car was getting a lap back.
Oh, right.
He's trying to.
No.
Came in at a very strange angle. Looks like it had come out from behind the garage, come out from behind the wall.
Oh.
I don't know.
Maybe it did go behind the wall, Nick. You might be right there. It definitely went behind the wall.
Yeah,
I've been told by Johnny Palmer. It's RSL race control.
It just came back. The tyres are very grubby. Obviously wasn't behind there for a long time. It's now getting a full fill of fuel. So the 93 Acura was also out of position. It all turned a bit of a chaos because effectively the number 10 couldn't actually loop round from the garage into its space. It didn't have enough steering lock. And then at the same time, the 93 Acura, the Racer's Edge car, came in. Loads of fluids going into. This is not a great 5 minutes for Acura. After looking the class of the field for the first 12 hours, we've seen heavy work on the Michelin car, and now an issue which took the 10 car behind the wall, and they're now doing extra refills. And some of the
now that's a different refill to what we saw on the Michelin car. This is going in on the right-hand side, too pressurized. Now I think that's the engine oil that's going in at that point on the right-hand side. The pump up that we saw at the back, Nick, surely has to be something to do with the gearbox. And by the way, a couple of people have noticed that when the 01 Cadillac was following the 60, the screen got covered in some kind of fluid.
Hydraulic fluid, gearbox oil. Yeah,
hypoid oil, yeah.
Yeah, well,
nasty stuff.
And I think that perhaps they were looking at the way they vented that, because perhaps it was venting in a way that it was venting onto the tyres. They actually did move the vent for that. So I'm not totally sure. So So basically the 10 car, so how long was that behind the wall? Was that lost like a lap, 2 laps?
They came in with everybody else.
And dived in very quickly. So he was only in there for 3 minutes. Effectively 1 lap of the safety car speed he was in there for.
Also, that delay for the slightly bizarre angle of coming into the pit box for the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acura delayed their sort of stablemate car, the 93 Racers Edge Acura, which there's a lot of sharing going on there. And that really delayed the 93 GTD Acura, the red machine, so quite significantly. So, not a great 5 minutes for Acura.
Once again, the number 6 Porsche 963 is leading.
That's right.
It's I think the 3rd time a Porsche has led this motor race.
Yep, fastest on the pit lane when those who were on the lead lap who came in super quick on the pit lane, and the 2 Cadillacs, the 31 Action Express car and the 01 Chip Ganassi car were right there behind them. So great pit work from Penske Porsche Motorsport, Action Express and Chip Ganassi crew as well. So drama then here at the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. Problems for Acura, as Nick put it perfectly. They've been arguably the class of the field over the first 12 hours, and just as we go past halfway, problems on both Acuras, delaying both cars, and we'll wait to see what happens with the pit lane light with the 60 car as well. That could be a big change there for those crews. So Porsche lead at the moment with Dane Cameron. Car number 38 in LMP3 is being pushed back again. Esteban Gutierrez, there's Connor Bloom getting pushed back, the Performance Tech machine. Maybe missed his pits box. Down to Nick Damon in pit lane.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acura. It's come back in again. They've put a bit of fuel in, but now the rear deck is coming off, and looks like there's going to be some problems. So let's see what is this the same problem as before? The clip's off. Next up is the cover, and they're looking to get more fluid, and they don't seem to have any. I'm looking for overspill around that rear area. It's not there. This is much more a engine oil or the front of the engine where they're refilling a huge amount of liquid. This is now looking to get 2 more of those pressurized containers, which must hold, by the looks of it, at least a litre each, perhaps 2 litres. This is the 4th one that's gone in. Now I'm assuming it's engine oil. It could of course be water. It could be the way they fill the water up, which would perhaps make more sense if the car's overheating. There they go. On goes the body shell and the clip. They're just running around.
Jeremy was told to watch for this because the fuel apparently is contaminating the engine oil because it blows through the seals in the engine on the Acura engine, both through the piston rings. Out of course,
it's not the high level of ethanol causing a problem then.
Well, everybody runs the same fuel here.
Yeah.
But Jeremy was told to watch out for this, but it started very early, and it's not getting any better, Nick, is it really?
No, I mean if you're just topping something up that's burning off, and the burning off level is staying the same, and you're topping it up, it's fine. But they just put 4 or 3.5 of those canisters in, so you kind of go, that's quite a big burn. And on the whole, the more you run an engine, the bigger the tolerances get. And that kind of causes the problem. So yeah, you say this is a great problem. We're going to get both the Cadillacs back again. The Chip Ganassi Cadillacs are both coming in a second. I shall wait for those.
Well, it's all changed, John.
We have a perfectly sensible first 12 hours of the race, and then it all goes poof when we get into the second half. I'm trailing ahead. And blaming our night shifts, night owls, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, powered by Sacred Coffee. I absolutely think it's their fault, even their mere presence by the microphones as they're getting ready for their 4-hour shift. Rooftop Ray will be taking over as well. Straight in and disaster looms, says Bruce on our talk back. Oh, dear me. 11 hours, 45 minutes to go. And Nick Damon is still...
Yeah, this is the one getting its lap back. Both the Cadillacs had to get a lap back. The one's having a slightly longer stop. They both, I think, have taken... The one has definitely taken right side tyres only and fuel. Now it's also sitting on the apron with the undiagnosed problem. The two, the blue car has been and gone, and now they're waving away the one as well. But no, they were waving away the one. That's been sitting on the apron now for a while, and now it's fired up. So the thought is about this stop 12 hours in, but suddenly all these cars which were working aren't working perfectly.
Yeah,
they are
Nick,
away though.
Just for your information, and thanks to Spooner in Orange, one of our great Orange Army volunteer marshals, he reckons the number 10 has the best garage location because it was able to drive straight in from the pit lane. They didn't seem to lose too much time, even though they had a bit of a jaunty angle, as you said. Wickerbill says, silly question, but how long does it take to drain the engine oil from the Acura? Would it not have been better to drain the contaminated oil and then refill it with clean? That is a fair point, well made and beautifully presented, Wickerbill. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, 107.9 around the circuit, RS2 of course around the world. If you're in the US and suitably equipped, no giggling in the back there, it's Sirius XM 207. And we've got sound and vision for you if you're outside the US. Hello to everybody in Canada who is watching the world feed stream. IMSA Radio live video stream or IMSA.tv, and syndicated around the world as well to our TV partners, including Sky in New Zealand. Hello there. I'm not even going to try and work out what time it is there at the moment. Coming up to 7 AM in the UK, 8 in Europe. That means we're standing by to hand over to our night owls for the Powered by Sacred Coffee night shift. I'm not sure we are going to get back to green before Bruce and Johnny take over. So some thoughts, Jeremy, from you?
No, just if we've only got a few minutes, just a quick note on the Michelin Endurance Championship. In GTP, the top three at the end of 6 hours were inverted after 12 hours. So there will be all three tied on points, on 8 points apiece for number 60 car, the number 10 car, and number 31. So they'll all be tied together on 8 points. Acura will lead in the Engine Manufacturers Championship for that particular category. In LMP2, we've had two different leaders, and same sort of thing. We've had, well, a first and an outside the top three for both the number 11 car and the number 55. They've both got 7 points, as has the number 52 car, the PR1 Matheson Motorsports team, which won the MEC last year. So all three of those teams have 7 points, with lots of points scored so far. In LMP3, Sean Creech Motorsports, with a second and now a first, because they were leading at the halfway point in the race, will have 9 points to the 7 of Andretti Autosport, number 36, and the 6 of the AWA, number 17.
It's Jeremy Shaw and Peter Mackay up here on the 5th floor. Just a quick note. Kevin Rollins had exactly the same thought as I, and he's tweeted in at IMSA Radio. Well, at least we know that these cars can do the distance of Sebring. Just don't count on the Acuras making it back after the cool-down lap. Fair point, well made. Thanks very much to you for listening, and we will start our Powered by Sacred Coffee night shift with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones. They're ease in. How nice to come in and ease yourself in the middle of a full course yellow. We'll be going back to green soon. We're live from Daytona International Speedway. This is IMSA Radio.
A chance to reset then here at Daytona for the 61st edition of the Rolex 24. We've just ticked over the half distance marker and reached a very decent length of time since the last caution. I have to say, for the first probably 4 or 5 hours, we were doing so well on cautions, had only 3 by lap 211. At that point, we'd only had 3 cautions, but since then, we had a full reset on 212 laps, a further one at 285, 311, and now this one, which will take us probably to the 400 lap marker, with a race lead at the moment for GTP car number 6 for Dane Cameron in his Porsche Penske Motorsport 9RD, the 963, the brand new car. And remember, we started the race with a couple of those Porsches, but the 7 car has had big dramas. Dane Cameron leading from the 31 Cadillac, driven by Pipo Derani, and it's Simon Pagenaud in the number 60 Acura, which has appeared to be on track, the fastest car with lap speed, and also seems to have fuel mileage as well, Bruce Jones. However, big dramas, not for the 60, but for the other Acura in the race, the 10 car, in the previous stop, as Nick Damon detailed.
Absolutely extraordinary, Johnny. Watching the early hours of the race as it was unfolding, that sort of notion of speed plus fuel efficiency came across loud and clear. But I did enjoy the quip a moment ago. Well, they should be all set for the Sebring 12, because on the 12-hour mark, looking great. However, we don't entirely know what has just been done. But maybe it's the first chink in the armour, the first possible weakness, but I am loving this new GTP era. It's very, very special, and what a place to display it. Right now we've come in, powered by Sacred Coffee. It might get us through the night, let's hope so. We just want them to go racing. They're about to be unleashed, and we'll see them at their full fury. But yeah, very, very interesting so far. Lots of moans early on from the Porsche drivers, and we've got Joe Bradley down in the pits. Joe, how are you?
Good morning, guys. Welcome to Daytona. I just wanted to just concur with your loving the GTP era so far. It really is something, isn't it? I mean, the cars are so visceral. You guys need to be down here in the pits and just see how visceral these cars are.
I can tell from this great height, to be honest. We're going green, Joe. We'll get plenty more from you during this stint, but now to the high side, trying to retain that lap that it's lost, or several laps the number 10 car lost, but nevertheless trying to overtake into turn 1, coming off the tri-oval. But Dane Cameron in the Porsche number 6 retains its race lead with 11 hours and 37 minutes to go. Pipo Derani doing the chasing in the 31 car, and to the inside line of the International Horseshoe, Simon Pagenaud. That's the car, number 60, with the fastest lap of the race so far, working its way now out of the first of the horseshoes through that rapid kink through the left-hander, and then diving onto the brakes. Wonderful sight these cars make, particularly at night with their monstrous tail lights on the rear deck. No mistaking when a car is slowing there. We've had 1 or 2 cars with certainly headlights out after contact earlier on in the piece. They thunder out onto the main speedway and into the night. We're at 3 minutes past 2 in the morning at Daytona, but the pace does not relent, Bruce.
What I absolutely adore is the restarts at Daytona, because it offers an opportunity, not always a chance, but an opportunity to think about going down the inside into turn 1, and then they go into the International Horseshoe, and so many people haven't got the heat in their tyres. And we were commenting before we came on air, Johnny, a lot of GT runners getting it wrong at effectively turn 3, getting to see the barriers coming closer towards them as they go on the grass and rejoin. But again, just as we saw, I think whoever was in 5th place was just being challenged as they went up onto the banking, back onto the speedway, and that's what you want on a restart. Some circuits, we have a debate through the night, are better suited to restarts. I think Le Mans is fantastic going up into the Dunlop chicane, because again, is there a chance? Isn't there a chance? Yeah. Can I block it? Am I going to compromise my line? And that, to me, is what racing is all about.
Alex Lynn, a blistering getaway. You commented on who was in 5th position. Well, Alex started that lap in 5th. He's now up to 3rd position in the 02 car, which is one of the 2 of the Cadillac V LMDHs, again brand new for 2023. And Alex Lynn rocketing on. He's now side by side with the 60 car that he is jostling for position for 3rd spot, and Simon Pagenaud caught on the outside line as they headed for the kink there, so the Frenchman no option to get underneath the Brit and retake that provisional podium spot. But that 02 car really hustling on at the restart. Obviously, tyre temperature does ebb away during a caution, but it's nothing like giving a car a new set of Michelin tyres, and that's what you were talking about with the GTD Pro and non-pro cars, particularly when they come out on their fresh tyres. Zero grip when they get to the International Horseshoe, and plenty of grass tracking for the first few corners.
It's also just looking at the desire. The driver has that little chip in their head saying it's a 24-hour race, but then there's your opportunity into turn 1. Oh, someone's gone a little wide into turn 3. You've got to think about these things, but of course, absolutely the key is just you going back onto the banking. If you get a good exit onto the banking and entry to the straight, then you can ride. And for me, the sight of these GTP cars, you know, different shapes, different sounds, but they're just fantastic. It does take me back, because I'm that old, the fabulous days of the 1980s and early 90s in IMSA, and I understand, and just looking at the size of the crowd here this weekend, we're not alone in our desire to see these cars.
Certainly not. Through the tri-oval, more overlapping again. Some of that is actually cars unlapping themselves, including the 10, which is making steady progress. Louis Delatraz across the line with a 140 flat. So that time's through. No, 138.2 actually was his lap time that he's just completed. So that's much more like it. I was going to say 140 is pretty slow, but it was him getting back up to speed. Again, possibly because those are relatively new tyres. As again, it's side by side on the infield, and that was Pagenaud getting the place back again from Alex Lynn. So he made the outside line work to the left-hand kick, which he couldn't do 3.5 miles ago.
Yeah, that was Pagenaud actually taking it to Dirani. Lynn had just been, having got ahead of Pagenaud, elbowed back by the French racer, and Simon then thought, hey, this is good, let's try Dirani. And so Pipo just being pushed very hard indeed, back to third place. But this is what it's all about, up on the banking in the night at Daytona, in top prototypes, and for all those involved, and it is quite a cast of stars at the top. Just looking at the car Alex Lynn's driving, Earl Bamber, no fool in the car by anyone's imagination, Le Mans winner. Alex Lynn, super in everything, and Richard Westbrook, all those years of experience. I fancy that as a very, very strong challenger in this race.
You're quite right with your identification of Dirani, and it's now Dirani and Alex Lynn in those two caddies that are going hammer and tongs, because pretty close on the braking there to Dirani was Alex Lynn, so 31 and 02 getting close to one another. That's the Cadillac factory team, and the Whelen Engineering car being caught for third and fourth positions, with Pagenaud now ahead and only 1.5 seconds behind the race leader Dane Cameron. Joop van Outert, by the way, leading LMP2. He's 0.8 of a second ahead of Alex Quinn, so it's the 35 car leading LMP2. And then in LMP3, Wayne Boyd ahead of Nolan Seagal and James Vance, so 17 ahead of the 33 car. There's actually a lap difference now for that Wayne Boyd leading 17 in the LMP3 class. And GT Daytona mixing it, as they have been pretty much all race, with the GT Daytona Pro cars. Maxi Goertz leading David Pittard. Mercedes ahead of a couple of Aston Martins there.
Well, you were talking about the speed of the Acuras from the outset, combined with their fuel efficiency, but Simon Pagenaud, fastest driver on the track at the moment. 1.5 seconds down on race leader Dane Cameron at the start of the lap, but he took 0.4 of a second out of the race leader's advantage, and that was on a lap in which he passed Pipo Derani. So the pace is with Amaya Shankar, car number 60, and Simon pressing on, and in fact behind the battle for third place, Pipo Derani and Alex Lynn. Second lap running, Alex Lynn put his nose up the inside, brake disc glowing, and he gets into the Le Mans chicane just in front. So up to third place goes Lynn, back from second to third, and now third to fourth goes to Derani, jousting in the night at Daytona.
We're powered by Sacred Coffee for the overnight stint. 2 till 6, Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, are on IMSA Radio, RS2. We're around the track on 107.9 FM as well. Sirius 216 and XM channel 202. Round the outside there, a great bit of jostling. And not too far away either is the number 7 Porsche. Now that is laps down, but it's not going to stop that car getting involved with the leading GTP cars. Michael Christensen trying to scythe his way back at the order. He's going to draw level here with Pipo Derani into the International Horseshoe and get at least one lap back on the Whelen car, Bruce.
Not that Michael Christensen needed to be reinvigorated, but for a lot of these drivers stepping up from the GTD Pro or the GTE Pro class in Le Mans to race prototypes, this has been a fantastic winter for them. Early days for all these crews, still with their development, but to see Mike, who's always been a very hard and fair racer, making that move to get a lap back, or one of many laps he needs to get back. Why not? So good to see people stretching their legs. And again, the circuit provides the opportunity.
So they'll go up onto the banking again, and once more, lap 406. Always intense when we come out of a caution, and it was a sort of standard length caution, really. I want to say 6 laps in total, and yeah, the lap chart would confirm that. So it came out on, let's just check the lap that it was first shown, that last caution, 393, and actually lasted 7 laps because it was withdrawn on lap 400. So we've had 4 or 5 laps since the caution, but still the GTP cars are sorting themselves out. Let's remind you about what's happening, though, in the GT classes, because Maxi Goetz, as mentioned, is out front in the number 32 Mercedes. So that car run by Team Korthoff Motorsports, Maxi Goetz sharing it with Michael Grenier, Kenton Cook and Mike Skeen, who did have an off-track moment in the early stages of the race, but they've recovered superbly well since then. And now doing the chasing onto one of the Lexus, it's Lexus number 12, is the 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes. So this is a dice for 3rd and 4th in GT Daytona. When you lump all the GT cars together, it's for 5th and 6th. Aaron Thielitz in the number 12 Lexus, ahead of Daniel Morad in 57.
Again, just looking, the race can't settle down for a handful of laps after a restart. I think the jousting is now sort of, unless someone's completely out of order and they're now starting to pick their way past faster cars, it's settling down, but just great to see the GTD class looking as strong as it is. And the move, Aaron Thielitz having to just give a little bit of track there as Daniel Morad, very late sub in the team after Lucas Auer injured himself. New shell for the car, and the Canadian racer, you know, not short on Daytona experience, was presumably jumping up and down going, me,
yeah,
and a very affable individual. So he's doing a great job there, and that's for the number 57 Mercedes crew, Winwood Racing. He's sharing that with, of course, Russell Ward, his long-time race partner Philip Ellis, and Dutch driver with one of the most gravelly voices in the paddock, Andy Doncher.
Does he got a gravelly voice? I don't know.
He does. He's got a very
that.
unusual voice. I thought, have you been smoking 60 cigarettes a day from the age of 6? I hope not.
Good for voiceovers, though. He's got a career perhaps when the racing eases out, but that's probably many decades away for Indy Doncher. Still a rapid driver, and only coming onto the scene 6-7 years ago. The Doncher family, I think, across the board are incredibly quick from the Netherlands. Meanwhile, only 0.15 of a second now separating the two leaders. They're on the infield section, heading out of the Western Horseshoe now. And Dane Cameron, make no mistake about it, is under pressure from Simon Pagenaud, who, remember, slipped behind Alex Lynn. And he was battling with Pipo Derani in the early stages coming out of the latest yellow. But the Acura, the ARX06, new for 2023, forgive me, is now properly being wound up and is in the slipstream of Dane Cameron. Cameron might not have an answer here, although he just shuffles his car over to the left-hand side. Maybe a bit naughty that if he persists that way, but at least Pagenaud had the warning. He got out of the throttle, and I think he wouldn't have been so gentlemanly if we were into the final 2 hours of the 61st edition of the Rolex.
No, but what happened, he compromised his in and out to the chicane there in order to stay ahead, but a far better exit, and therefore able to punch with more speed out of the chicane. Onto the high side goes Simon Pagenaud. Obviously, that's all that's being offered, but it was it's super tight as they dive around, tighten up, but the writing's on the wall here. Let's hope it's not in the wall, but Simon Pagenaud has got the quickest car. But at the moment, Dane Cameron, you know, he's got a lot of pride here, and for Porsche, they're leading this race, and he's going to stay there as long as he can. But you really just feel at the moment Simon Pagenaud, having fallen back, we saw it about 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, but really the speed is there to take the lead. It's just a question of just not taking too much of a risk, I would suggest.
Now, I tried to stay across as many of the pit stops as I could, but for me, Cameron's car is moving around way more than Pagenaud's at the moment. So the 963, I reckon, is in the second stint of double stint in Michelin tyres, whereas Pagenaud makes sense that he's got brand new rubber. That's why he was slow at the start of the stint, and now those brand new boots are really coming into their operating window. So Cameron, in a way, might expect to concede the lead during this stint, but as long as he can keep Pagenaud behind him, that will pay dividends for the lone Porsche out front. Remember that there are still two 963s in the race, but Michael Christensen is a number of laps back. He has completed 392.
16 laps down.
There we go. Thank you. 16 laps away from Pagenaud, who through the last split was called as the race leader. That's because he was on the high side of the tri-oval and actually went across the line in front of Dane Cameron. He might do it properly this time around because he's got the inside line through turn 4, Speedway turn 4, but Cameron is living with the pace of the Acura. Absolute drag race across the line. Cameron to the high side and Pagenaud to the low side. They had to go to the outside of a GT car as well, though, but Pagenaud will take the race lead on lap 409. Epic stuff, Bruce.
Absolutely brilliant, side by side, but the whole element of a GT car, they suddenly had a whole batch of them up ahead. Just maybe a slight lift from Simon Pagenaud, but he still had just enough in the tank to get through. I said it was a question of when, and that was when they were running line astern, sometimes side by side, without traffic. They found traffic, and the much more yellow headlights of a GTD car, you could see, trying to keep out of the way, going as low as it could on the banking, but Pagenaud had to edge his way up a little bit, and Cameron just simply didn't have the answer.
So worked their way by a GT car out of turn 4 through the tri-oval, then another one, which I think was a Porsche, unidentified at this stage, and now they're properly into traffic. So it's taken a while for the GTPs to catch the tail end and the GT runners, but make no mistake about it, they are right ensconced now in 10 or so GTD cars, pro and non-pro machines, who are all legitimately there and going about their own race. They'll have to keep an eye on the mirrors, though, because there are two very quick GTP cars wanting to get by.
Yeah, and furthermore, as they fight, of course, they slow themselves down a little bit. That gives a little bit of succor for Alex Lynn in third place, the 0-2 Cadillac Racing entry. He's running in relatively clean air. He was 2.9 seconds down at the start, finished straight last time around, but he's got to get past those GT cars, but he's got a little bit of a gap. He's got 1.5 seconds back to Scott Dixon in the sister car, so they should be able, as this lead duo fight, or should I say fought, because Pagenaud has now made it through, just a little chance to close up. Let's see what happens.
Heading back onto the infield now, Dane Cameron looking to stay as high up in the order as possible on these stint and a bit old tyres. Pagenaud needed to break free to make full use of this brand new set of Michelins. So it's Johnny Parr and Bruce Jones for the overnight stint. We're powered by Sacred Coffee on
safest play there, and so we're just kind of chipping our way at coming back here and up to what, 8th place, and got a long way to go.
I mean, a Rolex 24 without incident is kind of an impossible utopia, I suppose. So you guys have managed so far, and the car's running strong?
Yeah, absolutely. This Aston Martin is unbelievable. Yeah, and of course, yeah, we look to have an unscathed car here because that's the only way, you know, these races have become true 24-hour sprint races, and you've got to stay out of trouble. So if we can do that, you know, look to be in the top 5 somewhere.
And you're here this weekend only with the collaboration with the World Champions TF Sport. Have you guys gleaned anything from that to take forward into the IMSA season?
So our main focus this year is the GT4 program, which we ran yesterday, and super impressed and happy with the Aston switch to Aston Martin this year. And these guys are true professionals, and you know, yeah, every moment spent with these guys teaches us all a bunch. And you know, I think our team owner Ted Giovanna is super happy with the way things are going.
And you're here in the pit box, you, and piped in and listening in on the headset. Does that mean that you're in the car very shortly?
Yeah, I'm going to get in about 35 minutes.
I'll leave you to your prep room. Thank you. Thank you.
Hugh Plum from the TGM TF Sports Aston Martin crew. That's number 64. So their race at this stage going okay, as Hugh mentions. The car is in 8th position in GT Daytona Pro, with Matt Plum currently at the wheel. But there are a number. I'll give you a position in GTD Pro, but then you've got to weave in about another 8 or 9 GT Daytona cars as well. And this is a point that the rest of the crew on IMSA Radio this year have been mentioning. The cars all built to exactly the same regulations. You know, it's all about which driver is in at any one point and how you've utilised your non-pro lineup, because yes, GT Daytona Pro, as the name would suggest, it's all pros. GT Daytona is a bit like, if you follow World Championship and European racing, a bit like GT AM, in that you've got to have an element of bronze and silver in there as well. But if there's not been too much bronze or silver time burnt so far, or indeed because we're resetting the race fairly frequently this year in the Rolex with the cautions, plenty of GT Daytona non-pro cars up there.
No, absolutely. But again, you see, it certainly is not every year, but some entries, and in fact, it's good with the 64 crew, Ted Giovanna's TGM Motorsport crew, because of course they opted to go. Their mix of drivers would be right for GTD. They went into the pro class because it can reduce the amount of time that their bronze driver would have, which is team boss Ted Giovanna. So it's sort of working the system. It's fine, but the fact is, out on the track, they're having full battling, and at the moment, the 64. With Matt Plum, the younger of the Plum brothers, I've lost him. He's there we are, 8th in class, 38th overall. His target up the road is Marco Mappelli. If you can keep up with Marco, you're doing very, very well indeed. True. Marco has raced here, there, and everywhere, and he's very, very quick Italian racer. You normally find him in a Lamborghini, and guess what? He's in a Lamborghini. That's the one from Force Racing, powered by US Racetronics. Quite a long word, isn't it?
Indeed.
But anyhow, there we are. Showing that with Misha Goldberg. Ben Jahita is the driver from Chile, and the absolute star in that car, Loris Spinelli. Anywhere in the world, if there's a Lamborghini involved in a race and Loris is in it, you're going to go, keep your eyes on that one.
Yeah.
Normally easy to spot, it's normally at the front, and he's been racing increasingly in the States, came across last year, did quite a handful of races, so you know, very, very, very rapid individual, but I'm pleased to see he's sort of stretching his wings a little bit. He spent many years in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and it's nice to have him in a multi-class race.
So it's still nose to tail at the head, just actually for second position, I beg your pardon, for Dane Cameron and now Alex Lynn. So reeling in, the American is the Brit, as Simon Pagenaud has now built himself a very tiny lead of just over 6 seconds as we go down to the floor again to pit road, and Joe Bradley.
Just jumping out of the number 18 Era Motorsport, the LMP2 number 18 is a little bit down the field, Christian, and a bit of a recovery drive for you guys. How do you stay focused and motivated?
Yeah, I think it's just about focusing on the end goal here. I mean, we're Obviously, we got set a little bit behind, but I think we were 7 laps down at the worst, so now we're at 3. So it's just about chipping away at it. It's a long race, 11 hours and 50 minutes ago, so a lot can happen.
I suppose it's in the hands of the engineers to try to claw you those laps back under caution. You've just got to go as fast as possible.
That's right.
It sounds easy, doesn't it?
It does sound easy. Just brake a little later, roll more speed, and get on the throttle earlier, right? No, I mean, we're doing what we can. The engineers have been doing a good job getting us a few laps back, so we'll just continue what we're doing. I'm going to go back and try and get a nap, and then I'll be back in later.
You say try to get a nap. How easy is it to decompress from driving a race car around here and then hopping off for a snooze?
I don't know. I tried earlier and didn't succeed, so I guess I'll try again.
Yeah, I'll leave you to try that. Thanks, mate.
Tough here. I mean, I suppose you need to have been to a number of races to be able to recognise that the car noise is there and constantly there. I've spoken to a number of people through the years that actually sometimes it's the caution that wakes them up rather than the loud noise, because it's just the change. You get used to that very high volume of race engines, and then as soon as that stops, your brain goes, something's happened here, and wakes you up.
It really does. And let's face it, at a 24-hour race, you're not sleeping. You're sitting with or lying, if you're lucky, with your eyes closed. You're not fully under, but exactly that. And I can think of many races, including one time I was Ford very kindly lent me a caravan infield at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, and I thought, no, it's raining, it's foggy, standard. It's also silent. Oh, hold on. Oh, I've got to get up and find out what's going on. And your best plan is getting 2 hours of shut-eye, gone completely, and then you go, just getting out of bed. Oh no, they're going again. Oh no, they've stopped again. So eventually had to give up. Just being the nosy creatures we are as journalists and commentators. But yeah, you're entirely right. If suddenly there's a change of note, and you live in fear when you go to sleep, but you go into a deep, deep slumber because you know you're going to have to not only just get up, you've got to be on your toes very quickly. So you are at a state of alert as you're lying down.
And that's certainly if you're due into the car next, but often the one after that, the driver after that, has to be relatively alert as well. Should something untoward have happened and need to be on a short call, I suppose there is a benefit for this event in that some teams elect to run with 4 drivers, although many of the GTP lineups this year are just the 3, much like Le Mans. And that's perhaps with an eye to convergence again, because those teams looking to run cars in both the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship and the World Endurance Championship. I know we have dedicated teams here, but for Porsche, for example, teams in both of those, then maybe it's mindful to think about 3 drivers and also thinking about perhaps Le Mans in June as well. So 8.5 seconds is the gap now for Simon Pagenaud. So he wasn't happy with 6. He's wanting to extend it to maybe 10 and more, Bruce.
No, exactly. So he's worked the traffic very, very well indeed. And now, of course, well, it happened quite quickly that Alex Lynn caught up with Dane Cameron. Alex Lynn went past into 2nd place. So it's Acura, Cadillac, Porsche now, and Scott Dixon in the 2nd of the Cadillacs is, well, he's 12 seconds down on Dane Cameron. So he's got, on 3 seconds down on Dane Cameron. So maybe Cameron's going back a little bit more as the 2nd of the Cadillacs come up. But enthralling, we just commented, Johnny, as we came on air, we were in a caution period. They were very quickly released. We had the thrash, and it was absolutely a thrash for the first 3 laps, the reordering. Now it's settled down a little bit. But I mean, Pagenaud's pace has been eye-opening for me. I thought he was impressive in the early stages of the race, but it wasn't just natural pace, it was natural pace plus his desire to get to the front. Really just felt, I don't want to be bottled up, I've got this pace, I've got to use it, got to maximise it. You said he wants to get out to 10 seconds, 8.6 seconds is his advantage at the moment, and clearly it's only going one way. And of course, Lynn last time around, he was 7/10 of a second faster than Dane Cameron. So 2nd is going to become a safe 2nd as Cameron slides back, and then the next one in the line is the 2nd of those Cadillacs of Scott Dixon. That's the one with the very attractive yellow nose, car 01. That's going to be the next one to tackle the number 6 Porsche.
Pagenaud not been the fastest driver in the 60 to this point, because very early in the race, on only lap 6 before they hit traffic, essentially, Tom Blomqvist set the best time, which remains a 1:35.616. Tom, of course, the pole man as well, pole position and qualifying, held last weekend during the Raw before the 24, rather than within this race week. But clearly, 7 days ago or so, we knew the Acura was going to be fast, and it had to set those times very quickly indeed after Nick Tandy became the first person ever to crash a GTP car in a sort of public competitive session. Not an award that he was looking for, I'm sure, at the start of his visit to Daytona, but thankfully that Porsche was able to be repaired. The number 6 car. Bizarre moment, and a freak gust of wind blamed, in fact, as he was on the brakes heading into the Le Mans chicane during the Raw. It meant that there was a red flag then thrown during that 15-minute session, and they only had about 2 or 3 minutes to post quick times at the end of that, but Blomqvist came out as the best. Wayne Boyd still continuing to lead in LMP3, Esteban Gutierrez out front in the 04 LMP2 car, as we get another update from pit road, and here's Joe.
Yeah, this one's the 52 PR1 Matheson car. It's the very distinctive, pardon me, Wins livery car. Alex Quinn's just handed the car to, I think that was Paul-Luc Chatin who's got into the car, Alex.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It was close out there after the restart. We were all very similar pace. I think a few around me had newer tyres, but it's going all to plan so far. Still a long way to go, and I'm enjoying it. It's my first 24 hours, so it's hard work. Got to stay concentrated, but I'm enjoying it.
A bit odd for you then, in the middle of the night, being asked to perform.
Yeah, it is, but to be honest with you, I don't even know what time it is, and it could be 8 o'clock in the morning for all I know. I'm wide awake, so.
Tell me, you guys must be happy with that haul of points you got at the half-distance point.
Yeah, no, it adds up, so that's what we're here to do. Try and get as many points as we can, and hopefully be there at the end when it matters.
Were you aware of that when you were in the car there? You were in the car at the half-distance point. Are the team telling you, try and maintain this position in the top 3?
Yeah, I knew in my stint it would be, it would be the halfway mark, so I knew that I had to try and stay at the front. We had a little issue trying to start the car in the pit stop, so we lost a bit of time there, which is a shame, but it all seems to be okay now, so yeah.
Now you've got a battle to try and get some sleep, I would think.
Yeah, I've got a few hours off, so I'll head back, get some rest, and come back.
Thanks, Alex.
What do young single-seater drivers know about sleeping in a race? Alex Quinn.
Absolutely nothing.
First year out of single-seaters. His background sort of bit of Formula 4, bit of Formula Renault across Europe, then USF 2000, so he has a bit of experience at his last stateside. However, he's in the car that set the fastest lap in P2, Paul-Luc Chatin. Nobody's fooled, just taken that one over. This is a whole new experience for the 22-year-old from Truro, and lapping it up.
He is,
I really try and get into the sort of mindset of wherever some of the young drivers have raced. If they come here, this is their first endurance race. It's Daytona. It's not anywhere. It's Daytona. And this year, a massive, massive crowd. You have to blank that out. But when you're watching the start of the race and everybody's there, it must be so hard to keep a cool, hard, clear focus. But clearly loving it. But what a step up.
Speaking to Joe Bradley, a man who's never afraid to use a bit of old material, but it still works. I caught that. A question he posed to Fernando Alonso a few years ago during a press conference.
Famously so.
And Jenson Button at Le Mans, probably the same year, maybe 18 months later. Good old Joe. I think it went entirely over Alex's head, but we like that. Pagenaud, Lynn, Cameron is the top 3 in GTP, and I was giving you a rundown actually of the way we stand in LMP2, because at least one car came into pit road, but we still have Esteban Gutierrez. He's driving the Crowd-Shake Racing by APR car, leading the way by 3.9 seconds over Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa in the, actually that gap's come down slightly, 2.8 it now sits at in the 88 AF Corsa car, and in third position Job van Uitert for TDS Racing. So Job's lost a couple of places during this stint. Again, that may well be tyre related. So concentrating on Esteban Gutierrez, who will come into pit road at the end of this lap. So that's going to be a 25 lap stint, I reckon. The car's best so far has been 26, but pretty much on the money. It's about a 45 to 48 minute stint for the LMP2s. So all going pretty well at the front end of LMP2, and their first chance after the last caution to do a pit stop cycle under green flag, Bruce.
Exactly so. And while you were just talking there, Johnny, I was just having a little look down at the GTD, and we've just been talking about drivers grabbing their opportunity when they step up to a higher category, and it's being led by David Pittard. So many years trying to get on the racing scene in minor GTs in UK. Famously became a specialist in the Nürburgring long distance races, and the last couple of years have been, well, last year and this year, full professional race driver. His whole world has changed. Here he is, young Brit, leading the way by just under half a second from Danny Juncadella. And Danny, last year, the Spaniard, just had the best year of his racing career. It came on stronger and stronger with every race. He was gathering titles as if just for fun, and you know, just fantastic to see. He became the International GT Challenge champion, the GT World Endurance champion. Oh, for good measure, he won the Spa 24 Hours. I think you were saying before the race, certainly, I'm trying to think, I listened to so many people's views before the start of the race. What's going to do well in GTD, whether Pro or AM? Mercedes was the manufacturer that came out as a lot of people's recommendation. And Danny Juncadella pressing on in second place right now on the turn of David Pittard in his Aston Martin. So people could be right, but Danny, you know, a lot of drivers, you know, they just don't, sometimes they don't get all the career momentum. But Danny went away a few years ago. Now it's come back big time on everybody's must-have list, and very, very popular Spanish racer. He just had the year of years last year, and he's hoping that momentum can carry him through into 2023, and certainly the start of Daytona he's made for the 79 crew in GTD Pro is very, very strong indeed. That's the WeatherTech racing car, and let's face it, Cooper McNeil, of course, that's his team, but Cooper appears to have found some new hobbies. He's going to step down from full-time racing. The WeatherTech car, I mean, that brand has been so strong, the family brand, for years and years, and I like Cooper. He's my sort of height. One of the few drivers at Le Mans I could look pretty much in the eye, being of the taller persuasion.
Good solid voice again. I wouldn't say gravelly, but great for voiceovers, Cooper McNeil, I would say. So again, that might be a career option in the future, but as you say, it's going to be a different route, although I still think he'll find a bit of time to do some racing action at certain points through the year, just not be committed to it on a weekly basis necessarily. So that 79 car working its way now around the infield and right behind David Pittard's Aston Martin, first and second in GTD Pro, heading out of the tricky left-hander at the end of the infield section and up onto Speedway Turn 1.
It's always interesting, people's exit line from that corner, and you can see David Pittard was trying to get the power down as soon as he could, but it was a little too early. The car was wobbling around a little bit, twitching, and a much cleaner exit by Danny Juncadella. So I guess he'll gain a tenth of a second. Can he get close enough? He's about 10 car lengths down to get into the toe of the Aston Martin. Yes, as they go into the chicane, he gains a couple of car lengths, but you know, from David's point of view, he can't concentrate too much on his own race because he now knows the challenge is coming from behind, and I think that was shown by his desperation to get the power down ASAP, and it cost him a little bit, but it's all about learning. And then, of course, around the outside comes a GTP car, as though they're standing still.
Tied to a post, which they are really not, because these GT Daytona cars are hammering round the Daytona International Speedway, but their pace is really put into perspective when the prototypes catch up with them. This is RS2 IMSA Radio. We're live at the track on 107.9 FM and around Daytona on 93.5 FM. You can find us on the AM frequency 1150 as well, in and around Daytona Beach. We're on Sirius and XM, Sirius 216 and XM 202. And if you go to the web address as well, that is imsaradio.com. Click on the live video tab and you can get us in sound and vision as well, so you can realise quite how frantic things are at 20 to 3 in the morning. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, and we're nearing the end of another race hour, because remember we started yesterday afternoon at 20 to 2 in the afternoon, so we will be running all the way through to 1:40 today, and we can say that now. 13 hours gone, 11 hours to go. It's the 61st running of the Daytona 24 hours, and let's kick off this race hour with a VP Racing Fuels in-race update, because the 60...
Any circuit, but with a car strewn circuit like this one, you've just got to knit in a little bit of caution here and there. So I'm pleased to see that Scott Dixon, his pace looked very good earlier, is winding it back onto the pace. In fact, much better lap from Dane Cameron, but all along, while they're doing that, quick lap, quick lap, quick lap. Simon Pagenaud, as you said, 10 seconds clear, now it's 10.3. And now Joe Bradley working like a greyhound down the pits with Catherine Lake.
Catherine, I'm not sure if we spoke to you already this evening. You're getting ready to get in the car, I take it?
Yeah, I'll be getting in about an hour, I think. They just want you on the box an hour before in case Mark doesn't want to do a double, but I think he's good for it, so I will keep drinking some coffee and get myself ready.
Yeah, it looks very hard to be about to do what you're going to do. This GTD battle, every time I look, you guys are at the front, then you're in the midfield, then you're at the front. It's going to be like that all the way to the end, I would imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we were close to the front, unfortunately. Got a little bit of an issue, which we're not sure what it is, whether it's drivetrain related or what, but we're a little bit off the pace, probably about 5 to 7 tenths off of what we should be doing. So it's going to be a game of attrition for us while we try and figure it out and make it better, ready to go fight them at the end.
I I mean, back in the old days, a driver could affect the drivetrain with the way that they change gear, but you guys can't, can you? It's just a paddle shift.
Yeah, just a paddle shift. You know, we're trying to drive around some problems with like how we brake and how we use the TC, but the team have done a fantastic job up until now, and all the pit stops have been flawless. You know, everything's been great. So trying to do the same thing and bring back a result that they deserve.
Great team ever. Thanks for joining us, Catherine.
So, Catherine, of course, we're talking there of Mark. That's Mark Miller, who may go on to do a double stint. Car 66, that's Gradient Racing, very, very attractive white, blue and green Acura NSX GT3. She's sharing with, as said, Sheena Monk, Catherine Lake, that's her, Mario Farnbacher and Mark Miller. Well, Mario Farnbacher had a very, very strong year last year stateside, so, you know, really enjoying his time. But, Johnny, you get to this stage in the race, we've got 13 hours behind and under 11 hours remaining. Catherine there just alluding to little problems with the drivetrain. It's a very, very difficult thing not to start having them affecting your psyche, isn't it? When there's an issue there, how much of an issue, how easy is it to handle, is it getting worse? And that's endurance racing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. And I suppose you can't get hung up too much. If you know that the event is not necessarily going to go your way in isolation, it is nevertheless great for building info and data for the season ahead, and you've just got to kind of work your way through it. And you never know with this race because it's reset fairly regularly, and when we get to the real money period of the race, which is about 2 hours out, most drivers and teams will tell you, there is the scope for, therefore, as the wick is turned up, more incident, more yellows, and then chances of getting laps back, and chances of well and truly being in the hunt as we head into that final 30 minutes.
You know, I honestly can't tot up how many endurance races I've watched over the years. You and I, Johnny, have been alongside each other in the booth many, many times across the years. But it's when you see someone new to endurance racing, they might take a race, an event at face value, do the testing, do the practice, do the qualifying, go out and race. But it's knowing how to scope and use any caution period that really marks the very, very best teams. You may not have the best car or even the best combination of drivers, but if you can work the pit stops right during and your car maintenance through the course, if you reckon there are going to be a series of caution periods, you can affect the changes that could make the world of difference. And you know, it's no coincidence when you've got teams that have got to the very top of the tree and they keep on doing great things. That is because they know precisely how to maximise these situations or to minimise the risks. And it's all about the planning. And also, we've seen it over the years. I used to see it particularly with Audi at the Mans. They had everything scoped. They knew if there was a problem being reported in, they already had the repair kit packaged up, ready to be bought into the garage. No rushing off to get the right tool. But certainly, experience is absolutely everything.
Yeah, indeed, Bruce. I'm just going to go down to the pits, Joe, because you, I'm sure, have spotted that there was a flurry of GTP pit stops there. I think Pagino in the 60 and Scotty Dixon in the 01 are still with you. Alex Lynn hasn't yet pitted, so he's now in the race lead in the 02.
I'm in GT world, Johnny. I'm going to head out there.
Okay.
I'm at the back of the pits, but I'm going to head out there and gather some info. I'll make some inquiries.
Excellent. Well, we have our driver changes as well. For instance, Dane Cameron's just got out of the number 6 Porsche, and remember, he was leading up until the last caution. Nick Tandy's taken over there in the number 60 Penske 963, and Philip Eng is the new driver in the number 24 BMW GTP as well. And Alex Lynn's just arrived on pit road now in the 02. That was a 31 lap stint, but impressively, Sebastian Bourdais' car, which now has he just taken over as well? Yes, he has, from the 01, so that was Dixie, wasn't it? So handing over to Sebastian Bourdais. That car, the 01 Cadillac, did a 33 lap stint. Now bear in mind the first few laps were under caution, but they've eked out a nice bit of fuel mileage there in the overnight stint. We do often see this where the stint lengths are extended slightly with the engines in a happier mode. It's the Cadillac that is the only non-turbocharged engine, remember, with the 4 brand new GTPs. The rest all relying on forced induction, either turbo or twin turbocharged. So maybe that caddy just able to get a bit more fuel mileage, despite it's a huge engine, 5.5 litre V and bespokely built for the brand new GTP era, Bruce.
I think the cars look fantastic, but the whole story is what is underneath, the different ways of going about things, the marketing reasons for choosing certain engines. And it's a bit like when hybrids arrived in the World Endurance Championship and we had 3 manufacturers doing things very differently to each other, and to stand and watch the advantage. I remember one race at the World Endurance Championship at Silverstone, each of the manufacturers, their cars had performance potential in different areas of the circuit. So the number of lead changes, and I remember Neil Yarney was pushing so hard. You know, the Porsche might have been quicker in a straight line, whatever. There was the whole mix of Audi and the Toyota. But anyhow, enough of that. But we're at a different age, a different time. But let's go down to the pits, because Joe Bradley has got Michael Christensen, who's just done a great stint in the delayed number 7 Porsche.
Michael, since those troubles that have affected your car, how is it?
Well, the car's all right. Good balance. It's just a matter of staying out of more trouble for now, I think, and just keep rolling. Of course, we want to get our laps back, but I think it's a little bit out of our hands. We just need to stay cool and stay grinding, and hopefully the luck goes our way.
How was when the problem that the number 7 encountered, how did that manifest?
Yeah, we lost 20 laps, and we had to go to the garage and change the battery. So the crew did an amazing job changing the battery and getting us out going again as fast as possible. But of course, this puts us back a lot.
So is the pressure off, Michael? I mean, I know this is not a test session still. It's still a race for you guys. You want to get back in there.
No, of course, it's not. We're racing like everyone else. If you're looking, we're not just rolling around. So of course, we are trying to do our best out there. Let's see what, I mean, we have nearly half the distance to go, and I mean, a few cars had a problem early on. It can happen last hour as well.
Anyway, been working very hard, guys, just talking to Michael there, just literally out the car, put a big quilted jacket on, and he was kind of still out of breath by the time he spoke to me there. These GTP cars are visceral inside and out.
No doubt about it, and it's easy actually to overlook Michael's hard work during that stint because he's bogged down in the LMP2 traffic. But he said we lost 20 laps. They're now only 16 laps down, so you know, through hard work and catching a few breaks in the yellows, they've actually caught back 4 laps already. Yeah, that's over several hours, and they're now looking to try and retrieve another 16 laps or so in 10 hours and 45 minutes. So it's a stretch. And you'd have to think that about the pace in GTP at the sharp end. I would say, you know, it's highly unlikely for them to be able to luck back into the lead battle, but this is precious mileage for a brand new car, and far better for Penske and for Porsche to have 2 963s circulating rather than just the one. You said a moment ago, Joe, that you're in GT land. You might have to head back there because we've got Daniel Juncadella on pit road now. He's been trying to chase down the GT Pro leader, David Pittard. Pittard stayed out, but you should have the 79 WeatherTech Mercedes on pit road. Is that anywhere close to you? Probably a long way away, now I've said that.
It can be, Johnny. When you get to the back of the pits, behind the awnings and in the pit boxes, you literally are screened off from the pit lane. So
of course.
Actually, I can tell you what's happening because I can see it on the TV screen from one of the from the Porsche pit box. It's a fairly straightforward service. It's had tyres. Not sure if a driver change. Off the jacks now, and now it's pulling off the apron there. I'll go and check out and see if they. Did you say they've had a driver change, Johnny?
I didn't see one. It was a very quick stop, actually, and I'd be surprised if Juncadella had chance to clamber out of that car. Also in on this lap, Ollie Milroy from 4th position in GTD. He'd actually worked his way up to 2nd come the stops, but that's again because we were in a cycle for both pro and non-pro cars. Still waiting for confirmation as to whether Daniel Juncadella was happy to stay on board for another stint. David Pittard, I reckon, will pit next time around, which will be the completion of a 34-lap stint. The Aston Martin car number 23 that he drives has managed to get to 34 laps before. Confirmed, by the way, it is Daniel Juncadella still driving the 79 WeatherTech car. And the Heart of Racing team crew now are into a 1-2, although, as predicted, David Pittard is in. In fact, the sister car comes in as well. So Pittard and Sorensen pitting on exactly the same lap. That's probably by design from Heart Racing team. And Joe, you still watching these stops, either on a screen or for real?
Joe can't speak. He's just been offered coffee.
Moved along.
Yes, Johnny.
If
Sensible man. Go on.
Yes, Johnny. These cars, the Heart of Racing Aston Martins, the 27, which is in GTD, the 23 in GTD Pro, they have been synchronised pit stops pretty much from the very beginning of this race. And it seems that both cars have pitted at exactly the same time on very much more than one occasion. And we're seeing the same here. We've got a driver change on the 27. Not sure if we've seen a driver change on the 23, but I'll head down there. It's not too far away. They're both off the pit box. It's kind of choreographed, isn't it? Beautiful synchronicity there as the 23 leads the 27 off the pit box and back out.
Yeah, I didn't see any driver change. Pittard looked as though he was staying on board the 23, but having led the class, but nose to tail for the Aston Martin. So yeah, a good job for Ian James' team, Heart of Racing. You know, they've been such a feature the last handful of years of the IMSA racing scene, and you know, these are great moments for them. But you know, just hearing a short while ago people talking about the Aston Martin, a lot of teams are moving across this year and experiencing it. It's certainly a very, very popular GT car, but I must confess, certain listeners will probably twitch when I say this, the one that does look the very greatest to me still is the McLaren. It just looks such a racy shape when standing still. Just the one 720S. Daytona, I thought, oh my word, that looks even better than what's gone before. In the many, many years that you and I, Johnny, have been talking about Giorgio Cernaiotto and Roberto Leclerc racing together as if forever, but this year's car looks magnificent, but actually to them it probably looks dreadful because it's not going.
Indeed, and I think officially was our first retirement, of which there have been 6 so far. John Hindhaugh detailing those not too long ago. They are predominantly from the GT class, although the Gar Robinson LMP3 car, one of the first prototypes to pack up, which was car number 9 for the Riley team.
Car 74, that was probably its position, which was the Riley team, car 74. Orange and blue, yes, I make that mistake more often than I can care to mention, but just for those who have got their chart of doom and they're getting the big pen, don't remove number 9, it's still going.
Indeed, yes. I can give you the numbers, in fact, and I'll try and actually give you the numbers rather than their positions. It's the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari that I mentioned. The Kelly Moss car, number 92.
92,
yes.
Correct, yep.
92 Kelly Moss racing with Riley machine. You've got the TDS number 11 that is out of the race. 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. The 74 Riley LMP3 car, as Bruce was just correcting me, and the Chetelaar Racing Ferrari number 47. So 6 official retirements. Definitely other cars in strife, but they're all still going otherwise. So 61 minus 6, 55 cars still in the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Casting my mind back to when I started watching this race, if you got to half distance with half the cars, you were doing well, half the cars running, let alone competitively. But here we are with 6 down out of this bumper 61 car. Sorry, it's the 61st year of the race. Yeah, 61 cars. Yeah, of course it was. Yes, I
always found that an easy way to remember it.
And then tripped myself up.
Although, unfortunately, the 60th edition also had 61 cars, so that didn't quite synchronise as well. But 2023, I like it.
We will go with that, and I think at this fitting moment, as the fresh batch, the fresh brew from Sacred Coffee arrives in the studio, we're with you for a fair while yet, so just hang in there with us. And thank you very much for Kerry, who's just arrived to produce and brought gifts, but which can't eat them because we're on air, but they look very nice for afterwards. A bit of shortbread and millionaire variety as well.
Excellent. Yeah, great to look at over the other side of the desk at 3 minutes past 3 in the morning. Just about staying awake because this race is entirely engaging, and it has been really from the off, because it was always going to be fascinating to see how the brand new GTP cars would get on. Wayne Taylor Racing quoted with Joe many hours ago now as to saying he was surprised they got past about the 3-hour marker without most of them being either on pit road or behind the wall. So limited testing, although I think pretty much all the manufacturers have managed at least a 24-hour race. It might have been a 12 and a 12 with a rest in between, but you know, not to put the kibosh on things, and you just watch now, there'll be a flurry of GTP cars heading behind the wall. But actually, from a reliability perspective, I think that the approach has been right in that they don't necessarily wring their necks from the off. You know, you go at a metered pace initially through the daylight hours, get to the night time, get beyond midnight, and then you can really start to just inch your way further on that delta, and it could get very spicy in the closing hours.
How much do you hold back? The eternal question, and of course in the last decade, you can normally in a top race not hold a thing back, but when you've got a brand new car, you can test as much as you like, but still that element about being out in a race and the curveballs and the stop-start nature, the periods you can't predict if you're doing regular testing, right, unless your team chief goes, right, 23 laps, we're going to throw a caution.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
Otherwise you pound around, you do your 31 laps. But yes, hold on, in the caution we had, who was it, came in from, it was Alex Lynn after, was it 33, 34 laps? They got a couple more than they would normally do because of the caution period. These things you have to be on top of, and there's no experience like experience, and it really is something to gain. But here we are, Helio Castroneves leading the race at the moment, number 60, Meyershank Racing, with Curb, Agajanian, Acura looking very, very good. Every time Johnny and I have looked at it through since the start of the race, the pace has been there, but what the race has revealed, the fuel economy has been there too. Combine those, you need one other element, you've got the Holy Trinity. But anyhow, those are very, very valuable things to have. And 16.7 seconds is the advantage over Nick Tandy's number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. That's one of the two. If you've been away, that's fine. You're back now with us. But the sister car, number 7, unfortunately, lost about 20 laps. It's about 16 laps down. But all they can do is pile around, keep on going in that second car. Just been handed over to Felipe Nasr from Michael Christensen, and just see what they can learn, because it's going to take a thunder strike for them to get anywhere near the front. Just for reference, up to 15th place overall.
Couple of changes in GT now, with new leaders in Pro and in non-Pro, if you like, GT Daytona straight. With Daniel Juncadella, having said that he was staying at the wheel of the 79, he's now taken the lead from those 2 Aston Martins that pitted after him. It was a 34-lap stint for the 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes. Philip Ellis now at the head of the GT Daytona field in the Winward Racing 57 Mercedes. So it's AMG GT3 from AMG GT3, and then 3 Aston Martins stacked up behind them. I don't know whether we ever mentioned that Marco Sorensen did get out of the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin to be replaced by Roman De Angelis, and Pittard and De Angelis are now still nose to tail, only separated by a couple of seconds there. Spencer Pumpelly in 3rd position in the 3rd of those Aston Martins, car 44, which is, remind me, 44, the Magnus Racing Aston Martin for Pumpelly, Bruce.
If ever you follow, and I hope you will do, the various teams, your favourite teams, but cover all if you can, on Twitter, Magnus Racing, they are just so entertaining. There's a shot of the driver in a pit box isn't really exciting in its own right. Yes, you get to see who they are, but there's always a funny comment, and I just love the humour that Magnus Racing have brought to the racing scene. They go at it hard, but you know, they really do just a great job on the social media side. And they're Aston Martin, John Potter, Andy Lally, Spencer Pumpelly and Nicky Team, Flexbox sponsorship, really crisp looking car. But again, you know, the teams know they've got to work hard on the track, very hard on the track, but the off-track scene, and there's something special about endurance racing fans around the world, because they've got a lot of meat to get their teeth stuck into, haven't they? They've got a lot to watch, but put humour in as well, make them feel part of the equation, and I think that's what Magnus Racing does to a level beyond everybody else. I just think they're great, because we all know the days are long, the nights feel longer, but you need something just to keep you entertained. And again, social media, every team does it in a different way, and I think a lot of teams in the paddock, and particularly now we've got the manufacturers coming in at the very top end, you know, they provide other colours to just add to the whole show. So well done to Magnus Racing.
Livening up very nicely on the back straight now at the sharp end of LMP2. That's the gap between Nicholas Nielsen and Joop van Uitert. And in fact, the Dane, I reckon, has just got by the Dutchman on this lap, because lap 426 for the LMP2 cars was headed by van Uitert. But across the line, Nicholas Nielsen now in front in the AF Corsa Run 88 Orica 07, ahead of the 35 TDS racing car. So where did the pass actually take place? Coming up onto the speedway, the main speedway itself, from the infield, and that's where Nicholas Nielsen got the overlap, or the underlap more accurately, at speedway turn 1 on Joop van Uitert. Just a lack of torque or grip perhaps coming off the infield. As I've said, that's a tricky corner, but Joop van Uitert wasn't going to take that lying down, as the front brake discs really glow red hot, and he tried to get back underneath Nicholas Nielsen into the Le Mans chicane.
Johnny, you've watched Joop van Uitert since the outset of his career. He's not someone who ever gives up. He's a robust racer, but he just was slightly delayed by a GT car, couldn't get the power down quite right, and the chasing Nicholas Nielsen just knew where to do so, got the extra few miles an hour onto the banking and really made it work. Took the high side around the GT car, whereas Joop van Uitert had to take the low side. But Nicholas Nielsen, another driver whose career is just on such an upward trend. He was a Ferrari Challenge racer extraordinaire when he was, I believe, 14 years old. I exaggerate for effect, but certainly very quickly got onto the books of the top teams under Ferrari's wing. And you know what? For a young racer growing up, they get to race a Ferrari, which is great fun, the Ferrari Challenge, but then suddenly, hold on, Ferrari are coming in to the top level of sports car racing.
Yeah.
Ooh, life is good if you get your timing right.
That's a very good point. And yeah, it is about being patient, I suppose, taking the opportunities where they crop up. And now, you know, that is all paying off with Ferrari, as you say, making strides into the World Endurance Championship. Pit stops for the 52, which is the third-placed LMP2 car. This is Paul-Luc Chatin coming in the Wins liveried P2 car.
Gosh, that's been a blink since it was last in, because Joe went and interviewed Alex Quinn. Anyhow, is that all normal? It looks completely normal as a pit stop. I suppose time flies when you're having fun. We're not sure this one is scheduled. Yeah, Joe's just shouted up from the pits. Is that the case? But look at it. It just looks like a standard stop at the moment. Just getting out the nose done.
Well, I reckon, Joe, that was a 27-lap stint, which is a pretty bang on the money for LMP2.
Yeah, just, you know what, they come around so quickly, the LMP2 stops, and you like me as well. I was thinking, oh, he's back in with a problem. No, he's done 27 laps. On saying that, yeah, fueling's done, and now he's out, so fuel only, and there was some sort of that looks like a pressurized air system. That was a little bit of tyre pressure adjustment going on the tyres as well. I think just the front tyres. So they brought out a pressurized air bottle, which is kind of like a little portable thing, not the huge things that we see. And we see a little bit of air being pumped into the tyre rather than being bled out. So it was fuel only and a bit of tyre pressure adjustment.
Thank you for that. No time to swap Paul-Luc Chatin out, though, because that will be the first of at least a double stint, I would think, for the Frenchman. Alex Quinn still the fastest driver, though, to have driven that car, and indeed holds on to the fastest lap of the race in LMP2 with a 1:39.205 for the Cornishman.
Just been taking a look at the times, Johnny. Okay, we've commented that, of course, every lap could be slightly interrupted by a slower runner if you're in a GTD car. But the number 60, Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, leading the race by best part of 18 seconds over Nick Tandy's Porsche. Just lap after lap, you do the 1:37. The sister car, well, not the sister car, an Acura number 10, which is from Konica Minolta Acura, which is Wayne WTR Andretti Autosport combination. That also can do the 1:37s, but the rivals are not managing that sort of pace. So this is just a little bit of interest. But if you're a fan of the Konica car, number 10, it's down in 7. It's 3 laps in arrears. It's had its problems, but the pace is there. We've got time on the clock. We've got 10.5 hours or near enough remaining in this race for them to see if they can get it back. But for Helio Castro-Neves leading the way for Meyer-Shank Racing, what a couple of years they've had.
Yeah,
it's one thing winning the Daytona 24 hours, but to bang in an Indianapolis 500 thing, that's showing off, isn't it? Victory in both. Quite extraordinary.
On an Andretti theme, I'm afraid I've got to bring you some bad news and a need to bring out the black marker pen of doom, because we've not only got the 6 retirements, we now have to add to that the 36 Andretti Autosport entry. Dakota Dickerson was the last to drive the number 36 LMP3 car. That's the Rasmus Lind, Gabi Chavish and Jarrett Andretti car. But the 36 now with the red background on my timing screen, that is another retirement, unfortunately, after 371 laps. I make that 7 now officially out of the race, Bruce. A real shame.
It's always a shame to lose any runners in the race, but actually, when I was dipping in and out of the races or coming towards the studio and in the opening half of the race, effectively, it was going well in class in LMP3. It's not the largest class of all 9 runners in it, but obviously now not 9 runners. So for Andretti Autosport, they'll have to focus their attention, all their love, on their combination. The number 10 car, the Konica Minolta car, of course, have got their share there with Wayne Taylor Racing.
Yeah. There have been some difficulties with LMP3 engines and then possibly drivetrain related problems through the week, actually. LMP3s rarely do a race of this length, of course. They're more familiar with 4-hour, occasionally, I suppose, 6-hour races, but they've principally been built not to race at Le Mans. Well, they do race on the support package, which are 55-minute races in the road to Le Mans, and LMP3 regularly racing in, for example, the European Le Mans Series, which are 4-hour races. Much rarer to have to extend their performance across a twice-around-the-clock event. I realise this is now the 2nd season of LMP3 in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, so, you know, some extending of their of their scope to do a long race such as this has been done for the last 12 months, but clearly not all going so well in those all Nissan-powered cars, the 5.6-litre power plant these days, all V8 and sound glorious, but you've got to keep them running. I suppose you've got to treat them with respect, particularly in the first half of the race. We are well over that marker now at 3:15 in the morning. It was a 1:40 start yesterday afternoon, so that is 10 hours and 25 minutes still to go. It's the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. You're tuned to RS2 IMSA Radio with Joe Bradley in the pits, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the main Radio Show Limited broadcast centre. And remember that every WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race is live flag to flag on RS2 in the United States this year, as has been the case for so many seasons now. And it's uninterrupted in vision outside of the US on the world feed. If you go to the IMSARadio.com address, so IMSARadio.com website, and then once that loads, click on the live video tab, which is top left-ish. That will take you through to a further page where you can click on the live feed as long as you're not in America, and that is not to geo-blocks for you to access coverage in both sound and vision with our commentary perfectly synced. Otherwise, if you're actually at the World Centre of Racing, we're on 107.9 FM and around America on Sirius XM 207 to get that frequency right. I think I might have had a slight misspeak earlier on, but 207 on Sirius XM to get us loud and clear around the US.
There's only a bit of creeping inflation. That's fine. We're now back true to the market. The market
Indeed
moving
so.
all the time. And in fairness, that is exactly the case with sports car racing. We've been following it long enough, and as fans first, and then of course people working in the sport, just see it does have ebbs and flows, but we're very much about to crest a fantastic wave. I cannot reiterate how exciting it is to have all the top manufacturers coming to play. And wait, give it another year, 2024, and then the scene is just going to be absolutely phenomenal. And of course, all the manufacturers doing it in a different way. Porsche very happy to go the customer car route that served them so well through Group C, and again for the World Endurance Championship to see some of the top names coming in with top sponsors. I mean, Motorsport with their Porsche, with Hertz rental car livery. You know, these are blue chip days. And I think also looking at Formula One, suddenly the Ford logo is being bandied around again. And to me, all sport. My father worked for Ford in the 60s and 70s and 80s. If it didn't have Ford in it, something was slightly wrong. So you know, again, it would be great to see where that goes. And it's all about different forms of racing. Well, let's go down to the pits, because Joe thinks he has something that might be nothing, but it might be something, Joe. What is it?
It might be my imaginative mind here. So I've got looking.
It is 3:15 in the morning, so your mind gets very imaginative at these times.
Yeah, very true. I could be delusional here, but I've got looking for Mike Chang to just have a chat about, you know, the issues that, you know, we're hearing about the number 60 and what exactly they are. And he's not there. He's gone out the back. I've gone next door to Wayne Taylor, and he's out the back too. Now, the thing about these two teams, these two Acuras, they share the same motor, don't they? And Wayne Taylor very rarely gets off his porch, so it might be nothing. If he's perched, that's the word. It might be nothing. Just wondering. Is that my inquisitive mind thinking too much into it?
You used to be a police officer, I'm remembering now, so yeah, always open to the scope of something happening. Remember, the 10 has had its difficulties as well during the last pit stop, well, not the last pit stop, but the pit stop under caution. That car had to go behind the wall, and there's, I forget now the exact issue with it, but it's losing fluids very, very slightly that they're having to top up. Darting to the inside there of the Le Mans chicane, that was a place change, wasn't it? Pipo Derani was closing in on Sebastian Bourdais. The two caddies there, well, we've got three caddies together on the timing screen, but they were very tight indeed into the braking area of the Le Mans chicane, and Derani leaps ahead, Bruce.
Good move. One of those things where you're looking, you're thinking the race is settling down, and then suddenly out of nowhere, but also in a place where if you got it slightly wrong, could have had quite a few ramifications. But Pipo as well, haven't totted up how many races he's done at Daytona, but just thought, hey, seize the moment. So he moved ahead of the second of the Cadillacs there. That's a 0-1 car, so it's now Alex Lynn, Pipo Derani, and Sebastian Bourdais. That's third, fourth, and fifth. But still, Elio Castroneves leading by the best part of 20 seconds in the Meyer Shank car. Now, the question that we had, it was just before Joe went into the pits. Nick Damon was still down there, and they were watching the number 10 car off the screens because it had been went to the behind the pit wall. And before Philippe Albuquerque took it over, they were inserting fluids, but the debate was what they were. There was also many sorts of suggestions. Hydraulic oil or water? Probably neither. So maybe that's what Joe needs to find out. Topping up of the number 10 car for Y. WTR Andretti. It was engine oil, said Joe. Thank you very much indeed, Joe.
Yeah, he already knew that, but I think there's replenishing that at half distance, but possibly it's had to have extra fluids at other times during the race though as well, so maybe the 10 needed the larger service at half distance. But I tell you what, the best place to get this information from is the horse's mouth. So let's go to Joe, because he's got Wayne Taylor himself.
Incredible you've just walked in with. We're speculating what you guys were replenishing on that stop at half distance. Was it engine oil replenishment at half distance?
Yeah, it was an engine oil situation. We just we weren't able to get enough oil in. We had an incident early on when we left the pit lane, when the guy had the oil and it broke the piece, the connector to put the oil in. And so we had to go and modify it. And in fact, we thought we got enough in, but we didn't.
Isn't it incredible? You know, we focus on the cars, and we focus on the cars and the drivers, but there's all of those elements this side of the pit wall.
I know, it's bloody ridiculous.
I don't know how you guys even get to the finish.
Well, I mean, certainly the 60 car's been running fantastically. I mean, throughout the whole race. The only thing that we've seen that they have potentially is there's somehow they got some oil leaking out of the gearbox.
It's gearbox in their case, yeah.
From our side, we had a really unfortunate situation where we were dumping oil in, the driver pulled away, and car fell, and when he pulled away, it broke the connector. What's his name? We were putting oil in, so we had to retake the engine cover off, bring it back in, and we lost 3 laps.
I mean, you know what, when you see your car, your race car, go out on the track, it's a massive worry. But at this stage of the race, how are those worries manifesting? You just keep them going round and round?
At the moment, I'm not worrying about anything. Right. I'm only worrying about trying to see how to get to the front.
Right, yes, I'm going to leave you to do that. Thank you. How fortuitous that was for us. We're speculating there, and then he's put Wayne Taylor, puts it to bed. Thank you, Wayne.
Well, he was listening, and obviously he thought, well, these guys don't really know what they're talking about. I'll set the record straight, and walked over to you and said, Joe, turn your microphone on. Here we go, there's the answer.
You know what, it's very, very loud here at the back of the pits. And Wayne didn't have any ear protection on there, and I'm bellowing in his ear. And he's trying just to sort of set the scene. I'm bellowing into his ear, and I can see in his face he's not quite catching what I mean, but he did grasp. He did answer all of our questions there.
Yeah, completely. And so forthcoming with information that, you know, other people could latch onto if necessary. But I think that's the nature of a brand new period of sports car racing, that things have to be upfront and open, because that's how you're going to make some progress at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Johnny, I also think very much, you know, Wayne Taylor has been there, seen it, done it, and more to the point, won it.
True.
And again, just that knowledge that you have to adapt to things as they unfurl in front of you. Actually, Wayne sounded quite tired, but maybe he was just tired of being bellowed at by Joe. What you cannot understand is just how noisy certain circuits are. Stand in the pit lane at Le Mans with one of your cans off. That's why my hearing in my right ear isn't so brilliant. And the noise, it's not just loud, it's just you're in it for so long. And that's what is one of the most tiring elements of endurance racing. And Daytona, the sound can be incredibly loud. Take that sound away, you know, Wayne will go on for another 10 hours. That's what he needs to do.
Easily.
The cars need to go, oh, damn, they need to go 10 hours and 15 to the finish. But, you know, it's these other pressures, but the team has used the experience and fought it out. Some fantastic
That's a
racing out
lead
on the track.
change. That's a lead change in GTD. Briefly, as Roman De Angelis got to the high side of Philip Ellis, but Ellis then had the inside line into turn one and fended the Aston Martin off. But it's Mercedes ahead of Aston Martin Vantage. Again, they draw level, door handle to door handle. And LMP2 tucked in behind, wanting to get by, which is coincidentally the class leader in P2 in Julien Canal, the man from Le Mans, who is racing with AF Corsa this weekend, and he just briefly acts as a door wedge between the two of them, but that's only just going to quell the battling at the head of GTD, Bruce.
Enthralling action there, because you can actually see Roman De Angelis had to cede a little bit of track space, but he thought, if there's one for chance, when that prototype goes through, I'm going to try and follow it through past Philip Ellis in the class-leading GTD Mercedes. But they're back nose to tail. The Mercedes still just in front with its grille glowing blue in the dark, but up around the high side. Best way to go, isn't it, here at Daytona? But not quite the high side. He tries the high side, he's cut off. And for another lap at least, the Mercedes is still in front. Great racing. So easy to keep your focus on the GTP class, but the GTD almost invariably provides the most nip and tuck around the lap.
Some cars overnight are running with that blue light in the grille, others with green. Some have a bright orange light, and I have to say I caught that just as we headed into the nighttime hours last night and thought that V8 has quite literally exploded and is now raging on fire, but it's just the lighting effect, thankfully. So if you catch sight of, I think it's a Mercedes with an orange tint to its wide-mouth grille, fear not, that is LED light rather than anything that is obliterating the engine. Looks very dramatic. In fact, all of these cars look superb, even better perhaps in the overnight period. Daytona well known for not being plunged into full darkness in the overnight hours, and 13 1/4 hours is it, equal exactly to the amount of overnight running we had at Dubai this year. So it's going to be a while yet before we see the sunshine in the Sunshine State.
But just to understand that, Johnny, of course, you say 13 1/4 hours of darkness. We've run only half an hour longer than all of that. We're 13 hours and 45 minutes into this race, and it probably feels just as long. And Joe, still on the toes.
Well, Joe was just whispering in our ears to say there's another lead change there, boys. That was for LMP2. Paul-Luc Chatin was closing in on Julien Canal, who is the non-pro in that LMP2 lineup for AF Corsa, and Paul-Luc Chatin on a double stint in the Wins machine. And where did he get by? On the inside of the International Horseshoe for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. So Paul-Luc staying on board, as Joe detailed at the time of the stop. That wasn't a short stint, it was 27 laps, and I can't remember whether Joe said they did tyres, but they probably did, because Paul-Luc Chatin is really hustling on. Although when you double stint drivers, you might want to stick with the Michelin tyre, because it will save you a bit of time, certainly on that out lap. It doesn't save you any time in the pit stop in isolation, because you can change tyres whilst you're fueling the car. And Hindy was making the point last night that he's not necessarily a fan of that, because that's a car going up on the internal jacks and back down again with a fuel nozzle attached. And from a safety perspective, I can see that raising questions. And then also, of course, it's not necessarily damaging to the time, because you can do tyres within the length of time it takes to fuel the car. However, where you do lose is if you fit new Michelin tyres, and that outlap is so precarious, like driving on ice. Possibly particularly overnight, although not when it's 66, 67 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, but it still provides the scope to be a fool, a chump rather than a champ. Just that little moment going off the circuit. Now, I've heard this one before. Wayne Boyd leading the P3 class, the Ulsterman, doing precisely that by getting on towards 1.5 minutes from Nolan Siegel. Nolan stepped up last year to race P3 at Daytona, but a single-seater background for the young American racer, but all the experience of Wayne Boyd. AWA obviously delighted to have him on board, sharing with the Argentinian Nico Varone, Thomas Merrill and the Canadian Anthony Mantella, but leading by a sizable chunk. So he's doing what he came here to do, lead the class. But of course, it's not all about him, it's about the rotation across all the drivers in that team.
Sebastian Bourdais still battling to keep on terms with Pipo Derani. So the 01 Cadillac is behind the 31 Whelan V LMDH. So both caddies, 3 of them, remember, in this race, and seem to be virtually neck and neck on lap speed. They are separated by a lap, I make it, in terms of when they next need to pit. Really, the previous caution that we had, which was a pit stop ago, so we've had 1 green flag round of pit stops. The previous stops are all the GTPs, was under yellow, so that really reset the field to a certain extent. I reckon about another 5 or 6 laps for race leader Helio Castroneves, and Nick Tandy in the number 6 car will have to come in a lap before that, and a lap after those 2 will be Alex Lynn in the 02 Cadillac. So we've got an accurate leading, due in, I reckon, in 4 or 5 laps time. Porsche 963, car number 6 of Nick Tandy in second, and then Alex Lynn in the 02 Cadillac that he shares with Richard Westbrook and El Bamba, running in 3rd position. So a good spread of manufacturers in that top 3 in GTP. GT Daytona, still with Daniel Juncadella at the wheel. Philip Ellis is just trying to chisel into that gap if at all he can, but the key thing for the Winward Racing crew is that they lead GTD at the moment. That's the class they're looking to win. If they can finish ahead of all the pro cars as well, that would be an extra bonus. But for points, just stay ahead of the green cars.
Well, that sounds very simple, Johnny. Let's see if they can manage that over the next 10 hours and 10 minutes or so until the flag will fall at the end of the 61st running of the Daytona 24. The world always watches this race, but watching it this year with far more eagerness, and certainly the number in the grandstands and around the infield showing how popular this new GTP period is going to be. 22 seconds the advantage, first to second. Johnny, Helio Castroneves, the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura from Nick Tandy's Porsche, number 6 in that second place, and he's about 17 seconds clear of Alex Lynn, another manufacturer in the mix there, Cadillac in 3rd place overall. Alex in the 02 entry. Who's lapping fastest in the top runners? Last time around it was Philip Albuquerque, running down in 7th place. That car about 3 laps down after its assorted problems. We heard very recently from Wayne Taylor Racing, well, from Wayne Taylor himself. Of course, they're in conjunction with Andretti Autosport this year. But again, he was talking, Johnny, about the on-the-move fixes you have to do to get around problems that just crop up. And of course, this year in the top class, there'll be more problems that they haven't encountered as yet, but it's how you handle them.
Down through the gears, you can hear that in the background. Nick Tandy arresting the speed of Porsche 963 number 6. He is 22 seconds away from race leader Helio Castroneves, but comfortable distance ahead of Alex Lynn. That's a further 17 seconds as a margin. And he's now working his way by some of the GTD traffic. So that might well have been the 57 Philip Ellis car, actually. Is Phil in the, no, he's in the 2nd sector currently, so not the same sector as Nick, who's about to head out onto Speedway Turn 1. It's relatively quiet from a traffic perspective right now for Helio Castroneves. There are 1 or 2 cars around to take care of, but because we've been under green flag for a fair portion of time now, the field is nicely spread out, so you're unlikely to find a big batch of GT cars if you're in one of the quicker classes. Remind you that the last caution was shown at lap 400. So that's easy to remember. Well, it came out at 393 and was ended, withdrawn at lap 400. And we're now on 454, so we've had a good 50 laps or so. 50 laps or so on the, yes, I have mentioned the green flag word, which does tend to tempt yellows into the equation. Hashtag blame Johnny if it happens. I still think we'll do all right for the next 20 or 30 laps. It will be nice to get to the end of this stint at the very least, which is, what did I say, 2 or 3 laps away now for Castroneves, the race leader. We'll expect him in the next 4 laps. In fact, Tandy, Joe Bradley, Nick Tandy is already with you.
Yeah, Nick Tandy has brought that number 6 Porsche Penske onto pit road. It's taken on tyres and it's taking on fuel as I head down there. A little bit of a windscreen tear-off happening as well. So a pretty standard pit stop for the number 6. It's the fueling that takes the longest of the process in the pit stop. The tyres are well and truly done and we're still waiting for the fueling to happen. Still in there, still holding the hose to the left-hand side of the car. He released it now and the car released itself with a little bit of a sideways oversteer as he puts the power in and he's already back out there. I'm expecting a lot of GTP visitors very soon, most of the teams, and I'm up that end of the pit lane. The 01 team just waking up. The Wayne Taylor, a couple of the mechanics of Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport, literally just waking up, having to be awoken as they snatch the little snooze. So we're getting ready for an influx of GTPs in the pit lane for what will be, guys, very much scheduled stops.
Thanks, Joe. On the move again, Nick Tandy then, and there'll be plenty more stops for you to call in a second, because as I say, Castroneves is working lap 29 now, and that car is capable of, well, at race speed, 31 laps, I reckon. It has done as high as 32, but had a little bit of yellow to get it there. So this is lap 30. I would expect this one and one more, therefore, the number 60 car of Elio Castroneves, which I'll remind you is the Acura Meyershank Racing with Kurt Magajanian entry that he shares with Colin Brown, Simon Pagenaud and Tom Blomqvist. But from 3rd position, Pipo Derani now in, and Joe's watching the stop. Yeah, only fuel. He's not choosing to take on fresh tyres, so it's only a windscreen clean and fuel. Meanwhile, further up towards pit in, we've got the 01 board being hung, the number 10 board for the Konica Minolta car being hung, and also the number 60, the Meyershank car is, or team I should say, getting ready to receive their car. Number 7 Porsche just in further down. That's the car we spoke to Michael Christensen about. As in comes the number 10, the Konica Minolta car comes to a halt, the fueling gear goes on, and the tyres, we're taking on tyres on this number 10. So the very splendid looking, it's been this Wayne Taylor Racing this year with Andretti Autosport. It's had this Konica Minolta, the black livery looks absolutely awesome under the lights. The glossy black, something about black cars. My car's black. It's not an Acura though. So we're just getting, again, tyres are well and truly done and the fueling still happening on the number 10. And then when this car is released, we're going to be greeted by the number 60. And guess what? We've got a fluid replenisher, which I believe is engine oil. That's getting ready for the number 60. The number 10 has left. Still awaiting the 01. Here it comes, the 01 in from 3rd. That comes to a halt. Tyres for the 01 Cadillac. And fuel, of course. No driver changes going on any of these cars at this stage. And now just stepping back out of the way to make room for the number 60. So the marker board is out, which is on a big pole. It's not so much a lollipop these days, it's more of a swinging candy floss, especially with the Meyershank purple. And it's got a lit Acura badge on there, so the driver can easily pick that out. The Meyershank pit, by the way, is the very first pit box in pit in. And I'm going to hang fire for this as the car enters the pits now. Swings immediately left, swoops in literally at my feet, and the team go to work. It's going to be tyres for this one. Driver staying on board, and we are seeing a little bit of engine oil, and I say a little bit, it's about maybe a litre or so, and it's quite tricky. So there's kind of a canister type device with a pipe, and the mechanic at the back of the car finds the connector, connects that up to somewhere in the oil catch tank. Doesn't have to take the rear bodywork off at all to do this. And
job's already done by the looks of it. I didn't see any oil go in there. I'm not sure they were able to do that. The pit stop's done, the 60's gone, and that oil canister had exactly the same amount of oil when he lifted it off as it did when he put it down. So I'm not sure they got any oil in on that 60.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Back out again is Castro Neves then for another stint. We have reached the end of another racing hour here on RS2 IMSA Radio. Time for a VP Racing Fuels in-race update. They're in the pit lane, but Helio Castroneves still actually down as the race leader. And on graphics everywhere, that would be echo to the Michelin Racing with Kurt Agajanian and Acura leading after 459 laps, despite having just made a pit stop from Alex Lynn's Cadillac. Castroneves now heading out, back out onto track. The 02 Cadillac V LMDH with Alex Lynn at the wheel is in second position. Then in third, Nick Tandy, who was retained in the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963 car number 6. Fourth position for Sebastian Bourdais in his Cadillac. And in fifth place, it's the Whelan Engineering caddy for Pipo Derani. Lone BMW really, I know the other one is running, but the one in the reckoning is car 24. That's in sixth for Philip Eng, and it's Philippe Albuquerque in the Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Motorsport in seventh. LMP2, led by Paul-Luc Chatin, the PR1 Mathiasen Motorsport car took the lead from Julien Canal only about 3 or 4 minutes ago. The AF course at 88, therefore slipping back to second from car 52. In third position, it's the 35 Josh Pearson-driven TDS racing car. LMP3, Wayne Boyd for AWA leading that car 17. He's 18th overall ahead of Sean Creech Motorsports, number 33. And in third position, the Fast MD Racing P3 car number 87. And in GT Daytona Pro, Daniel Juncadella in the WeatherTech Racing Mercedes number 79 leading from the GTD leader, also a Mercedes AMG for Winward Racing and Philip Ellis, number 57. 2 Aston Martins come next, GTD ahead of GTD Pro, Roman DeAngelis for Heart of Racing Team, David Pittard for Heart of Racing Team. They're in cars 27 and 23 respectively. And to add another manufacturer into the mix, it's the Lexus number 12 of Carl Kirkwood for Vassar Sullivan, running in 5th place when you combine the GT cars together, but that is a GTD car as well. That was your hourly update brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. Another hour is gone, although that's the race hour. Remember, we're still within the clock hour, so with 10 hours still to go, 18 minutes away from 4 o'clock, and still a long, long way away from day breaking, Bruce Jones.
Indeed so, but well, I was about to give you an answer, but let's go down to Marshank because Joe Bradley working that pit lane really hard. Joe?
Yeah, I've just been able to have a little chat while you were doing the update there with Mike Shank, and I asked him, are you concerned, how concerned are you with this oil situation on the 60? And he told me they're managing it. It's you know, manageable at the moment, and it's not too excessive to cause too much worry.
Well, that's good news, not causing too much worry. It will be, I was about to say, one of those things just niggling away in the back of their mind. I think it's probably mid-mind right now, not right at the front, but they will be conscious of it and needing to read telemetry, any information being fed back to them from the car. And you know, there's a limited amount of checking you can do when the car's stationary for, what is it, 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half during the longer service pit stop, Bruce.
Yeah, I think it's just another thing on the to-do list, but definitely drawing an eye. They wish they wouldn't have to, but it's something that has to be checked. But just as Joe was going down to catch up with Bioshack Racing, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, catch up with us and sit up straight, everyone. John Watson, he Formula One fame and so much more, long-time partner of mine in the GT World Challenge. He's listening and his ears pricked up this morning as he came on to start listening again, having followed the early days of the race. Wayne Boyd, fellow Welshman, I've just given him a bit of a big up. It's been a long time, Wayne's career. He lost a lot of time after winning the British Formula 3 Championship, and to come back to P3 is the man. So John is delighted to have his fellow countryman doing so well. 85 seconds to good in the P3 class, so it's AWA, Wayne Boyd leading the car 33, Sean Creech Motorsport. Sean's team has had such success on Daytona the last couple of years, really happy hunting ground, but at the moment it's AWA Wayne Boyd.
Yeah, and he had a huge lead. I remember when we first started our shift, which extended to virtually a full lap. Things have condensed since then. Confirmation on still time on the lap. I don't know when the Nolan Seagal car last crossed the line, but it's a surprise to see UK DOA that dominant, particularly his way must be towards the thick end of a triple stint now. And he's not far away actually from needing to pit again. Amazingly not the quickest driver to have driven the number 17 car. That was Nico Barone, a really talented Argentinian driver. And a more recent fast lap actually at 283 laps. When you compare the GTPs that mainly all set their quick laps on either lap 6, 7 or 8, to have a quick lap, a quick S lap for an individual car at say 200 or 300 laps in, that's just a luck of the draw, where you start 3.5 miles around here and you probably reach zero traffic.
Yeah, entirely so. Because despite 24 hours of racing, the drivers would go a single lap in which I wasn't with someone being overtaken by someone according to the class of car drivers, GTG drivers in particular. They have to be looking at their mirrors all of the time, but you just get a sweet moment and suddenly no lights behind, no lights up ahead, and you can just put in the lap with the car. If you were watching 12 months ago, Rooftop Ray was freezing, everybody in the circuit was freezing through the night. It went down below that mark and then it bottled up to very generous 2 degrees, it was about 35 Fahrenheit. It was pretty hideous operating conditions, but today, last time I checked about an hour ago, it was 66 Fahrenheit. That's very nice, thank you, through the night. So temperature not going any lower. Work our way through, so just much better. Because when you're waiting for a pit stop, you can't really feel your fingers. You don't want to wear gloves because or anything thick on your hands, because as a mechanic you need to get that feel of what you're operating. And of course, you really just want to have a look at that.
Yeah, a lot of it's down to muscle memory, and then again you've got an awful lot of very hot components, so there will be some protection nevertheless, but there are gloves and other equipment that are designed to protect you from hot race cars and not necessarily designed to keep you warm on a chilly Florida night. Thankfully that's not what we got this year though. It looked about 4 or 5 days out from this weekend, Saturday into Sunday, that it would be a fairly low temperature night spell. But a very toasty, well, I would say toasty being a bit 19 degrees C, it's about 66, 67 Fahrenheit. It's very pleasant indeed. Certainly the best overnight spell we've had in recent years. It was 2019 that was the year that had many hours stopped with a red flag because of the wet weather conditions. We went straight from 2019 when we had to restart in the morning to 2020, which is the longest distance ever in the history of the Rolex 24 at 833 laps. I don't know how we're doing actually in terms of chasing that down with these brand new cars. We should probably try and work out the lap distance that we're on course for. But I think cautions that we had, not necessarily in the first 6 hours, but then in the second bout of 6 hours, that has significantly slowed us in a chase for yet another race distance record, which would have been the second in, what, 3-4 years. Not necessarily a long-standing record that we broke in 2020 either, an indication of the development of these prototype cars and of course the various rule sets that we've been going through at the start of a brand new one. Very exciting it is too.
P3 pit stop, class leader Wayne Boyd, just been mentioning him. You said, Johnny, quite rightly, he's at the end of a stint. The car is at a standstill, but with an advantage. I think it was 85 seconds, 25 seconds. They can take their time. Lights back on and off it goes again. Black and green, 2 cars were made up the race. Number 17, which is class leader with green flanks, the black livery, and the sister car, Ori Fidani, Matt Bell, Moritz Krantz and Lars Kern, that group yellow on their flag. AWA very nicely for their 17 car, leading Nolan Seagal by, as I said, it was about 1.5 minutes. And as Wayne leaves the pits, Nolan comes in to the upper end of the in that second place class. And Antonio Ceravalo, number 87, and Smart Racing is third class. sorted out, into the pits, done, and return to the track.
Yeah, so happy to stay on board, and that's almost definitely the third stint now.
Yeah.
It's just changed to Verona. I was going to be surprised if Wayne Boyd had stayed on board. Forget
Your
another.
timing screen comes on about 2 seconds before mine.
Yeah, I had that arranged. I'm afraid so. Yeah, I'm the lead. I'm the lead, Bruce. I'm the lead. So Verona, who has set the fastest lap, remember, in the race so far in that UK D08 number 17, is on board for some nighttime stints. They'll have to work through some of their other drivers in car 17 at a later stage, remember, but that will all be factored in, I'm sure. Are they going to do a driver change for Nolan Seagull? Therefore, I have to wait and see, because the 33 Sean Creech car is still on pit road after about an hour's worth of driving. That was a 31-lap stint for Nolan, whereas Wayne Boyd did 32 laps. And also in are the leaders in GTD, so they're reaching the end of 33, sometimes 34 laps. A good extension of the pit stop stint, actually, that for Daniel Juncadella, who did make 34, and David Pittard likewise.
Pittard is out of the car. This might said, David, that's enough. Come and have a rest. Synchronised pit stop, not quite as tight. The 23 car to go round the nose. The 27 car in the park. That's a bit of an angle. Will Nolan Seagull stay aboard, get that P3 back? No, Nico Pino's taking it over. I thought, come on. You know when you have to double check a driver's age? You think, I know he's young. You're only just 18. You're second Daytona 24 hours. That is where time has changed. I know if you go back to the very early 60s, we'd have the Rodriguez brothers, who were respectively 11 and 12 at the time, I think, when they came racing. Of course, in Mexico, you could go racing a little earlier, but exaggerating, but they were in their team. It was a rare thing, top-level sports car racing back then. But we have a spinner, Johnny.
I'm going to say, you are aware of Josh Pearson, though, 16 years old.
Yeah,
so
but that's now, but back in the day, everyone was at least 35.
So the spinner is Aston Martin shaped. Is that one of the TGR cars that has looped at the intersection? It may well be. No, it's not quite the colour for Pittard.
TGM, it's the TGM car.
TGR, yeah, TRM, TGM car. So there are two entered in the race, I believe. But you're going to go for 64, are you?
Hugh Plum, I think 64. Let's say we heard from Matt a while ago. Just can't quite get close enough on the focus.
I mean, it would make sense for it to be an outlap because of the point we've been stressing. We've gone yellow, by the way. Oh, no. Was that within the limits of me mentioning the G word? I don't know. I think we were out of that into another segment of the race. We crossed the race hour.
8:33, so 20 minutes ago.
Well, it's an outlap, we think, but I'll continue to check as we go to Joe Bradley. I'm being told by the responsible adult that it's definitely my fault, this caution. It's going to be a full caution as well, Joe, so plenty of time for you to speak to whom?
I've got Wayne Boyd, who's just got out the 17, the AWA. Wayne, just want to tell you, fellow Ulsterman John Watson's listening in and was wishing you well.
Oh, mega. Brilliant. The race is going really well for us so far. We had a bit of a sort of trying start, shall we say. The roar was a bit difficult for us. We found a broken part on the car that no one could have found until after it, so that we were massively on the back foot. So to be leading it by almost a lap is pretty good, and we're well pleased at the moment, but there's obviously a long way to go.
Yeah, and you know what? A lap around Daytona can just, in the blink of an eye, disappear, can't it? So you've got to keep pushing.
Exactly. I always tell people whenever they talk about IMSA, it's like the wave rounds and the yellows, whenever it's fantastic, but unless you're leading, whenever you're leading by nearly a lap, it's not so good. But it's all part of it. As long as we're still there by the checkered flag, I'll not be complaining too much.
Wayne, you've become a bit of a stalwart in LMP3 cars. What's the LMP3 as a race car like around the banking here?
It's quite interesting. I think everyone says the first sort of few laps that you do on the banking is something you'll not forget. Some people always sort of find it a bit daunting, but after a couple laps you do get used to it. But there's certainly nothing like it that we ever go to, and back in the ELMS or anything like that. So But the P3 car, I love it. It's something I've done a lot of laps in now between with United Autosports and say with AWA now. And it seems to suit my driving style really well. For me, from a Formula Ford background, I think the P3s move around a little bit more and maybe sort of suit me a bit better. But I'm enjoying it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and I notice you're wearing your United Autosports anyway. That's going to confuse Nick Damon when he comes down here. So change it to UAWA once for him. Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you. Cheers.
Wayne Boyd, after a meaty couple of stints there for AWA, bringing the LMP3 car in from the race lead, and car 17 will stay out front. Rico Garoni as we plunged into a lovely caution. So we're pretty definite that that's Hugh Plum's Aston Martin, aren't we, Bruce? Number 64. So there's come a cropper.
But you know what, when it came on our screens, when we thought we were trying to identify them down as Matt Plum, so maybe we just had to change over to Hugh. That was my thought concept on that one, but it's not going anywhere on the timing screen yet. He's shed another lap, so always certain results. Yeah, taken a little bit of a twist. But it's running the GTD Pro class, you guys wouldn't have to do so many hours in the car.
I reckon he was maybe 54 minutes into his stint and nearing the end of it, had done 27 laps. That car on the yellow certainly capable of 34, but I think at race speed 31, 32 laps, so he's probably about 5 laps out from a pit stop. Oldish tyres, perhaps. What we don't know is how the Aston Martin has ended up there, not been treated to a chance to describe exactly what happened. It could have been contact. That is a natural bottleneck as they come out of the Western Horseshoe. You're then having to hustle the car from the left-hand side of the circuit to the right-hand side of the track to then get through the awkward. There's the crossover bit, isn't there? There's a kind of lip as well from the infield to the speedway, and always a chance of some contact between a prototype car that's looking to get by, potentially.
Entirely. You know, it has taken quite a while to move it. The tow truck is now there, but the car is tail on to the barriers when it's 90 degrees, the sort of the racing angle. But we've just heard from Wayne Boyd, another star in the LMP3 class, 18-year-old Nolan Siegel with 25-year-old Joe Bradley.
This is turning into a bit of a fight, isn't it? I know the AWA car has gotten a lap ahead of everybody, but that's going to come back here.
Yeah, I think we got our lap back in the stop, actually, in the middle of my stint, and this yellow is perfect for us, so we'll get right up behind them, and it'll be a fight between Nico and whoever's in the AWA car right now, so I think we'll have a good chance at the lead.
Nolan Siegel was not a name on the entry list for the 33 Sean Craig out, so that must have been a late deal coming together for this weekend.
It was, yeah. I wasn't with the team for the Roar, and I did just a few laps in practice, so it's been great to get in the car and get to know the guys this weekend, and we're having a great race so far.
Is this your first experience of the LMP3 prototype?
It is not. I raced the LMP3 all last year, but always loved driving it.
Yeah, I mean, you've come from a karting and single-seater background, yeah. How does that compare?
The LMP3 is definitely... It's different from the open wheel car, but more similar to an open wheel than a GT with all the downforce, just a little bit more weight and a little bit more power. So it's an interesting adjustment, but really enjoying it.
It's the challenge, isn't it? Thanks, Noel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Just having a look at the tail end of the time charts. I think we'd listed 7 retirements, but had we mentioned car 42, Jaden Conwright, the last driver in that, has now got all signs that car has been retired. 42 is the NTE Sports Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 GT3 model. That's Don Yount, Jaden Conwright, Kerong Lee, and Italian racer Alessio Deledda, but going nowhere. So that makes 8 retirements by our reckoning now, Johnny.
Yeah, they're stacking up, aren't they? Nothing to do with us. Again, I mean, I'm willing to take the fact that we've got a yellow on the chin, but retirements cannot be labelled at my door. It's the nature of a 24-hour race, folks. We are testing cars to their sometimes very limit. The more amazing thing, Wayne Taylor will tell you, is that we've got so many of the GTPs still running and so many of them still on the lead lap as well. This is a good time, probably after the wave by, to work out exactly how many retain their lead lap status. I can tell you it's at least 6. I think Philippe Albuquerque, well, no, he's a couple of laps down because of the work that had to be done on the number 10 WTR Andretti Acura. And the other car that is slowly catching back laps, might even gain one back again, is the number 7 Penske Porsche 963 with Felipe Nasser now at the wheel. He took over from Michael Christensen during the last bout of stops. We're still, well, it's a chance to actually do some maintenance on the circuit as well. So back straight, I notice, is the scene of possibly an intervention vehicle, or is that the Aston being towed? Yeah,
tow truck coming towards the chicane on the high side, right up against the wall. I think it's the tow truck, but again, looking at something in the night with the flashing lights atop and across the front grille, alongside the headlights, driver being towed back with that. So I slightly confused matters by thinking we'd swap the plums, but Hugh Plum, yes, Johnny has spotted it was a 57 minutes into the stint. Sometimes as a commentator you can have too many screens open, quite confusing for someone with my predicament. But what I can tell you, the race is being led by Nick Tandy by the best part of 20 seconds at the moment. That Porsche is listed ahead of Helio Castroneves in the number 60 Acura, but we know full well that the Acura has been leading on pace, leading on the circuit. But during this full course caution period, of course, everyone is trying to get the change out of their cars, any things they need to do to top up, and we have been observing, and Joe's been questioning Wayne Taylor, who is very upfront, that the Acuras, though they're fast, do need to just have their levels checked from time to time. The ingress of oil being a matter that hasn't been quite going according to plan, and then we've got another best part of 9.5 hours and a bit of small change still to go. So fluids are going to be required. That's not for
drivers and cars, I'm sure, because it's a warm old night. 1 minute, 2 minutes past 4 in the morning now. The Eastern Standard Time. So we are at the World Centre of Racing and the Daytona International Speedway for the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Sunrise, I'll remind you, is at 7:15 this morning. So we're still over 3 hours away from that milestone, which will be counted as a significant one for certainly all the GTP cars. And it's getting very, very busy in pit road now, Joe, assuming we've not had a switch around quite yet in the pit lane. But Castroneves in from second, Dirani in from third, Bourdais in from fourth, Alex Lynn, Philip Eng, they're all piling down pit lane now because the main bank of GTPs that have been stacked up because of the yellow all choosing to pit at the end of this this stint. It's not been a full stint, but certainly worthwhile to get plenty of fuel on board at this stage.
Right, and just to point out that Nick Tandy came in the previous time around. That's why he's listed as the race leader. He will be shuffled back down the order a little bit, but certainly the number 60 car, unless anything untoward occurs during the pit stop, any maintenance they're going to take on for the Konica, sorry, not the Konica, the Meyer Shank racing with Kirk, Gajanian, Acura at the wheel at the moment, coming into the pit lane. That should return to the front of the pack. That's Helio Castroneves just at the end of his first stint in this car.
So an enforced pit stop, if you like. The Aston Martin still has not moved from its resting position. Definitely the 64, though. That's now confirmed because via Ray Wenzel Jr.'s camera on the top of the World Centre of Racing, we have an extreme close-up of the 64 car. And Castroneves, I thought, was already driving the 60. Let's just have a little look to remind myself. Joe posing the question that we might have had a driver change, but no, the background on my screen is blue for most of the drivers. The one that we did have a change is that Julien Canal got out of the leading LMP2 car, number 88 for AF Corsa, and the rapid Mathieu Vaxivière has taken charge of that. So Vaxivière versus Josh Pearson at the sharp end of LMP2, but all of the stopping GTP cars from second down to sixth overall retaining their pilots.
Now, one of the questions that I'm going to pose to Joe, in fact the only one right now, is when the number 64 Aston Martin, the team TGM entry, is returned to pit lane, I'd be interested to know what the damage is, why the car couldn't continue under its own steam. It was a rear end impact to the tyre wall at a low speed corner admittedly, but it'd be really handy to find out if that's over and out or if it's something that they that could have any work done on it. But anyhow, the car being removed, but it clearly wasn't the one we spotted going down the back straight, but there was obviously another course vehicle we were guessing as we were looking head on. at the...
Well, I just wondered whether this caution, because it's a fair way out from the previous, was a chance to do some sweeping as well. So that's probably was either the blower or the sweeper on the back straight. But Joe reminding us off air there that the Aston will now be taken on the flatbed to the satellite garage, if you like, because there are no garages here at Daytona. You've got a pit road, concrete wall, and a limited amount of personnel that can step over that wall and the line to attend cars that are potentially damaged. More extensive work is done in the garages within the paddock.
And it's quite a walk away from the pit lane. If you're down at pit exit end of the pit lane, you've got to go behind all the pits, then go into the paddock. But, you know, I always feel that when the cars go back to their garages, clearly major work needs doing, but it doesn't feel as immediate and as crazy as you have when they go into a pit garage at, say, Le Mans. I don't know why, it just seems a separation. I'm sure the teams are just as focused, but to me, it just seems like they go, right, okay, cool heads, calm minds, let's sort the problem. Whereas if you look at them right by the pit lane when the cars are being worked on, you don't always feel that's the case. I'm sure it's just a psychological move.
Let's get an update on TGM and the state of that Aston Martin if we can. Joe, who have you found?
I've got Grant Clark, who's the man in charge of that car on the pit wall. Grant, have you any info as to just how bad the damage is?
Not yet. Obviously, we've seen the car has been put on a flatbed to be recovered back to the garages, so we're just waiting for that to get back, and then we'll assess it and work out whether we can repair the car and get back into the race. We got very little information from the driver before he came out of the car, so we don't know the extent of the damage at this stage.
Are you heading over there now? Are you getting?
Yeah, we'll go back now, assess the car when it arrives in the paddock, and hopefully get it back out on track.
Thank you, mate. I'll leave it to that.
Cracking update again, Joe. All about knowing these people that have the answers, isn't it? And Grant, a former student of yours, wasn't he? Yeah.
Not quite. Grant is the lad who made his way down from Edinburgh and knocked on the door of Robert Shaw Racing and asked for a job. And I thought that showed such endeavour to make that trip on the train and then the metro, and then to find us in was even more of a miracle, rather than us being in a traction way. And I just thought that's just such a determination. So yeah, he came and worked for us when we did British Touring Cars, and he's now been an engineer for various Aston Martin teams and other projects. So yeah, one of our success stories.
And in this day and age, looks to avoid you rather than chase you down.
Oh, he does, yeah. I think that's a load of money, actually.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. But you know what? Across the years, the decades, Joe, that endeavour, people going and knocking on doors. If ever you get a chance, read The Road to Monaco, Howden Ganley's book. He was a guy racing in New Zealand. He hopped on the plane, no job, just a vague notion he wanted to work in motorsport in England. Went to a scruffy industrial unit just at the end of the runways at Heathrow at Colnbrook and joined McLaren. Full of Kiwis under the inimitable, fantastic, brilliant driver and orchestrator of personnel, Bruce McLaren. Didn't even have a solid floor in the unit there. It was basically an earth floor. And Howden not only really helped shape the cars, great engineer, but to some of the drivers, they went, hold on, you're an engineer on these cars and a mechanic, and now you're racing alongside us in Formula One. So Road to Monaco by Howden Ganley. Do get to read that great book. You know, some books really, really work. And I don't know, we've got a lot of Kiwi drivers at the top end now, but it was
I actually think
the 60s.
I actually think,
who
Bruce,
had to make do and mend.
Bruce, that is
Joe,
actually.
You love the book.
I actually think that is my favourite ever racing book because it gives such insight as to sort of how to go racing, basically, and it's across eras as well. It's across the ages.
Exactly, but what I really loved was stuck in the 60s, where basically, get this, people, Formula One teams could be run by cruisers, small, under 10 people. I think there were 8 people at McLaren back then. And so, as a mechanic on the team, Howden was making suggestions, and things were done for the next race. And not only suggestions, he then would manufacture the parts. That was how crazy it was back then.
Guys, while we've been chatting there, the number 60, the Maya Shankar, has received more management to that situation with the oil replenishment, and the car came back in under yellow and sat on the pit road for quite a chunk of time considering, but it's back out there, so they're continuing to manage that issue.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I noticed quite a bit of attention on the 60 car during that stop. There were also fuel stops for the 24 again, and as mentioned, the 60, as Joe's just said, but no driver changes because they were very swift stops indeed. So the 24 BMW GTP car for Austrian driver Philipp Eng. Nick Tandy making the, as Bruce made the point, pitting a long time before everybody else. He's now 15 laps into his current stint, although remember the last 4 or 5 have been under caution, whereas Alex Lynn, Sebastian Bourdais, Pipo Derani's Cadillacs all pitted 2 laps ago. But yes, that was just another look for both the BMW and the Acura, I noticed. You might as well, because a quick visit to pit road is not going to lose you a further lap. You'll stay within sight of the safety car and then rejoin. So I don't know the reason why the BMW pitted again so soon after its previous stop, but Joe's detailed exactly why the number 60 Mike Shack Racing Acura did that. 15 laps in for Philippe Albuquerque's number 10 car as well. So they have chosen not to stop in favour of gaining a further lap back. Remember, before this caution, Albuquerque was 2 laps adrift of the race leader. That should bring him back to just 1 lap away now. And there might be a moment to talk amongst yourselves here, Bruce, because I just want to count up the number of cautions we've had so far.
Perfect timing, Johnny.
Go ahead.
Ever, because John Watson, back on the blower. Nice interview with Wayne. Thanks for the mention. By the way, 50 years ago, I competed in the Daytona 24 Hours. Nice celebration. Mike Hailwood was co-driver in a Gulf Mirage Ford. Unsurprisingly, didn't finish. Where have 50 years gone? And he said, oh, by the way, Howden, of course, just mentioned Howden Gandy was in the other Mirage with Derek Bell. They didn't finish either. And again, that just is a reiteration of what I was saying earlier. To finish the Daytona 24 Hours was something very special 50, even 40, even 30 years ago. But now we have cars we expect to go all the way. However, here's a little issue we might chew among ourselves. Of course, GTP, it's new, it's back, it's the top level of racing here. But the cars are very quick, but are they going to be fragile? Before the race, you've been listening back then and watching, Johnny, well, people say, could a P2 car win this race?
Yeah.
P2, the Orica 07 has been going around for about, if I say 5 years, it might be 4 years, it might be 6 years, anyhow, a while. They've been very well tested since they took over from the 03. However, the best place of those, Ben Hanley, in the 04 entry, leads that class. That's for CrowdStrike Racing by APR, but he has done 458 laps. Well, he hasn't, the car has, to 472. So at the moment they're 14 laps down on the ultimate pace. And let's look at the moving clock. How many hours have we left in this race? Plenty to be going on with, just under 9.5 hours remaining. We may get daylight again, of course we'll get daylight, but right now, of course, with the night crew powered by Sacred Coffee, and that's not just a gesture, it's very much in the mug in front of me. We've got plenty more darkness to take us through. But again, good to hear from Watty, and of course, back then, all the top drivers would have been competing all around the world, and they did it for start money as much as the glory, because you didn't just be a Formula One driver. You had many things. John's Formula One career was just coming into view at that point, but you raced what you could, where you could. A lot of the drivers back then didn't really enjoy sports car racing. A lot of them were very much single-seaters only, but you have to pay the bills. And they gained a lot of experience, which obviously they'd have taken to Le Mans and other places. Very sad to see the 64 TGM Aston Martin being lowered back down to track level, not in the shape that it left the team TGM TF Sport Garage, but that is going to be worked on. But clearly there was rear end impact. Very hard to see. Neither Johnny or I saw the incident happen. All we could see was the car was facing the wrong angle with the tail into the tyre wall. The car took quite a while though, Johnny, to move, didn't it?
Yes, and I think that was a concern potentially about Hugh Plum, just to make sure that he was okay, and then it was in an awkward position. So the track workers here, the corner workers, needed to make sure that the pace of the field had been slowed sufficiently so that they could get a flatbed out to that scene. This is caution number 8, by the way, after just over 14 hours of the race we've had so far, and it's looking like it's going to be another 6 or 7 lap caution to take us through to lap 475, or maybe just short of that actually. We're working lap 472 now. Just getting word, Bruce, of a car having to serve a drive-through. Now, which one was that? Because I didn't catch the number.
I think it was car number 60, which should have a famous role to play in this race. It was the effective race leader, Helio Castroneves. Drive through the pits. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. Well spotted. Thank you very much, Joe.
Well, it's still in pit road at the moment, but remember that the pit out sensors are much further around the pit exit road than in previous years. So it's now 10 seconds clear of the pit lane, which would fit, I reckon, with a drive-through penalty. But we'll try and work out exactly what that is for. I used to love the fact that when you got to the end of pit road on the tri-oval section, effectively, it was then pedal to the metal, and you had to squirm your way through that. It's certainly not a straight on the pit lane exit there. There's a concrete wall immediately to your right, there's a concrete wall immediately to your left, and you've got to go through there as quick as possible. There's now about half of it dictated by the speed limit, but I do like the fact that you still have to release that limiter button, with a good stretch of that still at your disposal, and potentially on brand new Michelin tyres. Very slithery indeed.
Yeah, power your car as much as you can down that concrete funnel. Yeah, we would see people who, I mean, you know, how much egg would you like on your face, effectively? But luckily, you know,
well,
very good point, Johnny, about the speed limiter now, because that does make quite a difference, and it probably saves a few people from bashing their car and embarrassing themselves.
We are set for a restart by the look of the GTP field, heading out of Speedway Turn 4 and up towards the tri-oval. In front of this huge grandstand at Daytona, and thundering their way off the oval and onto the infield go the top, well, 7 GTPs pretty much. And I reckon Philippe Albuquerque did get a lap back on certainly Helio Castroneves. Castroneves was in at least twice during that caution, possibly 3 times, as they try and rectify the ongoing issue with the 60 car. It's not a big problem, but they've got to stay on top of it. Same goes with the 10 Acura as well. Nick Tandy, though, leading at this restart on lap 475 ahead of Alex Lynn's Cadillac. So it's Porsche, Caddy, Caddy, Caddy. And the third of those Cadillacs, the Whelen Engineering machine, rounding the Western Horseshoe, 3 hours away from daylight and up towards the tricky left-hander onto the banking again. This freight train led by British driver Nick Tandy.
Sometimes a caution period works for you, sometimes against. But hey, sports car fans, wherever you are around the world, who cares? Because basically we get a release of the field, as we're having now. We're having overtaking driver in 6th place, trying to go on the high side and making it work. 31 with Pipo Derani at the wheel. He's shown every time there's a restart, he's definitely prepared to put his nose down the inside of other cars, and he makes it work.
Yeah, so the Whelen car gaining strides. As mentioned, Helio Castroneves came in, I reckon, 3 times during that caution. Joe, you've got a word on what's happening there.
Yeah, the number 60 did not take a penalty. It wasn't a penalty. They had a quick splash. So quick, I missed it.
Well, the other 2 cars that did splashes, well, certainly Philippe Eng, and I thought it was Castroneves as well. So were they just replenishing that fuel virtually every couple of laps underneath the caution? Let's concentrate on the fight on the infield, though, because it is, again, so enthralling. Cadillac side by side, and that was the 0-1 fending off the car immediately behind it, which will be Derani again, I should think. Through the left-hand king, Tandy continues to lead. Alex Lynn in the 0-2 Cadillac in 2nd position, hammering on the anchors into the Western Horseshoe, and then back on the loud pedal to come out and just take a fair bit of curve. Half the car straddling the ripple strip there, mottling the car from one side of the road to the other. And yes, indeed, Pipo Derani losing a spot again to Sebastien Bourdais. They seem to be getting back up to speed at different rates here. We had one overtaking to the Le Mans chicane, and a repass on the infield on this next lap, Bruce.
It's so good to watch. I really do enjoy these restarts. I mean, I know the scope is to gain places, but equally, as we saw in the previous restart, some drivers got it slightly wrong and went a little bit backwards, but attack with caution, but riding on board with the 31 entry, the Whelen engineering car of Pipo Derani, seeing 5 prototypes ahead of him up on the banking in the dark. Not as dark as you'd have a lot of circuits, great big floodlights around the high side of the banking. And it does illuminate the circuit very nicely indeed. Past the big Daytona sign on the infield opposite the pits into turn 1. It's such a difficult corner. How we are changed for the lead. Alex Lynn going to the outside. But
well, that's Albuquerque, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, it's Albuquerque. Yes, he's 3 laps down, now 2 laps down.
We haven't really been tracking Albuquerque's progress because he's not featuring in the leading gaggle on the timing screen. Because remember, it still trails 2 laps from Nick Tandy, but he's that desperate to get one of them back again. Nick won't know which car that is, and the fact that it's 2 laps down, and he just wants to keep absolutely everyone behind him. But they will have tuned the number 10 car up as much as possible, having replenished the fuel at roughly half distance. Wayne Taylor has really told us a lot of truths about that car and how they're having to really fettle it on the fly, if you like. But they're desperate, as after Albuquerque stayed out during the caution to get one of the laps back, but he's still shown as 2 down, so he needs to get ahead of Nick Tandy and within this stint.
Yeah, and then he'll be 1 lap down, but again, for Nick, he knows that he had the 6 other prototype GTP cars in behind him in a line, but he just didn't know which one. What could he see in his tail lights as he was looking out of the headlights flashing in behind him? But Philippe Albuquerque, well, the only thing he can do is take a few risks now to get one of those laps back, and then there's 9 hours and 20 minutes remaining to hope a few more caution periods come their way. Clarification from Joe in the pit lane: it wasn't a drive-through penalty for the number 60 Meyer Shank Racing Acura, but it's definitely 6th place. It was top up, but talking of penalties, they can come at any time for a wide range of transgressions, and boy oh boy does that set you back. So of course all the teams trying their utmost not to do that. We've got 476 laps on the board. The gap between first and second, Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche and Alex Lynn. It was 1.5 seconds last time around. I'm waiting for the next timing interval, but it's 1.462 seconds. So that is your margin, another 0.4 of a second back to Sebastian Bourdais. So it's Porsche, Cadillac, Tandy, Lynn and Bourdais.
And it's not altogether surprising to see Nick Tandy just scampering away a little bit now to 1.4 seconds the gap. His car a lot lighter on fuel currently than those chasing Cadillacs that have all pitted within the last 8 laps, whereas Nick is going to have to pit in about 8 laps. Well, it's more like 9 or 10 actually. He's 21 laps into his stint, whereas all of the cars behind him are either 8 laps or fewer, in fact, into a stint. Philippe Eng pitted at least twice during the caution. We had Elio Castroneves in 4 laps before we went back to green flag running. Philippe Albuquerque is deeper into his stint because, again, he chose not to pit during the caution to try and get one of those laps back, but he's still 2 down compared to Nick Tandy, and that's the reason why he's trying to hurry his way by. And actually, Albuquerque and Nick Tandy's cars will be of similar fuel weights right now. They both pitted on the same lap. To the high side, Sebastian Bourdais through Speedway's turn 3 and 4. He has right in front of him the rumbling Cadillac from Cadillac factory team for Alex Lynn, the 0-2. So it's 0-2 ahead of 0-1 for second and third, and in 4th position Durrani's 31 Caddy as well. And a big lock up there from the car in front. That's surely going to chuck the 0-2 wide, so a slight mistake there from Alex Lynn in the blue-nosed Caddy, and that's the only opportunity Sebastian Bourdais needed to gain the place. And a net race lead once you take Tandy out of this in 8 laps time, as I say.
Great racing. That's why I like these restarts, because for a number of laps these cars will be nose to tail sister cars.
Yes.
When has one side of a garage ever wanted to cede to the other? So the yellow-nosed Cadillac is now into effective race lead. Sebastian Bourdais ahead of Alex Lynn. Yes, they're second and third on the track. However, Nick Tandy will owe a pit stop before they do, because the competitive, I think we can call, the well-placed Penske Porsche Motorsport Porsche is due in before the others. That's got 478 laps on the board. The sister car, 462, still resolutely 16 laps down, as they have been since we came on, just at the halfway point in this race. Earlier setbacks for number 7, all Michael Christensen could do. He handed over to Felipe Nasr, who's doing exactly the same job. Felipe pressing on, 16 laps down. It's not a test session, they're going to race as hard as they can, but really cruel to have a problem early on. But we knew some of the prototypes would have exactly that. But kind of without a problem at the moment is the number 01 Sharjah, and that is Sebastian Bourdais trying to pick off some more drivers up ahead of him. But a chance for Cadillac to move to the top of the pile. It's been Acura, we've had Porsche, and Cadillac in the mix. Right, BMW fans, what has been the story for you in that mix? Because one of your cars, 24, Felipe is in 5th place, but the sister car...
Worth making the point, sorry to interrupt, worth making the point, that's not Nick Tandy being overtaken, that is the delayed Felipe Nasr 963, so down in traffic, but Bourdais just got past him on the infield, and it looks like Alex Lynn's going to do the same as well. So Nick Tandy's cleared off, he's nearly 2 seconds clear of Bourdais, and that is Nasr, who's 14th overall. If he was an LMP2 car, he'd be 7th, in fact, and 16 laps still. 16 laps down. Sorry, Bruce.
No. Well, that's a good point, but what I want to emphasise is the gap between the two BMWs is rather larger than the 16 laps between the two Porsches, because we've got Felipe in 24, he's got 479 on the board, so let's do the maths. That makes him 132 laps ahead of teammate Sheldon van Linden. Go Sheldon! Sheldon's having a cracking season. He just got to race in the Formula E down in his home country in South Africa, but the early setbacks to number 25 BMW entry from BMW M Team RLL. They're still out there, they're still going around, but 3 cars were ahead of them to retire from the race. Those are cars from GTD and one from P3, so clearly early setback, but you don't pack the car into the garage, particularly early in the history of a car, a competitive history of a car. You've got track time, you take it.
Tommy Milner, who's running 3rd in GTD Pro in the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette, C8R. GTD, which is the detuned GTLM car after the end of that rule set, but looking forward to a bespoke GT3 car in the near future. Well, that'll be season 2024, already talking about that, by the way. The car is here at Daytona for the publicity shots and for everyone to get very excited about that car moving forward. But Tommy Milner running 3rd in Pro, 5th when you combine the two GTD classes together, and he's hunting down Jack Hawksworth's number 14 Lexus RCF. They've got Daniel Juncadella up ahead of them. Gap's very, very small indeed. And speaking of the 2024 Corvette, there it is in the garage. So it's been put away for the night, but I'm sure it'll be wheeled out again. Thank you, Ray Wenzel Jr., giving us a little nod there with the camera as well. See, he's paying attention to every word we utter and adjusting his shots accordingly. So that's received a lot of attention this weekend, understandably so. We still have a full season, though, of the C8R to look forward to.
Right, just getting across the Twitter feed, and, well, expletive. We received a stop plus 60 seconds for running the red light at pit exit. That's Magnus Racing, the number 44 Aston Martin. So I said penalties can come, and they can provide the annoying setback. And at the moment, 4th in class for Spencer Pumpelly, but with the 60-second visit to the pits, the in, the out, a stop plus 60 seconds, that is, to a standstill and then get going. That has set them back, but thank you, Magnus Racing, for keeping us informed.
Yeah, and that via their Twitter feed, so appreciative of that. So much going on in a car that still contains mid-50s, isn't it? Well, we're down to 53 or 54 cars now of the 61 starters.
We have 8 retirements, so yes.
Thank you for that. Well, not necessarily thank you, because it's always great to retain as many as possible, but it is the nature of such a long race. So the new Corvette, deemed the Z06 GT3.R. They always like a dot in the middle of their model number, model name. We've got the C8.R currently, but it'll be the GT3.R for season 2024. Nice to have the Z back in the name as well for a new GT3 era. Still mid-engined. Doug Feehan was up with John Hindhaugh in his previous stint in the Radio Show Limited commentary booth. I'm still chatting about all things General Motors in general, although also Doug Feehan finding a bit of time for some golf these days as well. John said he didn't expect necessarily him to be sitting down and enjoying a few rounds, but he said, no, that's definitely on the schedule. Or schedule, should I say?
Wherever he wants to put it, I think that's absolutely fine. Sorry, if I sound as I'm laughing, I am a little bit, because what I hadn't noticed with Magnus Racing's tweet, well, expletive, there's a person sticking his face into a bowl of iced water because he's so upset about the time penalty coming their way.
Yeah, nice use of a meme or a GIF or
I don't know what they are, but it makes me laugh.
Something like that.
Easy
Appropriate photograph insert here, and they've definitely done that with Magnus. So unfortunate for them, but they have got enough time to come fighting back with 9 hours and 10 minutes still to go. Confirmation of the 8 retirements to date. So shall we go from the bottom of the timing screen upwards? Now this is not necessarily in retirement order, of course. It's down to laps completed at the time of retirement. But we got the 47 Cetilar Racing Ferrari, one of the brand new Ferrari 296 GT3 cars, and unfortunately that only got to, well, 404 laps down it is currently, and 44 laps completed for Roberto Lacorte et al. Gar Robinson was last in the Riley LMP3 car number 74, which retired after 89 laps, so car 74 from the LMP3 class. The 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes AMG GT3, that retired after 233 laps and is the 3rd retirement. The 4th retirement, car number 11, which is the Orica LMP3 0714 TDS Racing, 249 laps completed there. 92 GTD car, which is the Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche 911, so one of the new GT3R 992 cars, had Andrew Davis at the wheel, but after 278 laps, that cried enough. James Colado's GTD Pro Ferrari, another new 296 out of the race for Rizzi Competizione, a big fan favourite often here at Daytona, but that out after 349 laps. And the more recent retirements, one from GT Daytona, which was the 42 Lamborghini Huracan, and car 42 is the Lambo that was run by NTE Sport. That retired after 356 laps, and the second LMP3 car no longer in the running is the 36 car for Andretti Autosport. So their LMP3 Ligier JSP 320 retired after 371 laps. That's 8 retirements of the 61 starters. We still have 53 runners, therefore. And actually, the 25 BMW, which is still going, that's the one that had the very early problems when Nick Yellerly was at the wheel. And he actually pulled off in a bizarre position on the track, which was the hybrid safe area. They didn't need to throw a caution because of it, because it was basically between Speedway Turn 4 and the pit road entry point, but he hadn't reached the pits. He turned 90-degree left and gone behind the concrete wall, so he was in a safe position, but also the team couldn't get to it. I think the blue light was still illuminated in the cockpit, which means do not touch the car in its hybrid form, because it's still charged with electricity. So very helpless indeed were Team BMW and RLL, having to just watch the car, and that's really what's put it so many laps down. 133 laps. You've mentioned already Van der Linde, still though working hard to get to the finish, and that's now the priority. And the other car that is behind a retirement but with scope to get above it is the Daniel Frost driven 43 LMP3 car. And remind me of entrant there.
That's MRS GT Racing. Just before we came on air, it looked a little different because the back end of the car was on fire while out going through turn 4. There was we think it was well, it actually was very, very well picked up by the cameras, because you could see not only was whatever fuel was leaking into the engine bay, it was also around the brake disc there was burning rubber, we think, had got stuck underneath. You get the tyre build-up that goes in there, and if you've never been in a pit lane when mechanics, or had a chance to see when mechanics are reaching in with their gloves on and possibly with a stick, preferably, to clear all the rubber that builds up inside a wheel arch, and it can lead to fires in its own right. I think that's possibly what was going on, but that certainly set back the MRS GT entry.
Its last pit stop, and this would tie in perfectly, was after 12 hours and 17 minutes, and that was 3 minutes before Bruce and I came on air. So we're talking 3 hours and 10 minutes ago, there or thereabouts, since its last time in the pit stop, in pit lane, and surely been behind the wall for much of that time, with the team frantically trying to get it into some sort of state where it can return to the racetrack. It is not an official retirement, at least so far, for MRS and car number 43. Meanwhile, Nick Tandy 2 laps away from needing to make a stop, I reckon. Car 6 is squirming its way then through that flick-flack turn 2 at Daytona, sometimes not even given a turn number, but there's definitely a kink there, or 2 in fact, as the track lurches to the right and the left behind the pit wall, and then you leap onto the brakes into the International Horseshoe. And with traffic to deal with now, 7 or 8 cars ahead of Nick in Sector 2, and even more than that further up at the front. So, well, actually, that's traffic that the Cadillacs will all have to deal with in the near future. Sebastian Bourdais in a net race lead, because he's about halfway through his stint, whereas Nick's right at the end of it. And Alex Lynn and Pipo Derani all pitted on the same lap in similar Cadillac V LMDHs.
Different races, you may say, between Nick Tandy, who's owing us a pit stop. He's just under 2 seconds clear of Sebastian Bourdais, but Bourdais and Lynn, 0-1 and 0-2 Cadillacs, they've got longer to run in this stint, so it's how they pick off the traffic. Nick has to eke every advantage he can have, but his lap pace last time around was 1.25 seconds slower than Sebastian Bourdais. Yes, there might have been traffic, but at the moment the Cadillacs are looking very, very good. Could say, but Nick Tandy's getting towards the end of tyre life, but he's also got a much lighter fuel load, so that should sort of balance out. But certainly when you get clear track, Sebastian Bourdais, even more so than his teammate Alex Lynn, seems making the most of the moment. The gap between those 2 cars is the best part of 2 seconds, and not so long ago was Lynn ahead of Bourdais, but Bourdais very, very good in traffic. In fact, John, we saw a little mistake as we're going onto the banking, coming out of turn 5 effectively from Nick Tandy, and Sebastian Bourdais didn't need 2 invitations. He had better momentum, or built momentum soon around the corner and went past. At that point, we saw a lock-up from Nick, going to the chicanes, trying to resist the charge, but then he was compromised on the exit out of the Le Mans chicane. But the writing was on the wall, and Sebastian was going through.
Keep mentioning Nick Tandy's going to be in probably at the end of this lap, but the lead change is going to happen now, although Sebastian Bourdais has to drop a couple of wheels on the grass there between the Western Horseshoe and the left-hander onto the speedway. So, in fact, Bourdais didn't quite make it. These are the killer laps. These are the crucial ones, because, was it Wayne Taylor making the point that in-laps and out-laps are where you're going to lose or gain the most amount of time, and Nick's clearly really struggling at the end of a double stint on these tyres now. Bourdais in a great stretch of life in the early stages of his stint. He's only 17 laps in, and they were fully alongside one another into the braking area for the Western Horseshoe. Nick couldn't get on the throttle because he had an LMP2 car in front of him. Well, no, that wasn't really an issue. That's actually coming out of the International Horseshoe, then towards the kink. Just a dab of the brakes for Nick, and then the problem into the Western Horseshoe. He got on the wrong side of an LMP3 car, and that created the opening for Sebastian Bourdais. But then they had to go either side of said prototype, and that dropped 2 wheels on the grass for Bourdais. He did so well to hang on to that, but it meant that Nick Tandy was given an extra lease of life, and I don't think he's come in at the end of that lap. No, he hasn't. So 31 now on the stint, and still the man from Bedfordshire in the UK stays on the racetrack.
Only just on the racetrack. He's twitching away as he tries to apply the power. I just want to, can I have permission to wind back and delete what I was saying before? I was about to say, the pit stop's coming up for Nick Tandy. He's running a different sort of race from Sebastian Bourdais and Alex Lynn in the 2 Cadillacs, because they don't need to take any risk, because Nick will peel off. But then, of course, Sebastian, I apologise. Of course, you're a racer, a multiple champion. That's why you're a racer. Half a chance to go past Tandy, regardless of the fact you're taking a risk, because the track will be all yours very shortly. But that was great racing, and again, it just showed when you haven't got the tyre grip anymore, trying to get the power down to accelerate out of corners. And you saw Nick wanted to be pointing straight, but he was going off to the left as he came out of the right hand. He really must be thinking, enter the track, get off the curbs, get back on the black stuff. The two Cadillacs are very, very close indeed. Alex Lynn now getting a fabulous tow from his teammate Sebastian Bourdais. They will be first and second, but for now, they're second and third. Nick Tandy, surely messages coming through. Nick, pits, do drop by.
Anytime you like. I think it will be this time around, but you make a great point that tyre life ain't an issue when you're on the straights and on the speedway. As long as you've got a good run out of turn 3, you should be fine. Nick Tandy does not peel off this time either. But the 31 car is going slowly. This is Pipa Durrani's Cadillac for Whelen Engineering, 4th position. He's only 18 laps into his stint, so this should not be fuel, but it might be tyres. It might be a slow puncture, or worse, a tyre going down. Unusual for the caddies to have a drivetrain issue, shall we say, but these are all brand new engines, remember. So what am I saying?
He's got a puncture.
It is a puncture. There we are.
Just transitioning off the track, and there's a little bit of bump as you go down. But I was going to say, saying something's not unusual. Nothing is usual with these GTP cars. This is the baseline. This is us getting to see them really racing in high dudgeon now. Oh, trying to go around the outside, over the curbing in the International Horseshoe, but somehow Nick Tandy is in front, or was, because the track goes to the left, and that was muscular racing from Sebastian Bourdais. Clearly a better exit as they doubled out of the Horseshoe, and then onto the banking they go. And the number 6 Porsche was in the lead. It's now in second place. I expect to flash the black Cadillac any second, because the black and blue one with Alex Lynn on board surely could choose his moment to go by. Certainly Nick Tandy is hanging on, but that was half a chance. Half a chance was all Bourdais needed, and indeed into the Le Mans chicane, the second of the Cadillacs, as if Nostradamus was involved, went through.
All over the road, Nick Tandy at the Le Mans chicane. I thought I'd wait for that moment before the VP Racing Fuels in-race update, because it was bound to change had I started it before the moment where the Cadillacs got by. The 31's virtually stopped on the inside of turn 4, so we might even have to go into a yellow flag period to clear that little lot up. Nick Tandy staying out again, so that's 32 laps on the stint, might be even 33. So Tandy's dropped 2 positions. He's well over an hour into this. Fumes alone to be in to continue round for another 3.5 miles. So it's the 2 Cadillac Racing VLMDHs first and second, 0-1 from 0-2. Very good of them to be in number order. Third is the 6 Nick Tandy Porsche from Penske 963. Elio Castroneves in the Mike Shack Racing with Curve Agajanian Acura AR606, ARX06 I should say. Number 60 is in fourth. Second prototype class, and the 04 car run by Crowd Strike Racing. TDS Racing are in second position for Josh Pearson, number 35. Third is Matteo Vaxiviere in the 88 AF Corsa, and it's Rick Ware Racing, number 51 for Pietro Fittipaldi, fourth. If you're wondering where the number 7 Porsche is, if that was an LMP2 car, it would be 7th in class, sandwiched between Anders Fjordbach and Ryan Diel in the 20 and 18 LMP2 cars on the timing screen. Grosjean is now on pit road, incidentally, and the GT Pro leading trio, 79, 14 and 3. So that is WeatherTech Racing Mercedes, Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and Corvette number 3 for Daniel Juncadella, Jack Hawksworth and Tommy Milner, respectively. That was your hourly update, brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. Go ahead, Joe, if you are receiving me.
Yes, I am. Sorry, Johnny, lost you there for a second.
Sorry.
So while you were with the update there, the 31 Wheel and Engineering Cadillac has come off track. You described Pipo Derani having to slow down. Well, it's a gearbox issue that's caused that, and right now the car is in the paddock, in the garage, up on the high stands, and I'm not quite sure to the extent of what is going to happen here, and whether or not it's a drivetrain issue or an internal gearbox issue. Completely different things. If it's like a drive shaft or something's just brought on the external bit, if it's the internals of the gearbox, then this is going to be in here for quite a while.
I must remind myself, these are all brand new cars, completely bespoke equipment being built. Yes, there are universal parts like the hybrid unit, for instance. You're given a hybrid unit for LMDH, and it is the same across all 4 manufacturers, but Cadillac developing their own engine and indeed their own drivetrain. There is scope for things to go wrong. A little more news perhaps, Joe?
Yeah, just more of an observation, Johnny. Brand new gearbox, complete with rear suspension, on a little wheel trolley, just being presented to the front door of the garage when they get it. So it's going to be a complete gearbox unit change. That's not the work of a moment.
actually listed as having made a stop.
Okay, we're talking of stops. We have the leader of GTD outright, ahead of the GT Pro runners, and that's Phil Ellis, brought the Winwood Racing Mercedes in the pit lane. That's car number 57 white with blue and red flashes. Driver change, and I'm just trying to work out, is that Indy Doncha who's taken over? Bright yellow helmet. I'll give you a choice of drivers: Russell Ward, Indy Doncha, or of course not Lucas Auer, who was injured during the week, but Daniel Morad. Well, let's go down, because I'm not in the pit lane, but Joe Bratton is Joe.
Yeah, further information gleaned on the 31 Whelen Cadillac. It's the gearbox studs that have snapped. So that means where the engine and the gearbox join, where the gearbox joins, it's kind of been acting as a hinge. So that car will have been a bit of a handful. Stress member, the engine and gearbox on these cars, of course. So very important part. So they'll remove the gearbox and then replace the studs. That's the information I'm getting.
All right, thank you, Joe. And they will, I'm sure, have rehearsed that, and something I suppose you can do with not only this car but previous iterations of it as well, although things are generally in different places. And no doubt the way that these cars have been designed, you want to try and weave in ways of working on them as easily as possible as well. But I mean, the way that the Cadillac is built, and yes, you haven't got to worry about turbochargers and the space needed for those to force air into the mixture, but there ain't a lot of space underneath the shell of these cars to squeeze absolutely everything in. And bear in mind, they've got to put a 5.5 litre V8 in there, the Cadillac LMC 55R. That's almost, I mean, right underneath a load of other gubbins, right behind the driver's seating position. So I can understand as that car goes into more of a state of undress, just knowing the layout of that, like the back of your hand, is tricky. Bear in mind, it's all very, very new. And from a customer perspective, as Porsche have got lined up future customers for their 963s, again, said customers will need to become familiar with how to not only set up these cars, but also how to repair them on the fly as quickly as possible. This is all part of the learning process. And if you're not in the running for a good result, a la the number 7 Porsche and the number 25 BMW, all of these things can be effectively tested now in a very public test session, but it's time that can be utilised. The remaining 9 hours that are still to go, or 8 hours and 44 minutes to be more accurate. We're still a long way away from daybreak, which is 7:15 this morning at the Daytona International Speedway, the World Centre of Racing. You're tuned to RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's IMSA Radio for the 61st edition of the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Rolex. And remember that every single WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race is live, flag to flag, on RS2 in the USA, and uninterrupted if you're elsewhere around the globe, in vision. So outside the US, if you go to imsaradio.com, let the page load, and then top left, live video tab, click on that, and it'll take you through to the world feed version of the Daytona coverage, with our sound perfectly synced with Rooftop Ray's visuals, not just Ray, but he's been working incredibly hard overnight. We've also got plenty of onboards as well, and some static cameras together with the stuff going on down in pit road as well. So if you're outside the USA, imsaradio.com, live video tab, and you can enjoy the coverage from there. Around the track, 107.9 FM and on Sirius XM 207, to remind you. How are you going with that new screen, Bruce? Still on the old one, I noticed.
No, I've got both.
Okay, good. So you're dancing between the two.
Yeah, well, what I can tell you, we're very nearly at 500 laps. 499 laps on the board on one screen, and unfortunately the other one's frozen a little bit.
Yeah.
He's offering me a meagre 489, so we'll get that, well, we won't get it sorted out. Hopefully it will sort itself. But Sebastian Bourdais leading by whisker under 5 seconds. We spotted while our timing screens were not playing as they might have done, that Alex Lynn was no longer immediately behind. They've been 0.8 of a second apart. They're now pretty much 5 seconds between the racing, the 01 Cadillac and the 02 Alex Lynn giving chase, but going backwards at the moment relative to race leader Sebastian Bourdais. 5.6 seconds, so he's lost another 7/10 of a second on that last lap as Lynn to Bourdais.
So we're working lap 500. We're 42 minutes away from 2/3 distance. So
you're about to do some maths, John.
I was trying to attempt some. Yeah, 8:33 is out of reach, I still believe, but we might get. Well, we'll get north of 750. But somewhere between that and 800, I reckon. We'd be lucky to get to 800, but the distance record, for my money, is well out of reach now, and that became the case probably after something like caution number 5 or 6. It was a very unusual year, 2020, and frenetic pace as well from the DPIs in those days. I remember calling that record, well, it wasn't lap 8:33. It was the one that broke the record, which I completely forget now, but we gave it the big build-up, and thankfully I remembered it at the time as well. And the scoring tower here at Daytona showed us that we were going into a new era 3 years ago. Can't quite get there, but it'll still be a respectable lap distance for the brand new era of GTP, considering how many new machines we've got on show this weekend. A push start required for car 17. That is the LMP3 race leader. Nico Barone has just brought down pit road for AWA.
They got it going again, but it took quite a shove. That's fallen to second place now. Sean Creech Motorsport, Nico Pino now at the front of the crew. Driver changes at WeatherTech Racing. It's car number 57, the Mercedes. White, blue and red race livery aboard that one. And Winwood Racing, so long ago Indy Doncher went out. Let's take a look. Oh, sorry, that was, of course, in Winwood Racing, WeatherTech Racing. Let's get my head the right way around. Cooper McNeil, Danny Unkadea, who did a great stint, Jules Gounod, and Mauro Engel. 79 is placed 5th in GTD Pro. It had been the class leader when we came on, just approaching, well, exactly 3 hours ago, but at the moment, Danny Unkadea sharing that about to leave the pit lane. I could look at my other screen and see where he was 5 laps ago.
That's good, yeah. See, there is a reason for history left freezing.
that was leading the class when it had 4.55 laps on the board. With the pit stop, it's dropped down the order a little bit, and just to tidy up my mess there, WeatherTech Racing there, AMG Mercedes is in GTD Pro, and I quickly substituted it for another red, white and blue Mercedes. I'll hold my hand up to that one. Winwood Racing, we saw not so long ago, of course, Indy Doncher taking that over and going out now for 79. In the other class, the driver change has been made, and Jules Gounod has taken over from the wheel of the 79 car. And Jules had a really garlanded year last year as well, winning titles wherever he went pretty much, and it's a very, very strong lineup in that 79 crew. Cooper McNeil, such a stalwart, of course, WeatherTech family company, but when your sidekicks are Mauro Engel, Jules Gounod and Danny Unkadea, that literally is nothing they haven't won in GT3 racing around the world, so expect a good result. And they had been leading the class. Well, we've had a change down in the pit lane, unless Joe Brantley is mimicking Shea Adam. It is Shea Adam.
Good morning, gents. Yes, just to back you up on a couple of those retirements, walking out to the pit lane, I saw the NTE Sport crew packing up their catering. You have to do the important bits first. So that Lamborghini we will not see again over the course of this race. And the MRS GT, the LMP3, they too are back in the garage. There was no work going on for them, so it looks like we have lost them as well. Not yet an official retirement, but yet out of the race, at least seemingly for now. And into the pit lane has come the number 33. This is the Sean Creech Motorsport LMP3 machine from the lead of the class. They have sticker tires going on, fuel, drinks bottle change, but no driver change. So you'll know better than I who is in that car.
We'll check that in a moment. Rather than being the harbinger of doom that Shane was just then, I'd like to bring some good news, because I reckon the 64 TGM TF Sport Aston Martin is back in the event. 15 minutes ago, there was a message from race control to say that the 64 had returned from behind the wall, and I'm just trying to see whether Owen Trinkler's is now ticking off sector times.
I think he is.
He must be, because otherwise he's just going to be sitting in the pit lane doing not a lot.
No, he's got through the first timing sector. Actually, very good point there from Shea just a moment ago. NTE Sport, the car retired. That's the Lamborghini, but packing up their catering first. Very good when Joe Bradley just come off a stint. He's going to be hungry. Get those biscuits out of his way. So time of change in the pit lane, and the paddock, and Shea Adams is going to get across all of it. 3 visits to the pits. But if you just come back to this or whatever the race now, because we've had the Cadillacs coming into the pit. So the pendulum has swung. The captain never below us a pit stop coming soon. It was just an extra top up through the pit lane. That dropped it down to 60 now into the race lead.
Indeed. There's also a penalty that I wanted to tell you about for car 52, which is the PER1 Matheson Motorsport car, and that was for failing to adhere the minimum refueling time. So it's going to be 10 seconds to the fill time next time around. Not will have to be attacked for a certain amount of time. That was only 3 or 4 minutes ago for car 52, so will have been spotted during the previous stop for Nico Lapierre. 5th place in LMP2 for PR1 Matheson. Chasing down Whitware Racing, but they'll lose 10 seconds during the next stop. Benedict Francesco is the driver up ahead of Nico Lapierre in the 51 Whitware Racing car. Trying to stay on top of current stint lengths, and 1 or 2 timing glitches have prevented us from doing that. But we're doing some chasing down to work out who's on. Well, we know the Cadillacs are on a similar pit stop strategy. The BMW of Philip Eng's not very far away either. But Albuquerque and Nick Tandy kind of ploughing their own furrow because of their various incidents recently. So Nick stayed on board when he pitted last time around. Surely took brand new tyres for the 6 car. His lap speed is good again now, and he can start to take the fight back again to the 2 Cadillac Racing Caddy Vs. Acura back to the head of the order now, and over a minute to the good, Helio Castroneves. But again, the car has a different pit stop cycle for the Brazilian.
Again, at this time of sudden run of pit stops, just wait and see who gets up to pace soonest. But not so long ago, the field was very much running all together, all in order. Yes, we had the number 7 Porsche fall down the pile. We've got only 20 laps. And we've got I was about to say Helio Castroneves owes us a pit stop. Beat me to it. He did the pits, he's out of the car. So that's the number 60 out of the temporary lead of the race in the sort of the ebb and flow of the different time points at which they started their stints. Tom Longfish, Colin Brown, and Angelo very quick at around the half distance point in this race. Right round, Elliott, good stint there, but that setback. But what we've commented on since the start of the race, the Acuras seem to have a very, very good race pace and good fuel economy. Pretty good combination to have. However, yes, they're leading, but they're in the pit stop. They won't be leading with Sebastian Bourdais and Nick Tandy, who just very recently served their pit stops around the back.
Not wanting to trim your toes, Shay. I'm sure you're keeping an eye on that stop for the 60 car. Looks all to be going pretty well. A number of times under the caution, but hopefully a chance to catch up with Castroneves in the not-too-distant future. Should give him a chance to cool off a little bit. That was a long few stints. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a triple, actually, overnight. We'll try and catch up pretty soon. The 31 is returning from behind the wheel as well. And this is the car that Joe Bradley was updating us about. Gearbox change he was suggesting. That is a rapid gearbox change, if indeed that's what the team have had to do down at Wheeling. Unfortunately, it has dropped a number of places further down the order to 14th overall, and in fact behind the number 7 Porsche Penske 963. So the second of the Porsches, which was in strife in the opening 8 hours. It's the middle chunk of 8 hours, which is done for Wheeling. They are fueling that car now. Tyres had already been fitted, and it is away on milk float power. Malian hybrid back into the race. So let's hope that what looked like a very serious problem indeed has been put right.
Well, encouraging, real setback for Wheeling engineering. sorted on that car, because also often, many is the time that a car goes in and they're fixing one problem. In the time, there's other ones that maybe just because the car is there for a long time, they think, you know what, we might as well do these as well. So I think probably a fair work. Sorry, halfway point for number 7. Car's still running. Jack Aitken has taken over the 31. Engineering after those long runs. But it's quick when it's on track. Let's see if it can stay there.
Daytona Pro leaders now in pit lane. The number 3 Corvette, driven by Tommy Milner, arrives, as does Alex Riberas in the Heart of Racing Team Aston. So it's Corvette versus Aston Martin, pitting about 16 seconds apart at the end of lap 469. 3 and 24. Mentioning the Racer's Edge Motorsport with WTR car a great deal, so not too many times that 93 car has been at the sharp end. Briscoe enjoying his time. Oh, very tight indeed on the banking between two LMP2 cars. That's not for the class lead. The 35 to the inside, 88 to the far side.
Taking all down the inside, I guess vaguely, maybe just slightly on the track on the inside, but when both commentators suddenly just start drawing their breath in through their teeth, you know it's tight around the banking. But certainly in this run, Richard Westbrook has now just taken over the 0-2 Cadillac, and certainly he's just applying himself from the outside.
Well, just
fresh. Alex Lynn had a good stint, but did lose ground to the race leader.
Bear in mind, you got Mathieu Vaxivier and Guido van der Garde in those second and third place.
They're no pushovers, are they?
They don't hang around, and then all of a sudden Wesley arrived on the scene in the 0-2. So 3 abreast prototypes into the Le Mans chicane. Somehow they all got through, and on to the next lap we go for the race leading Cadillac Racing 01 of Sebastien Bourdais. But a chance to catch up with Bobby Rahal now with Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Bobby, you must be a glutton for punishment, or else you just love race cars at this early part in the morning. Why aren't you back at the motorhome getting some shut-eye?
Well, I have to be honest, I did get a little bit, but it's hard to, you know, sleep well when you know you guys are out there running around, and, you know, we're in the hunt, with a 24 car, so it's kind of exciting, you know, and, it's almost morning, it's almost daylight, I should say, and so yeah, we'll hopefully keep it going and have a good finish.
Is this race harder at this point in the morning as a driver or a team owner?
Oh, I don't know if this race is any fun as an owner, because it's just, you want the best for your team, and everybody's worked really hard to get to this point. You just want to keep it going. But I found as a driver, when the sun starts to come up, it really is a new day, and you get your energy back.
For you as Team Rahal and also representing BMW, this race, just making it through, will that be a success, or do you need the watch?
Yeah, no question. We had a difficult test season. The car was late, and all kinds of issues, vendor issues, supply issues, and the fact that it's running so well now is a real testament to, I think, what our guys have done, and fingers crossed. We'll see.
Fingers crossed indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bobby Rahal chatting to Shea there, and they, all things considered, I think should be happy with their achievements so far. A long way to go still yet, with over a third of the race still to be covered, and the whole of the daylight spell. But brand new cars, encountering new problems with every turn of the wheel, and it's about how you react to them, I suppose. rather than being bogged down, you deal with them, note how you manage to deal with it as quickly as possible, and carry that forward to try and fine-tune it in the future. There's the 24 BMW, still with Philipp Eng at the wheel and running in 5th position, gaining a spot because of the difficulties for the 31 Whelan car not too long back when Pipo Derani had to go behind the wall. That car is has returned to the race now, but so quickly you're in a lead fight for the 2023 edition of the Rolex 24, and you re-emerge in 14th overall. How quickly things can turn.
Entirely so, but I think what we should celebrate, here we are, the gap between the race leader after 508 laps and the crew in 6th place overall. Bobby's Philipp Eng driven number 24 BMW entry. It's only 17 seconds.
Yeah,
we're very nearly at the 2/3 margin in this race. Another 26 minutes, 17 seconds. The gap between 5th place Philipp Eng and Sebastian Bourdais, who's leading for Cadillac. But look, hold on. We've got Cadillac, Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, BMW, and another Cadillac. It's a great mix of cars at the top, and I don't think it's going to stop there. I think we're going to have more and more GTP contenders in the years ahead as various manufacturers get their knees under the table. The World Endurance Championship, likewise, is just poised for this incredible refresh of its top level. It's been a bit thin for the past few years, and hats off to Toyota for staying in there, mixing it up, developing their cars. But you know what? They've got their nose in front, but let's see how it pans out through 2023, because these cars, hold on, can I say what I'm going to say? I'm going to say it anyhow. Looking very, very good for their first 24-hour race. Yes, a few setbacks. Those will be ruled out by next time. Can't wait for Le Mans this year. I think the attention's going to be on sports car racing as not for a very, very long time. And for a lot of people drawn to the sport of motor racing through Netflix Drive to Survive, there's sports cars as well as Formula One, and many, many more stories to be told. So I think the margins, the size of the market is only growing. And let's see where it goes from here. World Rally Championship, they want more publicity. Someone said, why don't you do your version of Drive to Survive? But anyhow, it's all the stuff we've been saying for a long time, Johnny. Put cameras, fill people in. You need a backstory. And the backstory in sports car racing is as interesting, if not more so, than almost anywhere in the world of motorsport. So those that know the sport, they know that full well, but we want new fans as well. And I think the mix of cars, multi-class racing, it's all there, and it certainly helps having top manufacturers at the very, very top level. And that draws some people in. You know, they may not be turned on by the thought of a P2 Orica, but if they know there's a top BMW racer and the Cadillacs and of course Acura as well in the top class, and hold on, I forgot to mention Porsche, bit of a history in racing. Good to have them there too, isn't it? So yeah, you can understand why it will draw people in.
Well, it might not be a reality TV series, but John Hindhaugh, eagle-eyed as always, spotted Jerry Bruckheimer here at Daytona, I think yesterday or the day before. Famous, world-famous American film and TV producer, Top Gun, Armageddon, Pirates of the Caribbean. Is there an interest in somehow getting the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship into a feature film? Certainly, you know, he's here because he's enjoying the event and no doubt a motor racing fan as well, but that would get some exposure, wouldn't it, moving forward, to make a film of this event or indeed the whole championship.
Actually, Johnny, if you look very carefully, he's racing in the P3 class. At the cover of darkness, there's no experience like nighttime experience in a sports car race. I joke, but look, you know, actors and motor racing, they're not aliens to each other. Of course, we've got Michael Fassbender, his ambition to get Le Mans to Le Mans. Steve McQueen, much heralded, but, you know, Paul Newman, to me, was the ultimate actor-racer. And if he wasn't racing, he'd be watching racing. You know, he was so focused on it. And, you know, what a major star. You think of the Newman Haas racing team, all the success it had in the States, and again, just revered wherever he went, but such a racer. And many other actors I would have forgotten temporarily. It is night time, and that's almost a cue for another sacred coffee input, but, you know, I better go a bit easy. I might get a little bit juddery if I have too much, but plenty to entertain us at the moment, though. But gosh, it does just focus. We did to Dubai 24 hours ago. We talked about 13.25 hours of darkness. What madness! We've got exactly the same amount here at Daytona. And suddenly, day will come. As Bobby Rahal was saying, it's when we were speaking to him, Shea was speaking to him, it's 5:10 in the morning. And he referred to it this morning when, well, not dawn yet, but, you know, I'm not going to be in bed. Wayne Taylor stays on the perch throughout. you know, famously, sometimes you go, oh, he's awake, but he refuses to leave. But to have, you know, Bobby Rahal, he is such a racer too.
Yeah.
3 generations of racers in the world of motorsport, and you know, Bobby just is through and through a racer, following after his father Mike, and it's just great. And you know, that you can't stay away. You're not sleeping properly. Give it up. Get on the pit wall. But also, I liked the solidarity he had with his crew. I couldn't have my people scurrying around, running around, if I'm not there. You know, that's what leadership's about.
Yeah. Don't get anyone to do a task that you wouldn't be prepared to do yourself, is the old saying, kind of. I got there in the end. Indy Doncia, you got a sound of his glorious 6.2 litre V8 in the front of the Mercedes-AMG that leads GT Daytona a moment or two ago, and Indy's looking to close in on Jules Gounon. They're on a similar speed, 2.3 seconds separating the GT Pro and the GTD leaders. So you've got Gounon in the 79 WeatherTech Mercedes, Doncia in the GTD similar car for Winward, and then Darren Turner in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin Vantage, also a GT Daytona car.
You know, we've been talking, Johnny, about how Mercedes were tipped to do very well in the GTD and GTD Pro classes. They're first in each of those at the moment. Aston Martin, an awful lot of similarities. They've been looking really strong. However, no however to Aston Martin. Vasser Sullivan with their Lexus looking really good. They're running in 4th place, and at the moment Jack Hawksworth is just 3 and a bit seconds down on Darren Turner in the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and it's good times for Lexus. I think we could, and we have a spinner.
Well, that's the 6 Porsche. Now that surely just happened. Yes, it has, on the infield section, and now rather damaged, having had a significant portion of the rear deck torn off that car by the looks of things on the grass. Yeah, it is carrying damage, isn't it?
He's low on the banking, and there's stuff flapping around, bodywork parts flapping around under the tail of that. So this is the better pace of the 2 Porsches.
It is.
Tandy in, well, he was 3rd. I think he was under, but he's fallen back behind Richard Westbrook, and now he's limping in. So 1 Porsche really delayed, lost only 20 laps early in the race. Now, lights are flashing on and off, but this is limping into pit lane slowly. There's one for Shea to catch up.
Absolutely right.
There's less of a Porsche than left the pits, put it that way.
Lost 13 seconds in the middle sector, a significant off on the infield, Shea, and Nick's in. They're going to tend to the rear deck first of all. That's the bit that was most beaten up, and they'll do a driver change at the same time. Leap in just as soon as you're anywhere close, but Tandy in for an earlier stop than expected. Our stint lengths are a little bit awry because of the timing glitch not too long ago, but this is an earlier than expected stint. Penske, though, were poised and ready, as you would expect, nothing less from them. And what remains of that rear wing and deck, well, there's, I mean, very little of it at all. It's almost like the bones of what would have been a very meaty rear deck indeed. The new piece being offered up, let's hope it snaps into place. All of this being done within the refueling timing window and being closely observed by at least one IMSA official, possibly a couple, to make sure that all the rules are being abided by. But Nick, I'm sure, will now be debriefing with the team. I don't know whether he ran into somebody else, whether there was something to be checked up upon. Was that just running the tyres too far into the stint? He looked to have lost it, for me, in the left-hand kink of the infield section, and was then on the grass on the inside of the Western Horseshoe. And it is really bumpy there. It looks pretty smooth from the outside, but as soon as you're on a prototype going backwards across the turf, you don't half find out that there are a number of potholes there.
Yeah, I'd very much like to see the start of that incident. If you're on the outside, when you go through the kink, it does become a case of, oh dear, there's not much track in front of me because there's mainly grass.
So
I reckon a back marker would have been involved. He goes up the inside to clouts the curve on the inside. He goes inside a P3 runner, then he goes through some marker boards, rotates around, sees that thing that drivers hate, a face full of headlights coming towards him. Then he comes to a stop on the grass on the infield and then goes to tarmac, needs some tarmac. So off he goes again, but the rear end damage was going across the grass, and it literally was, he hit that curb on the left-hand side on the kink, and then the car just was shoveled off to the right, and then it was a case of slow it down.
Very difficult to know whether there was contact or not, but purely because we were only treated to the camera pointing out the front of Nick's car, so from his vantage point pretty much, didn't give us a view rearward or indeed to his right. But I don't think that was contact from the LMP3 car. I think Bruce is right that its line was compromised. Nick was trying to go up the inside of a slower car and thumped the curb, and maybe didn't quite expect the reaction from the car that he got. Nick will be the man to speak to, of course, about that, and hopefully Shea will be able to put a microphone under his mouth fairly shortly. Still observing the pit stop, though, as it continues on. New driver already installed, but again, high drama for Penske Motorsport here. They've had their difficulties for car number 7. Matty Campbell at the wheel of that, which is 10th overall. And this number 6 car, which really they put all of their eggs in this particular basket, forced to, way before half distance. And the 6 car that was jostling with the race lead on those pit stop cycles is now going to be well out of it.
Well, what a change in the space of what, the last half hour, the last 20 minutes. 2 of the GTP runners hitting problems, and that means 31 car down into 14th place overall, falling even behind the one that had been left behind, Matt Campbell's number 7 Porsche. That's up to 10th place, but for Nick Tandy, he's at a standstill in the pits. He'll have to lose another 12 laps to be passed by the first of the LMP2 runners, but that's a setback. Do you say, and then there were 5? No, of course you don't. There are 8 hours remaining in this race, 8.25 hours. And what happens to one can happen to the others, but keep it straight, keep it tidy, keep yourself in the lead by nearly 20 seconds. Oh, hold on, who's done that? Sebastian Bourdais leading the race in the 0-1 Cadillac entry there. He's lapping in the 1:37, which we know, Johnny, is a very good time at this stage in the race. Last lap, 1:37.5. So the French ace from Le Mans doing great jobs. The number 6 Porsche gets her going again, running down pit lane and back out onto the track, but we'll wait to find out more. Did he jump? Was he pushed? Did he go around? It happened at the infield kink. The track went left. He went slightly to the right, unfortunately, and across the grass.
4 minutes and 34 seconds and counting. He will re-emerge, a new driver to be revealed in a moment or two. 4:44, so it's still counting up. And about to now go through the timing loop. 4:55. We reckon Matty Jaminet has taken over car number 6, and it is indeed. So the young Frenchman being given, well, to within a limit, certainly some brand new components. I was going to say brand new car, not quite, but he's got a new rear deck and a new nose on that car. You wouldn't know the damage that it was carrying when Nick Tandy brought the car down pit road, but I reckon that was about a 5-minute pit stop to sort it all out. They chose to do it in Penske, the race side of the wall, rather than Nick delivering it directly into the garage. It wasn't significant enough damage, I don't think, to do that, but obviously you're limited in terms of the number of personnel that can pour over the car, and it will rejoin in, well, still 6th position because the LMP2s are so far back, but it's lost. Well, in 5 minutes, you're going to lose 3 laps. Yeah.
3 laps. I guess if you're going to go off and you damage something on the car, damaging the diffuser at the back, it's an object that you can replace very easily with another one. But clearly, a little bit, they changed the front, the nose as well. Maybe there was a tweak. Maybe they're thinking, you know, when it comes to daylight hours, we want a different front on the car. Do it while you can. But I guess it just shows, Johnny, it may look flat as a pancake, the infield grass there, but it never is. No. There are always ripples. You go on your lawn at home, they're never entirely flat. How's yours going?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, that's not a campsite area, quite clearly. It's the inside of a racetrack, but it is that sort of bevel, potholey. You wouldn't choose to go there had Nick had this time again into that corner. But at the same time, that's the beauty of this race, in that it's a nice wide track on the infield, but there's really only one racing line. But I'm sure he will have done that manoeuvre so many times in the race already, though, to choose the inside line into the left-hand kink on the infield. But just much like what happened to him in qualifying, when the car skirted away from his control from beneath him with very little warning. And again, you know, you're driving a brand new car with its own behaviour. Tough to have to be able to react and rescue that moment. Once these aero-dependent cars go, they go with zero warning.
And again, to put too fine a point on it, they haven't done a lot of miles in these cars, and at what point does it go? You know, famously with a lot of performance cars, particularly in the days where handling wasn't as good, there was a point at which a car would get away from you, but where exactly was that point as you were doing your heroics on country roads, but better still on race circuits, of course. But at least the last 30 years have had plenty of time for people to develop track day companies and people to get out and drive their cars in a way that in many ways they were made for. But anyhow, right there, it literally was probably the smallest of margins. Round went Nick Tandy. But the outcome of that is the number 6 Porsche that has led this race not so long ago, was at the front, is now 4 laps down on the race leading 0-1 Sebastian Bourdais, who's got, last time I checked, 20 seconds to good. Now it's 21.5 seconds as he ekes away from Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 Meyershank Racing with Curb, Agajanian, Acura. Don't forget Tom Blomqvist, I think, still has the fastest lap of this race. Now, has that been taken away? No longer with him. No, it still is. 1 minute 35.6 seconds. Set on, lap 6 of the race, a mere 511 laps ago.
It's RS2, IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We are around the world on IMSARadio.com. And if you head there and click the live video tab, if you're outside of the United States of America, you can enjoy uninterrupted in-vision coverage on the world feed of the Rolex 24 for the 61st edition. If you're in the US, then it's RS2 IMSA Radio for audio only. But that is WeatherTech SportsCar Championship racing all the way through the season. Every single race live on RS2 this year, again, with flag-to-flag coverage. And we're here at the track on 107.9 FM and Sirius XM 207 if you're further afield. Shea Adam in the pits, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre for the latest edition of the Rolex 24 here from Daytona. And we're only 10.5 minutes away now from 2/3 distance. 5:30 in the morning. That means another hour and 45 minutes before we reach daylight, which is 7:15. And that's fairly comfortable temperature, I would say, even for Shea, who is a Floridian, let us not forget. She likes her layers at this time of night, but 66, 67 degrees Fahrenheit for overnight is pretty good, isn't it, Shea? How many layers have you currently got on?
Well, 3-layer Nomex and then a layer below that, but it's actually pretty warm, dare I even say it, to the point where when I came out from a slight snooze in the lot, it was to the point of, I don't need that extra sweater. I have been looking for Sir Nicholas Tandy of Bedfordshire, I think is the official name we've given him. I do not see him in the Porsche box anymore. And unfortunately, I was having a slight pit stop of my own, getting a new headset while he came in to do the pit stop, so he has slithered away.
Well, thank you for the effort. It was a bizarre moment. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that on a replay somewhere. We've also now got damage on a rear of an LMP3 car. This is a Duquesne heading in.
Is it the JDC car, number 85? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, the rear wing is at a jaunty but not altogether recommended angle there. So car, that hasn't long had a pit stop. Luca Master, Luca to Mason or Mason to Luca? Let's have a little look. Car 85. Running as it shouldn't be. But,
as it came in, I reckon there were 25 laps on the...
Luca Mars and...
yeah, 25 laps on the stint, though, and that car can stretch to 33, so it wasn't a million miles away from needing to come in for some fuel, but it's got damage on the tail. You're right. I don't know where that has come from. Because it's a peculiar height. It's damaged the rear wing, but nothing below it. So is that just purely from the aero? Something's broken? Again, highly unusual on an LMP3 car if that is the case. Although, here at Daytona particularly, rear wings are under incredibly high stress.
And also, when the cars run a little bit down the banking and you go onto the transition onto the track that's level on the inside, that gives a mighty jolt. And it looks so one side of the swan neck has fractured.
No, I was going to say that the rear right bullet is missing, as we call them, which is the cheese wedge-shaped panel of carbon fibre, which should be sitting there with a tail light on it. That's no longer evident either. Shea's just asked me the question off air, are we expecting a caution? Well, if we've got a very large door wedge shaped piece of carbon fibre in the middle of the track, then absolutely yes. Is your question, Shay, because there are teams readying themselves for stops?
Yes, and some interesting teams, including the Meyer Shank Racing number 60, and that car into the pit lane now. Tom Blomqvist not out there terribly long. I was expecting this to be fuel only. No, they're doing tires as well. They ran around to do the right front tire, and yep, they're going to do all 4. We've also got Porsche up on the wall for number 7, and we've got the WeatherTech crew for Mercedes up on the wall for the number 79 as well. That's what sort of triggered me there, Johnny, because all of a sudden all these crews who were trying to sleep were very much not asleep anymore. It's fuel and tires for the number 7 Porsche. Left side only. Interesting ploy for them, and a clean of the windshield as they wait for the last little bits of energy and fuel to go into that car.
Well, it's certainly worth taking the opportunity if you know there's debris out on the racetrack. On the other hand, the number 10 car of Philippe Albuquerque is off strategy, so that will have been another 31-lap stint for car 10. So it's actually on the bubble, and less, I think, to do with expecting a caution and more just because the car was running out of energy/fuel. And Matty Campbell's 7 car was in that ballpark as well. 31 laps. So they are purely on distance. Sebastien Bourdais staying out on the racetrack in the 01 Cadillac V LMDH, and you've got the Acura ARX 06 of Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 for Mike Shank Racing with Kerb Agajanian still in 2nd position. He's 20 seconds away from the race leader. 5.5 seconds further back is Richard Westbrook. But one of the key players now in the GT Daytona fight, car 23 from Heart of Racing, has appeared on pit road, Jay.
No service going on to this car, Johnny. They have put it up on the air jacks, removed the left rear tire, and then all the mechanics scrambled back over the wall. They've got an old-fashioned toolbox. They got the blocks underneath the car. They are going to work. Let me see if I can get in there without being obtrusive, because I do not want to take away from any of the work that the mechanics are doing. They're not actually active yet. Alex Riberas, a good deal of grass actually on the Michelin tires that are still on the car. They've got the sliding jacks out now too in case they need to reposition the car. Let's see, are they going in for suspension? It's not brakes because they do not have new ones set up. It's definitely suspension components. Ugh, heartbreaking.
Well, we'll remind you, it was right up there, this car. Had led for a spell, Alex Riberas coming in, and let's try and work out on the sector times where he's potentially had an off-track moment. I mean, if there's grass on the tyres, there's only grass really in one key area, which is the infield. And the middle sector has taken him 111 seconds when it would normally take you 49, 50 seconds. So he's lost 20 seconds or so on a best time through the mid-sector. Has he done a Nick Tandy, therefore, and left the road, squirmed across the grass and rejoined? But it looks like that has done damage to the suspension potentially as well. So let's try and talk you through it. Out of turn 1, clean so far for Alex Riberas through the kink at right and left, and that was relatively clean, but he's slowing and took to the cutout of the first horseshoe. So the problem has already crept in at this point. It wasn't a slide or a spin. He's had to reset the car by the looks of things. So has a suspension component actually given way as he's come off the banking and round turn 1, Bruce?
Very interesting replay. My initial thought, if I hadn't seen the car and what they're doing in the pit lane, I'd thought he just realised he's got a puncture and he's just pulling out of the way, using that cut through at turn 3, but his lack of pace thereafter. Now, Shea is down with them. They're working under the left rear wheel arch, but for Ross Gunn and David Pittard, whether they're trying to get asleep or not, they'll be so gutted. That 23 car was going really well, but for Alex Riberas sitting on board, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. It's up to the Heart of Racing crew, Heart of Racing team crew, to sort it out, but it looks like left rear suspension. You're absolutely right, Johnny.
So 49 seconds plays, 111. That's more like actually a minute lost, isn't it, in that middle sector, because he was parked up on the right-hand side on the exit of the first horseshoe, the international horseshoe, for a significant segment of that.
Well, Shea was just telling us they're having to pull the brake disc out of the way to get to what they're trying to fix. So it's not just put a new one on and sort it out. There's a lot to be done there. So on such a trivial thing, driving on his own with nobody immediately around him, but it's tumbling down the charts in GTD. still listed as 6th in GTD Pro, 15th overall in the outright GTD competition. But for Alex Riberas and his teammates Ross Gunn and David Pittard, nothing they can do about it.
So we'll give you a recap of how things sit in a moment or two, because we're about to reach the end of another racing hour here on RS2 IMSA Radio. That will put 16 hours in the book, a further 8 still to go. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer and Shea Adam looking after matters for the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and things chop and change again in GT Daytona. So a chance for another VP Racing Fuels in-race update before we close this particular segment. And let's go GTP first of all, because Sebastian Bourdais in his Cadillac, full Cadillac Racing, leads after 523 laps. And he has a margin of 23, nearly 24 seconds up his sleeve over Tom Blomqvist. That car of Tom's has pitted way more times than the car that leads the race. There have been 8 more stops for the Meyer-Shank Racing by Kerr Bagagini and Acura, but they've generally all been in cautions where they haven't necessarily lost laps. Clearly they haven't lost laps because they're on the lead lap of 524 currently, and only short of 24 seconds for the race leader. But it just shows how much they've had to be keeping on top of that number 60 when and where possible. There it is, heading out of the infield section and up onto Speedway turn 1 for yet another time. Third position is the 02 Richard Westbrook driven Cadillac Racing V LMDH. Car third overall from Augusto Farfus's BMW M from Team RLL. We heard from Bobby Rahal not too long ago with Shea. Car 24 is in 4th position. Then it is the Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing, Andretti, and Brendan Hartley took that over. Hopefully we mentioned that, but when Philippe Albuquerque came in, it seemed like off strategy, but it was perfectly on for the number 10 car. The Kiwi took over. 6th position is Mathieu Jaminet, after the damage that Nick Tandy incurred after his off-track excursion on the infield at Daytona. Front and rear damage for the Penske 963. Mathieu Jaminet took that car over and it runs in 6th. LMP2 is led by Guido van der Garde now after his charge and side-by-side moment with Mathieu Vaxivière on the back straight probably half an hour, 40 minutes ago now, but that was enthralling to watch. And TDS has worked his way to the sharp end for car 35. Ahead of the 04 for Esteban Gutierrez for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. AF Corsa's LMP2 car number 88, Mathieu Vaxivière is in 3rd, ahead of Devlin Di Francesco for Rick Ware Racing. And then it's the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car 5th for Alex Quinn yet again, 51 ahead of 52. The stragglers in GTP remain the 7 Porsche, which is 10th overall for Matt Campbell, and the 31 Whelen Engineering Racing Caddy, which dropped to 8th position after a major gearbox problem which saw the car virtually stopped out on track in the final sector. LMP3, Nico Pino at the head of the order in car number 33 for Sean Creech Motorsport, ahead of AWA and Nico Veroni, number 17, and the Fast MD Racing 87 for Nick Boole is in 3rd. GTD Pro, headed by Jules Gounon, WeatherTech Racing Mercedes AMG number 79, leads a GTD duo, so it's Pro ahead of non-Pro. Indy Donchers, Winwood Racing 57, Mercedes is 2nd. Darren Turner in the heart of racing, Aston is 3rd. Then 2 more GT Pro cars. Jack Hawksworth is 4th, 2nd in class, but 4th of the GTs for the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF. And in 3rd position, 5th of the GTs, 3rd in Pro though, Tommy Milner with his number 3 Corvette. That was your hourly update brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty.
Thanks very much, Johnny. And I was just taking a little chance while you were running down the order there to check what was happening out in the world of Twitter. And right, this is from Team Penske. Pay attention to the front. Car number 6. Misfortune for the number 6 car. Will keep soldiering on. There is no mention there was any push or shove, simply a spin. They had to repair the damage to the underside of the rear of the car. They put a new nose on as well. But they're 3 laps down. So one of their cars 3 laps down. That's number 6. That has been the contender for the lead. And the sister car still resolutely 16 now at the moment, 17 laps down, Matt Campbell. He's in 10th overall in the number 7 Penske Porsche. and the sister cars. They both had setbacks, but the sister car, number 6, still in 6th place. But really the car it has for company is the number 10 that's in 5th place overall. That's the Konica Minolta Acura. That's run by WTR Andretti Autosport, and that's pushing around with Le Mans winner Brendan Hartley at the wheel of that.
Just getting to the bottom of some of the messages from race control during Alex Ribeiras's moment. It was initially listed as, and this was at 5:33 a.m. Car 23 stopped on course between turns 1 and 6. Well, that's quite a large period, but it's basically on the infield and in the first cut through, as I mentioned, the International Horseshoe cut through. Then there was another message about 30 seconds later saying car 23, Alex Ribeiras, continuing slowly from turn 7. So that would account for him taking 111 seconds, nearly 2 minutes, through the middle sector and eventually returning to pit road. But the last thing Heart of Racing wanted there, after such a good and trouble-free opening 16 hours. At least they do still have some recovery time, though. But the problem is GT Daytona has been run at such a relentless pace, just like every other class in this event. It's going to be so tricky to catch that time up again, even if we do get a big portion of cautions. And you know, I didn't mean to rhyme that, but it did. We've had steady cautions. I wouldn't say we've had a lot compared to previous Daytonas. Clearly 2020 was the standout year where we got the record distance, but you know, there was a forward step by race control 4 or 5 years ago to say, let's just count to 10 or maybe even 30 before we push that caution button, because some of the time they can rectify themselves. These cars highly electronic these days, even more so we're now into a hybrid era, and sometimes just turning them off and back on again rectifies the issue, but drivers need time to do that.
No, exactly so, and I think it's the mature way of doing things. So the caution periods, they've been relatively short, frankly.
Yes, true.
No great monster periods, which actually a lot of the teams probably want, if they're having slight problems with their car, the longer caution periods, chance to do multiple visits to the pits if they so choose, and just fix a little here, a little there. But racing's been really pretty clean indeed, and I'm very impressed with the prototype so far in this new GTP class. It's great having that GTP name back, but the thing that just comes that'd be straight when I look at the timing screens is that the Cadillacs really in the second half of the night here are coming on strong, not only leading the race by, well, it was 20 seconds, it's now rather more than that. Sebastian Bourdais, 26 seconds the good from Tom Blomqvist, and lapping as fast, if not faster. In fact, the last 3 laps have been faster than the Acura, but at any point in the race up until the last couple of hours, the Acura, particularly the number 60, has been super quick. The number 10 Acura from the Konica Minolta car in that lovely black and blue livery, that's been lapping well, but that was really sort of out of the equation. But Brendan Hartley, well, he's 3 laps down in that. He too can lap 1 minute 37s when he needs. But you get a setback in this race, and if other people don't have them, you're not going to make it up again. You're not going to make up 3 laps because of the quality of the field at the front. However, there is this question mark, Johnny. These cars are still so new. There could be a problem that gets thrown up. They don't have an immediate fix. They haven't come across that before. Can I just go back to where Alex Ribeiras went into that cut through at turn 3?
Yeah.
You walk around the circuit for the first time, you're looking at the racing line, you're looking at the degree of angle of the curbing, how much will that affect me? Well, obviously it affected Nick Tandy there, or so it seems, under cover of darkness at the little kink in the infield. Off he went over the grass. However, if you've taken a little cut-through road, you might know where it's going, but you walked around it in daylight. Now it's night time. Very difficult at night time to see exactly where the rather strange bit of tarmac you've never set foot on in your life, how tightly it turns and when it goes. But Heart of Racing team have been going really well. However, problems with number 23 Vantage, and Shea is down with Ian James.
For Ian, this is a very difficult situation. Driver of the number 27. I'm guessing you've completed your stint by the fact that you're in what we would call comfy clothes at this point. But for the 23, you just talked to Alex Ribeiras. Any indication of what caused that left rear failure?
Yeah, heartbreak for the 23. They've been running right at the front all day, but I think it's a spindle failure, so left rear spindle.
Any reason to be concerned for the sister car?
Well, there's always reason to be concerned, but nothing we can do about it. So, yeah, we've done thousands of miles on these cars, and we've never had that problem before, so hopefully it's just a freak accident.
For the sister car, for the 27, that's the one that you've been driving. The focus going forward, is it going to be just cycling through Roman and Darren and Marco?
Yeah, I did 5.5 hours in the first 10 hours, so I've done my bit. Now it's the let it go, take it to the end.
Oh, come on now, that's a little bit greedy. I know you only get to drive in the endurance races, but taking full advantage, you're still enjoying it.
Well, they're much faster than me, so they should have the glory runs now.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Having to put a brave face on it there, Ian James, as he says, you can do all the testing you like under the sun, but there's something about a 24-hour race that just delivers stuff that you've never seen before, and it's not a question of getting bogged down in the emotion necessarily of it, but just having to react as quickly as possible, put it behind you, and charge on for the remaining hours. But it does rather, I don't know, check your belief that it's clean running and hard work that gets you the results. There is always an element in motorsport that is up in the gods, a lottery, and sometimes it just falls the wrong way. But they do at least have 2 cars in the motor race, and Shay bravely asked the question, any reason why we should be worried about the other Aston Martin? Well, I suppose anybody running an Aston Martin in the race might be thinking the same, but then they don't necessarily tally, do they? Who knows what might have, it could be a road park, probably not, because they're produced at such a high standard these days, and so in such high numbers for customer teams. It could just be a curb that was caught at the wrong time, you know, anything really.
Sometimes catching a curb just at a marginally different angle puts a considerably different amount of force back up through the parts of the car. If you hit them at an oblique angle, you're sort of fine. If you start hitting them at a more direct angle, and it could be particularly in GTD where you have to adapt your lines if a prototype car is coming through, one of the GTP NMP2 cars in particular coming through. And yes, it could have been down to that. Might be nothing of the sort. However, a setback, and Heart of Racing team at around the halfway point in this race were just looking supremely balanced. They're bringing their cars in together lap after lap, or every lap, obviously every time they had a pit stop they pitted together, all looked synchronized. But now a little problem for the 2023, that's running in GTD Pro. Really their hopes of glory have to lie in the straight GTD class, and they're leading that. Darren Turner at the head of that field in the number 27. So they've still got a finger in the pie, looking for something good. And of course, as Shay mentioned, Ian James now largely out of the 27 car, but Roman DeAngelis, Marco Sorensen, not bad backups for Darren Turner, are they?
Certainly not. Great to have DT back in a really strong Aston Martin as well. He has headed away from a lot of racing within the GTE world within Europe, but still, of course, very much part of the Aston Martin brand. Not helped by the fact that the factory team within GTE became no more, effectively, but still running customer programs. Heart of Racing represented in this race, TF Sport, of course, as well. We are working probably an in-lap for Sebastian Bourdais, Tom Blomqvist further away from one, but Richard Westbrook on the same schedule as Bourdais. In fact, maybe all 3 pitted during the last caution, actually. Let's see whether this is an in-lap for the 0-1. Yep, he's peeling down to the apron. What a glorious sound that is, as the caddy down through the gears. Normally aspirated 5.5 litre right in the middle of this V LMDH, and it crawls to a halt, having been at high speed through Speedway Turn 4. There will be a driver change here for the race leader. Green flag pit stops once again, which we do love to see.
Well, looks great. I mean, Sebastian's record is extraordinary. I actually had to double check how many times he won here at Daytona. Just the once, 2014. He's had more success at Sebring, but nobody wins 4 IndyCar titles on the trot as he did and not have talent. And he had a masterful stint, 20-something seconds good. And we saw when he had that really firm, fierce battle with Alex Lynn that he wasn't taking any prisoners and getting past the number 6 Porsche when that was leading. We were waiting for that to come and serve a pit stop, but he still wanted to pass it. And we had those 2, even 3 abreast moments. But that was a monstrous couple of stints by Sebastian Bourdais. Renger van der Zande, you can see the white helmet of the Dutch racer clambering on board. He's taken over from Sebastian Bourdais. Thank you very much, Shay, for confirming that. So the 0-1 will be going back out on the track. Still a long way down towards pit exit because their garage is closest pretty much to pit in. But then you've got that long, actually fairly tight left-hander before you rejoin the track on the exit of turn 1. But it's looking very handy indeed for the 0-1 Cadillac racing crew. The sister car 0-2 has moved ahead. That's Richard Westbrook at the wheel of that, but he too will have to come deserve a pit stop. And then, of course, you've got fly in the ointment, the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura that still looks so it's got the legs to win this race. Easy for me to say. 7 3/4 hours remain.
Yeah, probably another couple of laps, I reckon, for Tom Blomqvist. So he is, what, 3 or so minutes away from the next pit stop for that car. So pounding round now towards the end of another lap on the high banks. And happy to go right through the tri-oval as expected. So Blomqvist, who's been the fastest driver at the wheel of this car, but that was way back on lap 6 of what is now a 532 lap race. We're playing with, well, possibly the 800 marker. In fact, well, having ticked by now lap 530 odd, but more crucially 2/3 distance. Let's just see where we were on the 60-hour mark. Now that assumes that the lap chart has caught up with everything after the earlier glitches. Let me just do a refresh and scroll to the bottom of the page. So at exactly 16 hours completed, we had done 525 laps. So probably 765, maybe 770 as a total. Because yes, that would be an average, wouldn't it? Incorporating all of the yellows as well. So it ain't going to be a record-breaking year, and it's not going to be an 800 lap year either. But still, very good speed indeed, considering how early on in the careers we are of these particular car designs, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, it's a big, big ask, isn't it? Actually, talking of asking, Jake Parrott's just come through on Twitter saying, back at the track after a little kip, could you kindly ask our friends at Sacred Coffee to expand distribution to the petrol stations of Daytona Beach, because what I just had, wasn't coffee as any reasonable human being would recognise it. I'm sure they'll be working on it. Well done, Jake. Did make me laugh. I might have another cup in a minute. But yeah, I mean, we all know, running through 24 hours, whether you're a fan, a photographer, a journalist, a member of the pit crew, it's how you manage your race, isn't it? And of course, if you remember the pit crew, sometimes the race manages you, because you think, right, that's an hour till the cars will be next in, I can go. No, you can't sit down. Of course, you famously see photographers taking photographs of pit crew lying down, unfortunately normally mouth wide open as they're trying to get comfortable on the floor. But it's pretty hideous. But of course, what's it driven by? Passion and adrenaline, and that's what gets released at the end. Win or lose, all the emotions come bubbling to the surface, whatever role you've had in a 24-hour race. But certainly we all know, on the Monday, the day after the event, no one feels exactly sprightly, we can say. I've never counted up how many 24-hour races I've worked on, but it's getting to be quite a large number.
Oh, you've not got a running total?
I'm sad like that. I could probably tell you how many circuits I've been to. 159. Okay. No, I haven't. I'm not Andrew.
Very good. 159, but not all featuring 24-hour races.
No.
Certainly not. I don't think there's ever been a 24 hours of Mallory Park, for instance. Although there's an idea.
But too close to the village, I feel. Kirby
True, it might upset one or two people, especially if you started running GTPs there. Perish the thought. Out of the Le Mans chicane to the high side goes the 60 car of Tom Blomqvist for Mike Shank Racing then. This, I think, could be an in-lap, you know. Is he going to make a verge to the... No, he would have got out of the throttle well before this point, so at least one, maybe two more laps for car 60. Remember, we do know, we have learned through the course of proceedings that the Acura, when it's running well and not losing any fluids, is very kind on the fuel mileage. It's got relentless speed, but also can eke out, on occasion, 31 laps per stint, and that might be one of the occasions said for Tom Blomqvist. He has a significant chunk ahead of Renger van der Zande and Richard Westbrook in third position. A question being posed to me is that of these 159 circuits that you have visited...
No, I'm exaggerating. I'm not yet at 100, but
the most recent circuit that you have visited, therefore?
The Tanaka International Circuit, the TI circuit, now known as Okayama in southwest Japan. Fabulous. It had two Grand Prix in the 90s, 94 and 95. A beautiful part of the world. The drive there in the morning, you'd see all sorts of wildlife crossing the roads in the woods around the circuit. Fabulous. And I tell you what, Japanese trackside catering, to go and get a massive bowl full of crisp tempura. Fabulous. And this year should be adding Motegi, which is Japan's equivalent of Cadwell Park, and you can insert the most mountainous circuit in any of your countries. That is what it's going to be. So that was
Twin ring Motegi, is that the
you're
place?
good, that's one. Yeah, but one part, you know, it's to be had. And again,
I've watched some good Super GT races around there.
Yeah, they have been fabulous there.
Here comes the 60 then. I called it a lap too early, but Tom Blomqvist arriving on scene. Still, we remain green, of course, with 7 hours and 42 minutes to go. Shea Adam is right next to the car to watch the stop.
Fuel, used tires, and a drinks bottle that is actually going into the cockpit for Tom Blomqvist. It is not a pressurized drinks bottle, but rather an old-fashioned one with a straw. It does look like Tom's official bottle, though, not just a throwawayable sort of plastic bottle, if you see what I mean. But they are doing a windshield clean for Tom Blomqvist, with 2 men working on that, as opposed to the one who was trying to clean off the windshield for Richard Westbrook in the 0-2 a few minutes ago. This looks like a far better windshield clean, have to say. Waiting on the fuel, that's all that's left. There goes Tom. And again, it's almost silent as the Acura leaves the box, so very different experience to being there with the Cadillacs. That's what I was trying to think of. There was just a spin on the infield for the number 6 Porsche. I think that's... Oh, it was Standy who was behind the wheel at the time. There was damage to the rear deck, but that car back out and circulating with Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel.
Yeah, not a great moment for Nick Tandy. He was trying to get by an LMP3 car at the time, and it was tricky to tell because we were only treated to Nick's onboard. So whether there was contact over his right shoulder with the LMP3, I don't think there was. I think it was him trying to give ample lapping room to the LMP3, but then he just caught the curb at a difficult angle, and that pitched the car off onto the infield, and he arrived actually at the Western Horseshoe backwards on the grass. Did untold damage to the rear deck. The rear wing just about clung on, but everything beneath that was non-existent when he arrived on pit road. Also needed to replace the nose of that car as well, and Nick got out, sort of had time to apologise to Mathieu Jaminet, the new driver, and left Matty to it. But the 6 lost time. The 7, of course, has lost time as well. So apologies to John Hindhaugh and the rest of the gang who are about to take over again here on RS2 IMSA Radio. We've not necessarily taken tender loving care over this race, but we've made it more interesting for everyone, that is for sure. We're not very far away from the daylight hours now, an hour and a quarter or thereabouts to go, and Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, will be back, in fact, in a couple of hours, just as soon as we've had a bit of a chance for some early breakfast.
Thank you very much, Johnny, and also to Bruce, the night shift with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, powered by Sacred Coffee, which takes us very neatly just after 6 a.m. In the morning, and that means time for another one of our hourly updates here on IMSA Radio, live from trackside. John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay here, and we'll run through that for you in just a moment's time. So, with 7 hours and 38 minutes, 42 seconds to go, let's give you a quick VP in-race update. Run through the leaders for you at least. Renger van der Zande has a healthy 28 seconds lead from the Acura of Tom Blomqvist, so the 01 Cadillac from the 60 Acura in second. Then it's the second of the Cadillac via LMDH race cars that has been run by, that are being run by Chip Ganassi, Richard Westbrook. Another Englishman there, he's about another 13 seconds in arrears. The top 4 and the cars on the lead lap made up by Augusto Farfus in the number 21 BMW M Hybrid. LMP2, bit of a change overnight. Had the 52 PR1 Matheson car leading for such a long time. Now the lead in that category is the number 35 TDS car. That led earlier on in the race with its teammate, the 11 car, long since departed the circuit. 04 CrowdStrike racing by APR in second. And third, the 88 AF Corsa. LMP3 is still Sean Creech Motorsport, having that cracking scrap with AWA's number 17. And then it is the GTDs led by the Corvette for the GTD Pros. And just into the pit lane, the leading Coltuf Mercedes-AMG GT3 in GTD, ahead of the number 93 Racers Edge Acura, the 79 Mercedes, which is the Pro WeatherTech car, and the 63, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and still hanging in a podium position in GTD, and in fact actually moving up a spot now with the pit stops. Ahead is the number 57 Winward car. That's your in-race update with the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty from VP Racing Fuels. Shea Adam down in the pit has had that leader into the pit lane from GTD.
For the Cawthorpe Mercedes, John, it was fuel and tires, but they moved the car backwards in the pit box while the refueling nozzle was still attached. So I'm just going to check in with the officials that that was okay, because I haven't seen that done for a very long time. They did that because the car came in at a wonky angle. The pit box immediately before them belongs to 20 of high-class racing, the LMP2. That car came in, they removed the tail, which all of a sudden has white marks on the rear where it should not, on the right rear, I should say, remove the engine cover, and then one of the mechanics gave the fatal hand across the throat sign and pointed back to the garage. There's still work going on it on the pit lane, but it looks as if this car might need to go back to the garage for some further work.
Thank you, Shea Adam down there on pit lane. And just before we leave, Shea, actually, I'm going to pop back down to ground level from the fifth floor here. Was there a problem from the high class number 20 there as well?
Yes, that's the one that I was just talking about that might need to go back to the garage.
I'm sorry.
All good.
Thank you. Not having a good outlap there. I'll just get me Michelin
cold tires, yeah.
Slow on cold tires.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm feeling the same. Looking forward to a coffee in a little moment as well here in the IMSA radio commentary booth.
Now the time at which you can use the low temperature tyres, and by the way, the temperature has not dropped at all. In fact, the temperature in the air has gone up a couple of degrees in the last couple of hours. Now sits at 68 Fahrenheit, that's 20 degrees Celsius. The track temperature has never dropped below 18 degrees overnight, and I think the lowest we got in the air was 18 degrees as well. That's 66, 64, 66 Fahrenheit sort of area. That never really got down to that 15 degrees that we heard Michelin talking about earlier on in the race. But having said that, there's still an hour and 50 minutes, Peter Mackay, of using that SLT tyre. After 8 o'clock in the morning, you can't use it. Now, what I don't know, and I should have asked the question, but it's just come to me now, is if you fitted that tyre at 7:30, are you allowed to keep running on it after 8 o'clock in the morning? I presume you must. I presume you have to be. You're not going to have to come in and take it off on the stroke of 8 o'clock, or are you?
I would suspect. You could leave it on. To be honest, it's. I don't know how much use they might well have been through the night, with the much higher temperatures than we expected. When you compare this to last year, it's another universe. I mean, we had ambient temperature of around freezing centigrade, maybe 1 degree centigrade, with a very, very low track temperature, and the Michelin tyres stood up to it brilliantly. And of course this year they've come prepared for that happening again. And of course, sod's law, we've got quite a balmy evening by January standards.
Well, 20 degrees Celsius where you and I come from, Peter. If the sun was out, in fact, even if the sun wasn't out, would be out in shorts and t-shirts.
Yes.
Let's be absolutely clear about that. It is warm. I've just heard something that I never thought I'd hear Shea Adams say at this time of the year. Repeat that.
It's warm. I'm not going to lie.
It is. It is warm. No doubt about it at all. Shea, you got the Corvette number 3 from the lead of GTD Pro. It was the leading GT car as well.
And that is fuel, tires, and the King of Spain being really installed behind the wheel of the number 3 Corvette as we wait. And by the way, John, I'm very pleased with all 3 of the Corvette drivers. They have all done beautiful, big, white, smoky burnouts right in front of me over the course of this race. So thank you guys for bringing the American muscle right back. And there goes Antonio, wasting no time doing another one. And his belts are all fastened. Oh yes, there is fire in his eyes.
4 pit boxes worth of burnout there.
4 pit box, okay.
4 pit box.
Here is another penalty, which... Okay, now I'm confused. The 96 Turner BMW has had a penalty for refueling while the car is raised. Explain that one to me, Shea Adam, when you can change tyres whilst the fuel is going in.
I can't.
No,
maybe it was on the jack stands?
On the dollies.
Well, you're not supposed to refuel it if the car is just up in the air if you're not doing a tire change, purely for the reason of they want to be able to roll the car away should something go wrong.
Yeah, but you can do it while it's up in the air and the tyres are being changed.
Maybe the car was not attended properly, as in nobody was there to let it down if something had happened.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll ask.
That's an odd one, that.
I've never seen that one before.
No,
I'm sure there's an explanation.
And we were talking earlier on about the difference in regulations, whereby you can indeed fuel and tyre at the same time. You have to keep an eye on that one for certain. By the way, somebody, I may have dreamt this while I was having me little pit stop in the front seat of the BMW, getting top marks, by the way, for front seat sleeping. I actually even jumped into the driver's side, and the very nice tan leather seats were superb in the 840.
You have the heated seat on. Did you have that?
Didn't need it.
Oh no,
didn't need it.
That's good for sleep.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
The fastest lap of the race, 1:35.616, and that was way back on lap number 6 by the Paul Setting and Paul Sitting car, Paul Setting driver and Paul Sitting car. That was Tom Blomqvist. He's back behind the wheel now and knocking out the mid-37s. 37.4 for Tom last time around, a 40 flat from the leader. So Renger van der Zande is being gently caught by the second place car. It's been consistently the quickest car through traffic and in clear air. That number 60 car fighting after a couple of extra pit stops earlier on with a query leaky gearbox seal. Now, I didn't hear of it being fixed or any massive action being taken.
The Pfaff Motorsport cars just come in for a pit stop in and out. Car number 9, Lawrence Vantor, on his outlap at the moment. It's well documented that Porsches haven't had the pace in this race, but Pfaff, they are fighting on it. They are in, they're on the lead lap in GTD Pro, which I think at this stage they would have taken that at the start of the race.
Dorian Pan going slowly for Iron Dames out on the infield. By the way, it was refueling on jack stands. Thank you to Aaron Churchill, who was listening on the radio. and had safety blocks under the car as well, so the car would not have been able to have been dropped and pushed away from danger. And they have made it to the pit lane. Dorian Pan, the diminutive French pocket rocket of a driver, is, I think, Shea, that was dead stick when it went past you. It certainly seems to be making progress down the pit lane, but very slowly.
It is doing that terribly stubborn thing of yeet, yeet, where you try to get it going, and it goes for a couple of meters and then coasts down the rest of the pit lane. But Dorian Pan still in the fast lane. Now she's pulling over toward the transition lane. They are the second from last pit box. Long way to go, but that is not a very comforting thing for her, especially to be out there at night with all these high-speed headlights coming up behind you. That would be an extra level of terror.
They have got it to the pit box, and it's gone up on the jack straight away. Have they run that car out of petrol, would be my question, or was there something more sinister? There's a new set of Michelin tyres being offered to that car. Fuel's going in, being watched by our IMSA pit official, of course, at that end of things. It is literally the last but one, I think maybe the last box actually before the penalty box. Second to last. The last one is the Iron Lynx car, the 63. That's the green one. Well, Dorian was sensible enough to put the four-way flashes on when trying to get in. This is a car with the purple marker lights over the windows on the airframes. Yeah, that might have been one lap too long, Peter, because that car has taken off. The only other thing was, if there'd been a tyre problem, and from this angle, if it was the left-hand side, unfortunately, I can't tell.
No, I don't think so. I think you're spot on with the fuel. That is, Shea very accurately simulated that. We've all been there limping into a service station, haven't we? So, but Dorian did a good job to get the car back to the pits. It's not been at the weekend the Iron Dames would have wanted in that 83 Lamborghini. It's their first big race with the car. And just kind of getting used to it as well. They've been using Ferraris for several years with that program, but they've got a really busy year ahead of them with their Lamborghini here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, but also they're going to be running a Porsche RSR in WEC and European Le Mans Series as well. So, and I was speaking to Rahel Fry on Friday, and I said, how's the Porsche? And she just smiled. She went, the Porsche is really cool. She says it's great. Of course, last year in WEC with those cars. Yeah, with the RSR GTE car. Yeah. So
Lamborghini coming for them next year here in IMSA in terms of GTP, and no doubt we expect the Iron Dames, the all-female team, to be involved in that.
Well, Dorian Pan, she's going to race with the Prema LMP2 team in WEC this year, which I think is a superb signing for them. And Dorian's super quick, and that should prepare her very nicely for what comes up in the future.
And the Prema team, of course, with the same ownership now as Iron Dames. That's Deborah Mayer, who's also head of Women in Motorsport Committee on the for the FIA, and putting her money where her day job is, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I remember, of course, the previous president was Michel Mouton.
Yep.
And Michel was just a force of nature when she is a force of nature in that role. And then when she decided to step back when President Jean Todt's tenure finished at the FIA, I thought, oh no, who are they going to replace Michel with? There's big boots to fill. And then when Deborah was announced, I thought, that's a perfect idea, perfect replacement. So good to see that the growth of female participation in motorsport is in the best hands as well. Speaking to Tom Muir from Porsche North America yesterday about the program that Kelly Moss have got going, which hopefully will be a kind of stateside version of the Iron Dames, to give it a kind of give it a description, trying to make opportunities to provide a competitive car, competitive team for female drivers to get their opportunity to show their skills.
Victoria Thomas was on Midweek Motorsport towards the end of last year, co-owner of Kelly Moss. With their expansion, and also will have a female driver via their shootout in Porsche Carrera Cup North America this coming year. They'll kick off at Sebring in, 6 weeks' time, and that is a great initiative.
Yeah, it is. It's a superb initiative. With big props to Kelly Moss, who have, for a long time been a benchmark team in Porsche Carrera Cup North America as well. So providing a great platform for a young female driver to show their skills. Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing, back up to speed in the number 3 car. They've been in the fight for the podium all the way, and they've recovered well over the last 3 or 4 hours after the puncture, which saw them have to limp back to pit lane for replacements. And Corvette Racing, they just know how to get the job done. When it comes to race day, that's when they come to the fore. Such a professional organisation.
And it will be Sabra Cook, by the way, to finish off that thought, who will be the first recipient of the scholarship into Carrera Cup North America. Spoke to her again on Midweek Motorsport. We talk about Midweek Motorsport blithely here. That's over on one of our sister channels on RS1 via radiolemans.com. All the archive is there as well. That was at the tail end of season 17, which was the back end of this year. We're into season 18 now. Had a special edition of the show from here on the 5th floor on Wednesday. And all the archive, as in everything that we do here for IMSA Radio or any of our other race coverage, all of the archive is available free to download or to listen on demand. This coming Wednesday, for that is when the show airs live, 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern, 8 o'clock in the UK. I'll be coming live from the booth at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It will be exceptionally early in the morning, so we'll be stocked up with coffee. And Richard Crailsey will be joining us for that as we get ready for our 4th consecutive weekend of endurance racing action. Dubai 24 in the books. We did just over 30 hours of broadcasting live from there. 25.5 hours of broadcasting from the Raw. I can't add up what we've done here because my little brain's not working. And then we'll be at the 12 hours at Bathurst next weekend, all live and free via the Radio Show Unlimited network of audio and visual channels, and you will be able to see that around the world as well on our video player as you are watching now. If you're outside the US, a little bit of a battle going on there between the number 93 Acura, which now has a new front cover, a hood. I suppose it is a hood as well. I'm not sure you can call it a bonnet because the engine's not under there. It is, in normal life, that would be a luggage compartment, storage compartment cover. So that car restored to life, purely decorative, is what Shadams just said to me in my ear. And that car is running in, well, it's the other Acura is running in a creditable 8th for
Danny Formal driving, 4th in class.
4th in class for the 93.
Ryan Briscoe's just got out of that car, and Ryan's Ryan's of course the real top driver in that car, and has as always done a top job. Now for fans of Heart of Racing Aston Martin, car number 23, GTD Pro car that was running right up the front, they had a very long pit stop about 30 to 45 minutes ago or so, just as I was coming back into the booth from my slumber. I'm not sure exactly why it was just in the pit box for a while. We'll try and get that information as it becomes available. And you can be sure that Shea Adam will be right on top of it, that's for sure. It's the number 17 Penske Porsche.
That's another new set of tyres. That's brand new set of tyres.
Shiny Michelins, yeah. So driver out of the number 7 is Matt Campbell.
It's been a good comeback drive for that car since they changed the battery and bundle of a hybrid. And as I say that, the tail is coming off that car. Shea Adam.
Yes, that's quite unexpected, as the engine cover now comes off as well. Still proceeding with the normal pit stop accoutrement, cleaning off the windshield. The refueling probe has now come out, and they are going to work in the right side of this number 7 Porsche 963.
There's a small clear,
good news.
Shea, there's a small clear bottle of fluid being held in the right hand of the guy who's got his right knee on the right rear tyre.
That's a lot of right, John.
A lot of right, and it is going into something that almost looks like hand cleaner that's going into there. I'm sure it isn't.
Well, let me walk around that side since I've got clearance.
A little bit of steam coming from the right front.
It says battery Parthium.
Battery what?
Parthium. P-A-R-A-T-H-E-R-M. Parthium. Interesting.
As we Google what Parthium is.
Now the engine cover going back on. The tail will go back on here in a second as well, and then the driver will leave.
Parthium. Right.
Parthium, sure.
Yeah, that is heat transfer fluid for a closed loop thermal fluid system. So that is part of the battery cooling, I would say.
And there goes Michael Christensen out onto the circuit.
Well, it's been an educational morning already. I now know what Parthium is.
That is I think that is a brand name. Shea, you spoke to Ian James, did you not, earlier in the evening?
Yes.
About the 23. What was the problem with the Heart of Racing Aston?
Spindle failure in the left rear, part that had never failed on them before in all of their testing or running.
Right.
And I asked if they were concerned about the same part failing on the 27, the sister car, and he said, well, it could fail on any Aston Martin, not just ours.
Wow. Wow. Old school, very old school, and a bit of bad luck there on them. So that comeback drive by Michael Christensen and the rest of the 7 team, they had actually overhauled the number 31 Jack Aitken driven Cadillac before that pit stop. On an out lap now, as is Brendan Hartley, tall Kiwi for Acura number 10. 550 laps for the leader, 533 for the number 7 Porsche. So they are only 17, 18 laps in arrears. So they've not, since they came back on the track, I don't think they've dropped any more. That's, so if we said 18 at, that's about 20, 26, 27 minutes, maybe a little bit more, getting on for half an hour. So that's exactly what they lost in the pit lane. When they went behind the wall, actually. Shea Adam is beginning to see some empty pit boxes. So that is retirements we're talking about here, Shea. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, John. As the 7 is slow coming through the tri-oval, keep an eye on that Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, because it's clearly not back up to full steam. The 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, this has retired. This retired a couple hours ago, I believe, but it was due to floor damage that they sustained earlier on in an accident that was getting worse and worse, and they didn't want to take a chance of damaging the 296 further than it already was, since this car will be running at the Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring. The other car that I've just noticed that has not had an empty box, and now there is nary a soul in sight, Era Motorsports, number 18. Have we seen what's happened with that? Because that's come to me as a bit of a shock.
That car is showing in the pits. So
it's not.
So it may be behind the wall. Christian Rasmussen was the last driver behind the wheel, and they've dropped. Let's see, how long have they been in the pits? Well, they've dropped some 20 laps to the LMP2 field. Just a run through the actual official retirements there. Dakota Dickerson in the 36 Andretti car. That's new since I was last on. Jaden Conrad for the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Jaden now inaugural diversity driver. The initiative from IMSA. That's the 42 Lamborghini Huracan. Shay's mentioned the 62 Risi Ferrari. We had the 92 Kelly Moss Porsche, the 11 TDS LMP2, the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes AMG GT3, the 74 Ligier, that's the
Ranch
74 Ranch Resort Riley run car. And the first car to go out was Roberto Lacorte's 47, the dark blue and chrome Ferrari 296, that car with accident damage. So how many was that, Peter, that I just mentioned? That's 6. 1, 2, 3,
8.
7. Oh, wow.
8, and the number 36 Andretti Ligier, that was a car that caught on fire.
Oh, yes, of course it was.
Just as we were signing off and handing in to Johnny and Bruce.
Kuiper Hoffman submits on at IMSA Radio, which is how you get in touch with us. The Paratherm for the number 7 was camouflage blinker fluid.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. No jokes there. Thank you, Kuiper. Glad to know you're tuned in, and very envious. Kuiper hasn't been able to listen to us for a little while because he was on a sailing boat from Europe to the New World and sailed across the Atlantic with some friends. That is a bucket list item, isn't it? That's fantastic.
You would want to do that?
I think I would.
Not for me. Not for me.
See, I'm much happier on a boat than I am in a plane, because I know if I fall out of a boat I can float, while if I fall out of a plane or the plane has problems I can't hover. Just saying that.
Oh, I don't have the stomach for the rough high seas, to be honest. Prefer terra firma as well. But 0-1 Cadillac Racing, Renger van der Zande, the Dutchman, driver who has so much success here at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona, and he's actually an F1 pundit as well in his native Holland as well. They have I think it's a weekly chat show where they discuss all things Formula One. He's one of the expert analysts for that. So another racing driver who's going to send us off into retirement, John,
yeah,
maybe.
Absolutely. I had another question, this time from Sven. Some cars have CA on the LED number plates. Any idea for what that stands? None. We've gone through any... I thought originally it was something to do with outlap. But why it would be CA, I've got no clue. Then I thought it was only 1 or 2 classes, but I've seen it on everything now. Originally, I think I saw it on the Scott Dixon car on one side only, and I thought it was just a damaged panel because it still had 6th position on the other side, but I suspect that was swapping between it. So anybody who knows, collective wisdom required, I think, on that one. Not C&A, which used to be a department clothing store back in
remember that
the UK, which actually did stand for something as well. C&A.
Yeah, it did. I'm sure my mum dressed me in CNA clothes when I was younger, if I remember rightly. GTD,
it still exists, apparently.
Does it really? Oh, I feel bad now. GTD, we've got a complete mix and match of GTD Pro cars and GTD cars. The Pro cars have red number boards, the GTD cars have green number boards. Now, mechanically, they're identical. You know, if it's the same model, it is exactly the same. It's all to do with the driver lineup. Pros, fill it with who you want. With GTD, you've got to have a mixture of experience of driver.
C&A, and it is the same company, was founded 182 years ago in Sneek in the Netherlands, and it was founded by brothers Clemens and August, now I'll get this wrong, Brenningmeijer, as a Dutch textile company.
Brenningmeijer.
Yeah. Yeah, Brenningmeijer. And C&A are the initials of the brothers, Clemens and August. So
maybe they're the official light panel sponsor.
Well, if anybody knows, let us know. The Era car has engine issues, is what we're being told. The crew is trying to resolve that and get the car running before the end of the race to try and take the checkered flag.
We don't hear that very often with the Gibson power units. The consistency of those units is quite remarkable, considering how many of them raise the pool of those engines that race all over the world in LMP2 competition. It's quite an effort, quite a logistical effort to do that.
Chris Matthews says, I need just to forget about gravity at the right moment, then I'll be fine. Bit of hitchhikers there, I think. Flying is just the art of throwing yourself at the ground and missing, I think. Somebody said to me, which is very good. DJ TG asking about the top speeds for each class at Daytona. Over 200 miles an hour now. DJ TG on IMSA Radio. Over 200 miles an hour now, considerably over 200 miles an hour for the svelte and very powerful. Not much downforce on the GTPs. P2s have been slowed back a bit, so I would think they're probably in the high 170s to 180s, maybe a tad more around here. P3s, about the same. The top speed of the P2s and the P3s, not that different for the two other prototype classes. And GTDs, again, same sort of area, 160 plus to 170 plus. So the stratification of the classes in terms of lap times, the top speeds aren't that different from everything other than the GTPs, which do look lots quicker, Peter, I think it has to be said, going through the categories. Maybe the GTD's a little bit slower than that. Obviously, everybody's driving a Porsche is now getting on Twitter to say ours is much slower than that.
Yes, there was quite an outroar from all of the Porsche customer teams. You can understand their frustration. I mean, nobody likes to be off the pace. That's the thing. You can understand that they're angry, well, you know, it can happen in a balance of performance formula, but on the whole, you know, in the GTs we've got Mercedes, Aston Martin, Corvette, Lexus, all in the top 5. So, you know, it works both ways.
Ethan Stanley says it's fun trying to figure out what CA stands for. I'm pretty sure it stands for calculating as the cars are on pit lane or coming out. CA is for caution, we're hearing, but there's cars running around right now with CA on the side of that, so that CAN bus I'm being offered. Very good. Calibration or calculating when it's not clear on position. I like that one, Dave Reed and Ethan Stanley have both given me that. For that one. Hello, Tom Marshallek here in the US. Went to bed just after halfway, back up at 6 AM to watch the final 7 hours. Hello, Tom. Welcome to Sunday. 7 hours and 4 minutes to go at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Bolton in just outside Greater Manchester. SBN 2002. BMW driver, do we think? 2002? Or is that the year? How is the RCF GT3 still so competitive despite first racing in 2016, making it, they reckon, the oldest of the GT3 cars? It's been developed down through the years, so constant evolution on that car.
Well, it's
7
optimised,
Porsche,
isn't it?
by the way, back in, and this is the car that had the thermal fluid on it. They're still looking around the car to see what is going on. The right-hand side door is open, giving the car a bit of a clean down while it's in. Been in 46 seconds, been stationary 46 seconds for the moment, and it is plugged in to the computers. This is the car, remember, that had its hybrid bundle. The hybrid kit changed early. BMW number 25 had the same thing. The car working its way back up the field, but that's lost far more time. Still sitting in 52nd position. 80. Oh, has that car stopped again? Oh, no, it is turning laps. Nick Yellerly back in that car. It was stationary for a very long time before it was safe to move. Tim Tree at IMSA Radio. How would you race of the BMWs? They seem to be struggling in the beginning, but the 24 is comfortable in the middle of the GTP pack now. Like Jeremy was mentioning that earlier on, Peter, and he's been absolutely right. Augusta Farfus in that number 24 car at the moment. And in fact, the 25's been running very competitive lap times. He's only a lap off the lead at the moment. 39.2 last time around. That's exactly the same as Richard Westbrook ran in the 02 Cadillac. It has been running 38 and it's done a 37. Now, all right, the other cars have done 36, and have we had a 35?
Oh yeah, the
in the race?
Acuras.
Oh yes, both the Acuras have been down in the 35s.
But only really at the start of the race.
Correct.
Really, yeah. I think
So
with
36s and 37s has been right on the money for clear laps. 37.3, by the way, last time around for Tom Blomqvist, who is getting a bit of a wiggle on. The 38s, 39s in traffic, which has been pretty constant. The gap at the front of the field, by the way, is coming to Tom Blomqvist. So to answer your initial question, Tim Tree, is yes, the BMW has found a bit of pace and settled into a decent.
I think they're a secret weapon, really. The 24 BMW crews, they've ran consistently. They've not had mistakes. They've executed flawlessly. Speaking of, I cannot spot the number of that. I think it is the 24 into the pit lane in for service. No, it's not. It's a 25, excuse me. So 24 out circulating around. But no, the BMW M Hybrid V8, car number 24, driven by Augusto Farfus at the moment, in 4th position. They've ran a pace that's close enough to the Acuras and the Cadillacs that's kept them in the game, but they've done it without mistakes. Every other car has had some form of delay at some point, and it just shows you how powerful that tool is to run trouble-free.
Right, so the panels that are used can show a car number up to 99, a class number up to 99th position, a pit stop time at 99 seconds, engine status running or stalled, directly receive CAN data from an in-vehicle ×2 transponder, panel communication and status diagnostics transmitted via CAN for logging purposes, and communications from IMSA. Not really telling me what CA stands for. It must be something to do with CAN data then.
So they're getting data while the car's going around. That's
possibly.
Wow, that's
possibly.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm going to retweet on IMSA Radio the link to live timing altamlsystems.com. You'll see what we see in the booth. There's the Dancing Ants tracker, etc., and a variety of ways you can present that, including splitting it down in different classes, thanks to our colleagues from Al Kamel. Always entertaining to have that team around. Another hour has gone by. We have under 7 hours to go. Here's the official coolant of IMSA Stay Frosty update from VP Racing Fuels. Cadillac leads with a lead that is being chipped away at. Another second has been taken out of Renger van der Zande last time around. He's coming into the pits. Shea Adam will keep an eye on that. Tom Blomqvist charges and actually is scored now in the lead as he goes under my feet on the tri-oval beneath us here on the 5th floor. So on the pit stop cycle, Blomqvist leads again from Renger van der Zande. Richard Westbrook for Cadillac 02, then Augusto Farfus in touch with that BMW number 24. Just one lap off the lead, as is Brendan Hartley for Acura ARX 06 number 10, the Konica Minolta car. Then the 963 of Mathieu Jaminet. If you're just joining us this morning, that car with problems overnight, a spin and a little bit of damage. And in the custody of Nick Tandy, Jack Aitken is in 7th position. And in 8th spot in GTP, having got all the way back up to its GTP counterparts. A couple of additional stops for the number 7 Porsche 963 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Michael Christensen now dropped down to 13th position overall. LMP2 sees Esteban Gutierrez in the lead for the CrowdStrike 04 Orica. 2nd place for Job van Uitert in the number 35. The 88 AF Corsa Nicholas Nielsen car is in 3rd. LMP3, still that race-long battle. There's just about a lap now between Joao Barbosa and Anthony Mantella. The 33 Sean Creech Ligier and the number 17 Duquesne. Those two, literally every time I've done one of these updates, have been battling on. The AWA car just staying on the lead lap for the moment. And in GTD Pro, it is the number 79 Jules Gounon driven WeatherTech Mercedes AMG GT3 that leads and is the best of the GTDs. From the GTD standard green panel car leader, that's the 27 Vantage, been there or thereabouts all race. Darren Turner in the Heart of Racing car. Just a pit stop further down the field for Indy Donchi in the 57 Winward car, the rebuild car, remember. He sits in 2nd in GTD. 2nd in GTD Pro, Tonio Garcia seems to be on the same shift pattern as Peter Mackay and I. He's back in the number 3 Corvette. And that is how it stands with 6:55 to go. That is your official coolant of IMSA Stay Frosty update from VP Racing Fuels. Full details of how you can keep your engine cooler with Stay Frosty on the VP Racing Fuels website. Let's head down to the pits. Here's Shea Adam.
Nick Yellowly, you needed to stay cool after that long stint. It's been a hard fight back for the 25 BMW, but you guys are plodding away. How much are you learning that's going to help you with this season going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because we seem to have relatively good pace. When I've been around the other GTPs, we've been able to stay close to them or pass them. So to have the hybrid issue early on was a bit of a kick in the teeth. But now we'll use it as an extended test session, run as much as we can. As drivers, we can try all the different tools with no real pressure, which we haven't had real chance to so far in the testing. So, and also the sister car is running pretty well, as in 4th at the moment. Pit stop pending, of course, but we can, go out on, for example, different tires and different specs and see when it's the right call to switch over. So, all learning.
So you're in essence running cover for the sister car, trying to help them win a watch. How will that help BMW outsmart all the competition?
Yeah, I mean, it's more, I guess, some people can use the faster car, say, to do the same thing, but because we're out of the race in terms of a proper result, we can change tires a bit earlier and maybe, make that call a bit earlier, and hopefully that will make the difference to them gaining a few spots.
Will this race be the longest test that you guys have ever done?
I would say if they complete it, yes. Otherwise, exact hours, I'm not sure, because usually I'm asleep. Yeah, I would say if the sister car completes it, then it will be, yes.
Yeah, don't jinx anything. Your crew members are getting nervous now. One quick question about the low temperature tires. If you were to put them on at 15 minutes before the cutoff, would you be allowed to keep running them through the end of your stint, or do you have to come in and change them?
My understanding of the rules is if you put them on just before, then it's okay.
Thank you for that.
No problem. Well done, Shea. Cleared that one up. I mean, that's the common sense thing, isn't it? Let's be quite blunt about that. I mean, we were talking with Mark Raffoff earlier in the week about the common sense officiating that we get from IMSA. Still some hardy souls in front of us on the grandstand, and the first vestiges of light beginning to illuminate the sky. It's quite overcast over to the coast, which is where the sun's going to come up. Some quite threatening clouds. Still 20 degrees in the air, that's 68 Fahrenheit, 19 degrees on the track. So the track and air temperature balanced up overnight and have stayed pretty constant. I don't think we've seen anything lower than 17 degrees overnight. It started to get warmer just after midnight. Well, did we drop down to 16 at that point, or was that 17? Certainly then started to go up. I noticed it at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Somebody asked me about it, and I tweeted them back, it's rising. I'm not sure, with temperatures rising and the barometer getting low, we're going to be raining men by the end of the race in 6 hours and 52 minutes time. Let me go to Shea for a pit lane temperature update.
Just an idea of where we normally are in the Rolex versus where we are this year. Normally, everyone in sight has a coffee or tea in hand purely to try and stay warm. Right now, it's about maybe a quarter of the people on the pit lane with a warm beverage, mostly to try and keep them awake. Very little need to keep warm because the air temperature is at such a high ambient level. We've got a pit stop for the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac. Alexander Sims climbing aboard, Jack Aitken getting out after doing a fabulous job overnight. They did hit some trouble when the gearbox started to come loose and they had to go back to the garage. I think that was during yours and Peter's sleep break. It was when I was just starting to wake up. These are sticker tires, brand new rubber for Alexander Sims, adding a bit of fluid on the right side, not in the Paratherm bottle though, this one just going in a pressurized bottle over the engine cover, waiting on the fuel and cleaning out the air ducts in the front to make sure that this caddy can breathe.
Now, how's this for one of the coolest places that you could be keeping up to date with the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona? James O'Donnell. Hello, James. Nice to hear from you. Listen to the first few hours on a plane over the Atlantic last night. Onboard Wi-Fi and IMSA radio. Definitely takes your minds off the lumps and bumps in the journey. Oh, bit of turbulence. Now, what he doesn't say is which way he was going, but I would guess you were going back to the UK, James, if I'm wrong. I apologise. Nice nice 981 box. Actually, it might be a 718 Boxster, dark grey with the ruby red hood as his avatar.
It was certainly lumpy for me coming over here on Wednesday, that was for sure. The bill was lumpy. Oh yeah, very. Going over the Atlantic, yes.
There's a big storm front, wasn't there, further north from here? We only got caught with a wee bit of rain.
Yeah, but it was, yeah, it was certainly, that's the way, 36,000 feet to take in IMSA radio. That's very cool.
Yeah, very good. Samaji says Michelin have introduced low and high temp comps, temp tyres this year. How do we judge these two compounds visually, and how does the organiser monitor the compound? We can't judge them visually. We were talking to Michelin earlier on, and they're only using those here. They don't feel that there'll be anywhere else that they need to. Possibly at Road Atlanta and the Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Motul Petit Le Mans at the end of the season. We asked about maybe a different sidewall cover, and they are looking at doing that. The second part, how does IMSA monitor the compound? That's much easier to do. They have absolute data because the pit lane exit has RFID readers either side, and each tyre has an RFID chip embedded in it. And this is technology that came from heavy goods vehicles, trucks, and their tyres to be able to monitor how many miles they'd done and what temperature range they'd been through. And it's been modified for racing, and therefore the information exists. And again, IMSA and Michelin, together with the teams, looking at ways that that can be presented so that we could tell you, that scuffed set of tyres that Shea's just told me in my ears has just gone on one car. That was last on at 6:30 last night and did 22 laps. That information exists. Also, we would know in a situation where there were two tyre compounds like here, which tyres have been used and how many sets of each compound for GT Daytona, GTP, excuse me, had been used. Remember, those tyre compounds only available for the GTPs here at that race, but an absolute amount of sets. So all of that, we're looking at ways that that can be presented so that we can enhance your understanding and enjoyment of this endurance sport.
Leader just come in for a pit stop. The number 60 Marshank Racing Acura, Tom Blanc was bringing it in, Colin Brown taking it out. No tyres taken at that pit stop, just fuel. So the Marshank Racing crew double stinting those tyres. Interestingly, Colin Brown having to go out on a stint old tyres. That's quite normally you would see them paired up, or scuffed, yes, of course, but far from fully fresh. So Colin Brown has got something to manage here at the wheel of that Acura.
Shea's saying that they were the low temperature tyres that went on that car. Hello to Chase, is just waking up from outside St. Louis, Missouri, enjoying the commentary. Morning, Chase. It is, I think it's 7:14 or 7:15 officially sun up. We then get to spend the rest of the race in a greenhouse today. We get the tomato plants out as well, get them ripened up.
Always find we have to do the Arivatin and Pikes Peak to hold off the sun here in the IMSA radio booth. Yes, absolutely.
We're hearing from Bruce Bruce Jones, as part of the Night Shift Night Owls powered by Sacred Coffee, how many new circuits he'd been to recently. My latest new circuit that I'd not been to was a brand new circuit which hadn't had an international event before, and that was Kuwait Motor Town. And they had built their pit lane north-south, and therefore you never got direct sunshine in the working part of the pit lane, and you never got direct sunshine into the commentary boxes either. I vote for that. Also, their commentary boxes weren't bright white, so they were actually a decent shade of sort of mid-grey to take away some of the reflections. And be careful what clothes you wear when you're in a commentary box, and not from a fashion standpoint. Light coloured shirts, when the sun's coming in through the window, you get reflections, you just can't read your screens or see what's going on them. There's a bit more science to this.
Pit stop for our GTD leader, John. Car number 27, Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Darren Turner got out, a new driver got in. I'm not sure exactly who will get him when the driver goes through.
Shea was watching that.
That would be Marco Sorensen, as he was the only other driver hanging out in the box. We're not including Ian James in the lineup anymore, John. He has switched to the comfy close strategy, having driven 5.5 hours in the first 10, as he told us.
Wow, that's a goodly stint. Marcel Duke, technical one for Specutainment and Gearbox Girl. Do the GTPs have an alternator, or do they charge the starter battery with the HV system? Well, now, Marcel, here's a question, because some of the starter batteries, some of the cars don't have, or didn't have starter batteries. With the HV Getaway, the electrified Getaway, there's no need for a starter motor or an alternator. So some of the cars were designed without them. Now, I'm led to believe that at least one of the manufacturers has retrofitted a starter. just in case they have a hybrid failure and have to try and start the car out on the circuit and get it back on the ICE alone. Remember, this is a spec system from WAE for that hybrid bundle that we saw being changed earlier on. So charging for other electrical requirements is done with the HV system, and starting is done by the HV system as well. Apparently, you just stick it in gear. Jeremy was explaining this earlier on, having talked to a couple of the teams. Tell me which manufacturer that he was talking about. You pull in the clutch on the steering wheel, start the car on electric power, so jam your foot to the floor, and then when you're up to pace, just release the clutch and it bump starts the car, basically. We've all done that. Sometimes try to do it on our own, down a slight decline in a empty car park in the middle of the night when your battery's gone flat and you've come back to the car and you've got to try and push it, jump in, make sure the ignition's on, jam it into third or fourth and try and get the engine to turn over, then dip the clutch and catch it. Yes, we've all done that dance. We've all done that dance down through the years with a failing battery or having left the interior light on or the side lights on. So hope that is an answer for you, Marcel.
The car number 14, Lexus Vassar Sullivan. Now that was Mike Conway taking out a massive big slide moment coming out. I'm sure under complete control, it must be said, just to try and generate some sort of rear tire temperature coming out of the pits. Now number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes is in GTD
They're
Pro.
taking out blanking from the front.
Yeah.
They're taking out little bits of tape that was put in overnight. Huge amount of heat coming off the right front brake on the 79 WeatherTech AMG. So they're beginning to notice that the air temperature is rising. 20 Celsius is 68 Fahrenheit. And there's more than a bit of light in the sky now. Beautiful sunrise coming. I always think to have a good sunrise or a good sunset, you need just a little bit of cloud cover to reflect the coming or going of the sun. And over towards turns 3 and 4 is where the light is coming from, and it immediately makes a difference. Quite heavy overcast at the moment. No rain forecast before the end of the race. I've got to say, I'm looking at that. Peter and I are motorcyclists. If I was outside, I'd be sniffing the air at the moment, see if there was a bit of a smell of rain. I know that sounds a bit odd, but you do get a little bit of sort of ozone-y smell when the rain's on its way. So
run for home at that point.
Yeah, turn away from the dark clouds.
Yeah.
Particularly if you've forgotten to bring your oversuit with you.
Well, I never had one. I was just always leather, so if it rained, I got wet. Got wet.
The advantage of having a big, comfy old bloke's bike is that even if it does rain on the BMW, the mighty BMW GT 1600, most of me stays dry. The one thing I always carry is a pair of wet weather gloves, which are exactly the same as my Alpine Stars summer gloves, but they just have Gore-Tex in them, so that my hands and my fingers don't get cold and therefore wet. Because even with heated grips, it's your fingers on the levers that never really dry out and get warm, is it? Not a problem that these guys have had overnight, as we've said.
Au contraire, one did. Gunnar Jeanette in the AO Racing Porsche, the air conditioning unit pipe broke loose and soaked Gunnar in his beautiful white Preston Hen swap shop suit, which they've had made up to match the car that won this race 40 years ago, and he got completely soaked in that AO car. So hopefully they've got that all sealed up again, so the other drivers in the AO Racing car don't get the same treatment.
Barry Skinner, thanks for your technical input, Barry, at IMSA Radio. After all these years, I've worked out how to tell the difference in tyre. They're round with the manufacturer's name on, and they come in 3 types: exploded, flat, or inflated. After that, I don't think the drivers are that bothered. No, you're probably not far away from the truth there, Barry. Thank you for tuning to At IMSA Radio. Been a decent night's racing. Not quite the mayhem that we worried about when Johnny and Bruce took over for the night shift, powered by Sacred Coffee. Still looking, of course, for our nominations from our team for the BDO Nose Strategy Awards. There's been actually some really quite good long runs here, which means the strategy hasn't really had to come into play up until now. I'm reserving my judgment. I've got a couple of little things tucked away, but I'm reserving my judgment until we get into the last probably 6 hours.
Could I throw one into the conversation?
Yeah, you can.
I would say the number 9 Pfaff Motorsport Porsche.
Good call.
Again, you just have to look at their lap times. I mean, their best lap time is 2 seconds slower than those around them, and they've managed to keep on the GTD Pro lead lap. I'm not entirely sure how, to be honest.
No, because they've worked all of the yellow flags. Period. That was one of our Porsche keys to race. Work the cautions. And they have certainly done that. They are sitting at the moment 4th in GTD Pro. And I would suggest, Peter, now that you've said that, for the BDO No Strategy Award, that strategy started much earlier in the week when they said, we're going to do minimal running. There's no point in us flogging
they
the
knew
car.
where they were at.
5mm restrictor reduction from last year's Porsche GT3 to this year, on a car that weighs the same and puts out the same amount of power. In fairness, it has a 200cc increase in the capacity of the engine from 4 litres to just over 4 litres to just under 4.2. However, that is much more for torque, and squeezing the restrictor has rather stymied the whole point of that, because they're not getting the torque that they were expecting. I think it was Jeremy that was saying that some of the other GT drivers were saying how slow the Porsches were out of the international horseshoe down to the other end of the infield. So certainly manifesting itself there.
Which would normally be Porsche country. With that rear engine, it's all about traction and drive out the corner.
Run
so
out of the corners.
Kind of takes away their secret weapon a little bit. But you know, we had after a very early caution, we had a big run of green flag running at the start of the race. I was watching Klaus Bachler in that Pfaff Porsche. He was lapped by the GTD Pro leader after 90 minutes.
Right.
So for the fact that we're now 6 hours 36 to go, and they're still on the lead lap, that just shows that they've played their strategy really well.
In comes the number 6 Porsche. This is Mathieu Jaminet, who's had they look like a brand new set of Michelins as well that's gone on to that car. Bit of a windscreen clean. These pit stops are not hurried and hectic. There's an amount of time that they've got to be standing still. I think it's 40 seconds, isn't it, for the full fill? So that's 3, 2, 1, 40 seconds now, and that was spot on the 40 seconds when the fuel probe came out. I love big lock up.
Oh, huge.
Big lock up for Earl Bamber in the 0-2 going into turn 6. It's much bumpier there this year. Manages to keep the car pointing in the right direction. That's the car in 3rd position with the blue nose and centre section.
He's only 19 minutes into his stint. So he's neither at the start, he's not as if he's on an outlap, but he's miles away from the end of his stint. So
That's
50 minutes in.
He's going to have a bit of rattle there on that right front. Michelin, he's heating up the brakes quite impressively. So he came out of the West Horseshoe. He's pushing a little bit. Who's he trying to chase down? He's a minute ahead of the Brendan Hartley. Just a little grab of the left front, actually, as he was coming in. Remember, these cars are brake-by-wire on the back, friction brakes on the front, brake-by-wire using the hybrid, the motor for retardation. Spooner in orange, more lightboard trivia. The LEDs that are used here are CA displays, common anode, which means all 8 of the LEDs have their anodes tied together in common. My guess it will default to CA on panel when it's looking for information to display. Spooner in orange, we love that. And Wickerbill gives us a factoid. I feel like Steve right in the afternoon. Oh, hang on a second. 38 fourth place car in P4. That is the number 38, which has been driven by, that's Performance Tech, yeah, John D'Angelis behind the wheel of that. Quick spin on the infield, and continuing. Factoid, the smell of rain in the air is microbes in the soil reacting to water. It's nature's way of bringing animals to a water source. You can thank QI for that. TV company, TV show in the UK. I like that.
The Collective are on map 1 full rich this morning, aren't they?
They are absolutely on it. Thank you for those two.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic. Kuiper Hoffman said, love the insights given to ergonomic design and fashion considerations necessary for a broadcast booth. I now picture you all dressed in all black with hoods as ninjas to reduce reflection. It's not quite like that, Kuiper, but you're not far off. Right, a moment or two ago, one of the real areas of action was the Le Mans chicane, and that's where the Performance Tech car lost the back end. Now, was that down on the bumps there?
Yeah, just carried a bit too much
headlights went
speed
out as well there. That was interesting. They're back on now, so I think that was a stall on downshift. Lock the engine, lock the rear wheels, and stalled the engine immediately.
Could be, yeah, it could be.
So that was like pulling on the parking brake.
Oh, penalty. Car number 93, that's the Racer's Edge Acura, which is running quite up the sharp end in GTD. Kyle Marcelli at the wheel. Too many crew over the wall, considered working on the car. Drive-through penalty.
Well, I think that is the first. I mean, they lost the front cover, or the fruit, earlier on. But other than that, I don't think that they've had too many issues with the officials.
No.
So that one is going to hurt them in terms of their position. It's a close fought battle in GTD and GTD Pro. They're sitting in 4th position at the moment, about 12 seconds ahead of the Magnus number 44 Aston Martin. Cadillac Racing 0-1 leader Renger van der Zande. Now, as he had a little issue through turn number 1 onto the infield. No, he was fine there. It's getting much lighter now, with sun up just about 5 minutes away.
Oh, no.
Bringing us to the end of 13 hours and 16 minutes. Now, a warning for 4th place Acura, Brendan Hartley. Again, this is failure to adhere to tyre usage recommendations.
Just a warning.
Just a warning.
That could mean a lot of things. That doesn't just mean low temperature, high temperature. No. It could be tire pressures, it could be cambers, it could be anything.
Now, the aforementioned Faf number 9 in from 4th for the driveway plaid Porsche. No surprise to me that the Canadian team has got a visit from our Shea Adam.
Yeah, it's meant to be, and they've got Sacred Coffee too in their pit box, so I really need to stop in and have a visit.
Thank you, Tubbs.
New Sacred ambassador Lawrence Vantor has gotten out from behind the wheel, and installed is Patrick Pile, 2014 race winner. And well, it doesn't look like they're going to be getting any new Rolexes today. They are going hard because this is a season-long effort. They are in it for the championship. Lawrence Vantor helping out with the endurance races for Klaus Bachler and Patrick Pile, but that was fuel, tires, and PP put behind the wheel, as he is affectionately known by his co-drivers. Patrick Pile, if you will.
I'm leaving that one out there and moving straight along from there. Thank you, Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Well, do you know what you're saying? No Rolex. They're sitting just off the podium in their class at the moment. It doesn't take too much imagination and a bit of bad luck for cars ahead for them to be in contention. The Porsches not with the lap time capability, but what they have done, that car has played the yellow flag game very well to keep it on the lead lap, as Peter Mackay was talking about earlier. It is PMAC and Hindy in the booth on the 5th floor. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Still to come, another shift from our night owls with JP and Bruce Jones.
Have you heard about their breakfast that they've had?
Well,
they've had McDonald's breakfast delivery into the studio.
That's just not.
Your good lady had the same reaction.
Yes. Well, that accounts for some of the smells. That's all I'm saying.
Well, at least they're not using my Camry.
They're in yes, they're in our Studio 1 and staying in touch via race control. Whilst up here on the 5th floor, we continue with 6.5 hours to go. And that Porsche number 7, the 963, almost, in fact, just does it as it goes across the line. 8 GTPs now back on the top of the timing and scoring monitors. Michael Christensen managed to get around the LMP2 leader last time around. Still 18 laps away, but only 18 laps away, which is what they lost on that hybrid bundle change early on. We got... I was quite impressed with the first half of this race. When we looked at the times of the races we have for the rest of the season, 2 hours 40, 6 hours, 10 hours and 12 hours, considering this is the first competitive outing for the GTP, reliability has been far higher than I think we were being led to believe, and managing expectations maybe by the manufacturers and the teams, Peter. And I know there's 6.5 hours still to go, but this, generally speaking, with those 2 exceptions, one BMW and one Porsche, has been a race that has not looked drastically different from previous years and the DPIs.
No, definitely not. Look at last year. We had several DPIs going behind the wall.
Yeah,
it's a 24-hour race. The car. If you think about it, that engine is hardly ever off. It shouldn't really ever go off in those 24 hours. The car is asked to just run and run and run. And here at Daytona, you're at full throttle for such long periods of time. So you're putting the vehicle through some incredible stresses, and actually the attrition in some other classes could be argued that is higher. So no, I think GTP, the manufacturers can all, the engineers and designers can all give themselves a pat on the back, because I think they've passed their first test. Sebring might be an even harder exam. I really believe that. You know, if you're going to find a problem with any race car, put it on track for Sebring for any length of time, and it usually will shake it out. I mean, we've seen that so many times over the years. Remember Sebring back in 2008, the Audis found a brake problem that they'd never seen before. They had to change brakes, and they said these brakes should last 24 hours at Le Mans, let alone 12 hours at Sebring. That was a huge shock. Peugeot got rattled, rattled into submission as well. And year before, alternators were getting changed like pairs of socks. So Sebring will be the next big
what, you
test.
mean once every 3 weeks? Is that?
Well, you can turn them inside out. But,
yeah. Get 2 uses out of them. Shea has got. We're only kidding. Boy stuff. Sorry, Shea's wrinkling her nose. I can see it from here. She's got the Koenigsegg Acura. That was the sound of the Michelin squealing as they were put under pressure leaving. Was that a full service, Shea?
It was. Fuel tires, and Ricky Taylor put aboard that car, and they were sticker Michelins. I believe they were still the cold weather specification of tire, but I'll have to double check and ask once again. But Brendan is up on the box debriefing. Helmet still on. That's how they do it here at WTR Andretti for their outgoing drivers.
JTR Motorsports engineer we're keeping him up to date on the drive back to Indiana this morning, listening on Sirius XM 207. Hello, good morning, good to hear you.
Hope it isn't too long before they're back home again.
Problem then for an unscheduled stop, and this is what kills you and your chances of a decent run. And this is the Mercedes of Korthoff, been right up there. Shea Adam is watching this.
The this car came into the pit lane, the crew completely not expecting it. I thought it was too soon for a pit stop, but having an issue out at turn 6 the lap before, losing the lead of the GTD class. They are now putting in the fuel probe, but the driver's side door came open and just sort of sat there for a moment. Now the car still sitting on the pit lane. Wonder if maybe he's lost brakes. If it's that point in the race where they haven't done a brake change, something's got to give. We do expect to see all of these GT3 cars doing brake changes at various points of the race. Some people have already done theirs, but for Team Cawthorpe, this is disaster as their chance of a Rolex is slowly slipping away.
Hello to Dan Ledwood, just after midday in the UK, tuning back in again after flying the mail plane to and from East Midlands Airport in the UK in a very faff-esque livery at ATR. Great to see the Acura NSX is running well, particularly for an relatively old chassis. Dan, good morning. Thank you for your hard work and flying the mail train. 32 has gone behind the wall for Shea Adam.
Oh, they were running so well.
But importantly, John, it's going behind the wall with human power.
Yeah, well,
I think it has to. Well, no, you can drive it. Yes, you can drive it behind the wall. You're right.
I think the next time we get a full course yellow, there's going to be a plethora of brake changes.
Yeah.
I think it's just that I think a lot of teams are really kind of waiting on one to get those brake changes done as well, and watching the mechanics do their job, and that is spellbinding actually, the way they're able to do that service as well. But Korthoff, they're not pushing back in a particular hurry, strangely. So I hope it's nothing terminal there for Korthoff Motorsport, because they've been so good all race long. What that does mean, another Mercedes AMG has gone to the front of GTD, and the front of GTD overall, car number 57, Windward Mercedes. What a story.
I think
no, Daniel Morad.
Daniel Morad,
yeah.
sorry, yes, Gilles Goudon in the 79 car behind it. Daniel Morad has done yeoman's work in that car. Drafted in at late notice yesterday to that car after a very nasty accident, if you're just getting up to pace with us this weekend, for Lucas Hart, who was supposed to be driving that car. Delighted to say that despite having to go to hospital and have some surgery, that went very well for Lucas. He's not up and around, and have a bit of rehab to do, to having some lumbar vertebrae issues, but that hopefully now has been addressed. That surgery went very, very well. The 32 Korthoff car now being towed by the tug back to their garage area. Lucas, if you're listening, we wish you well. See you soon, we hope. Supposed to be in Bathurst next weekend. That's not going to happen. I think Gilles Goudon's on the Bathurst list. I haven't really had a chance to sit down. I'm still in Rolex mode before I start studying that. And if he is, I think he'll be another driver who's done the triple of Dubai, Daytona.
Well, he won it with Bentley,
Bathurst,
didn't he?
he won it with Bentley.
Yeah.
Well, something very odd went wrong there with that 32 Korthoff car, because they were being caught by the 57, and at turn 6 the car speared off to the right, didn't hit anything, but I wonder if they were already having some driveline or maybe downshift problems, and that was why the 32 didn't make that corner for Michael Grenier, who's been very quick in that car. Another class leader, the 33 Sean Creech Motorsport car, going through turn 1 with that great Stars and Stripes livery on the Ligier. What a battle they have had with the number 17 AWA, Kanemaru behind the wheel. And I think that 17's just dropped off the lead lap. Let's see what happens. They're due to come round. Yes, they have. But what a battle that has been between the Ligier of Sean Creech and the 17 AWA. Still very much in striking distance. Sorry, Anthony Mantella in the 17. Kanemaru, of course, is in the 87. That's one line down the Fast MD Racing. But Joao Barbosa still got it, hasn't he, Joao?
Yeah, no doubt about it. The four-time winner of this race, once in class in a Mosler back in 2003, 20 years ago. So yeah, there's no substitute for experience, is there?
The man who quote-unquote discovered him spent quite a lot of time at the beginning of the racing standing behind us here on the 5th floor. That's Martin Short.
Yes, he did.
A pretty decent peddler himself. Martin Short actually led Le Mans in the Roll Centre car for... He never got scored as a leader, but I've never forgotten that. We were in the old tribunes then on the driver's left, and we could see all the way up towards the Dunlop Bridge, and he was leading that race for about 3/4 of a lap in that Roll Centre car.
Not many people can say that.
No, Deutsche Bank sponsored. Smashing family as well, the two boys getting into racing now. And hello to Michelle. Not a bad day for us Sunderland supporters yesterday. Didn't quite turn over Fulham in the FA Cup, but scored first, played decently well, and then had a potential winner chalked off with VAR in the dying moments, apparently. Haven't seen the highlights yet, I'll catch up later. Chase, back with us again. Curious with all the lights these cars have, which ones must they have, and what do they have to fix if they stop working? One headlight, one tail light for the hours of darkness, and a rain light if required. Simple as that. You have to have all four, i.e. 2 front, 2 rear, functioning. There are normally multiple light sources at each light point, so it's not just one bulb in the headlight. It's actually all LEDs nowadays anyway. But if damage is sustained, you're fine with one of each. What's the green light on the back share? I can see it now on João Barbosa's car. I thought it might have been for the bronze driver. Is João listed as a bronze now?
No.
Can't be.
No, he's not. No, he's a gold. He's a gold. He's definitely a gold.
Yeah, I thought he was. I said that earlier.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, he's listed as a gold.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Barbosa leading the race quite comfortably. He's put a good gap in at his time behind the wheel. However, the number 17 machine in LB3 not far behind at all. One caution and they're right on it for AWA. Go on.
There is a delegation from Sean Creech Motorsport coming with pitchforks to you now for the curse of the commentator.
Oh, well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. We have to report what we see.
Well,
that's my excuse. We have to report what we see.
Listen, it's been a cracking battle for the last 18 hours. Coming 16 minutes time, of course, we will have the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
So yeah, in the GTD class, we've got 15 minutes until those points are handed out. Daniel Morad is 39 minutes into his stints. We should just make it by a lap before he has to pit, and then the cars behind him, in his class, the car number 27, Heart of Racing, they're 29 minutes into the stint, so they're a little bit more comfortable. So it should just work out perfectly for Winward to score another chunk of Michelin Endurance Cup points. And well, that would be very well deserved indeed. In GTD Pro, Jules Gugnon for WeatherTech Racing, 25 minutes into the stint, so again they would be able to make the next waypoint. 6 hours to go in the position they're in. But the battle in, I mean, it's hard to separate the battle of the GTDs and the GTD Pros, because they're all absolutely on top of each other in the timing screen as the sun breaks through the skyline here at Daytona International Speedway. Good morning, everybody.
About 13 minutes ago was official sunrise, but there's a lower layer, a marine layer of clouds, and now the sun's just climbed above that, and we have the IMSA radio booth here bathed in glorious golden light and reflected on Lake Lloyd. Looks absolutely glorious. Still a source of great honour for us that we were the first broadcasters to use this brand new facility when Daytona Rising was completed. I know we're only here once a year, but that was one of the highlights for us here at IMSA Radio.
Sorry, bad news, John. Car 83, Iron Dames behind the wall. Rahel Fry said again. It's not been an easy weekend with getting used to the new car, and yeah, that's such a shame. So that's back in the garages, just near the fan zone. One of the unique, brilliant things about IMSA, but particularly here at the Rolex 24, if the cars go back behind the wall, if fans are able to go and watch what's going on and watch the mechanics do their job and try to get the cars back into the race. There's also an incredible selection of historic racing cars, many that have won this race overall, in the middle of the fan zone as well. Go and check out the Swap Shop 935, which of course AO Racing are running a tribute livery of. There's the car that Hurley Haywood and Peter Gregg won the race, a Porsche 911.
50 years ago.
50 years ago, against all the prototypes from Matra, Lola, etc. It had to be entered as a prototype because it wasn't homologated as a GT car yet, and they beat the might of Team Penske, who of course were right in with Porsche at that time, and of course here we are 50 years later, they still are. And you know, it was Brumos versus Penske, and a young Norbert Singer was dispatched to help the two Porsche customer teams that day, and Penske went out a little bit earlier, and Singer went over to Brumos and helped them to get to the checkered flag.
It wasn't Iron Dames that went behind the wall, it was Fast MD 87 car, not 83.
Well, it's my apologies, it come up on the screen as 83, but
that has been amended.
Apologies to all Iron Dames fans for giving you a fright, sorry.
It's still circulating. Brandon Cooper, still listening and enjoying IMSA Radio. Question now, we've seen quite a few hours at GTP. Do you have speculation as to which cars might be able to make a good showing at Le Mans? Hey, that is 5 months away. These cars will change and they will be developed radically in those 5 months. So all of the manufacturers who decide to go to Le Mans, and we know the ones who are in the FIA World Endurance Championship at the moment, Acura not, and BMW not electing to compete in the World Endurance Championship. They're concentrating here. BMW will be in WEC next year, which will give them automatic entries, or invitations I should say, to the great race. But I've no doubt that Cadillac and Porsche, with their respective WEC teams, will compete at the very highest level at Le Mans. Remember, the DPIs were the fastest prototypes in the world against the hypercars, and these cars are already as quick as the DPIs, and they were much quicker. The DPIs were much quicker on spec rubber against confidential rubber in the WEC for the hypercars. That's all going to change. There's going to have to be a bit of rebalancing, but I'm very, very encouraged by the GTPs. Let's go down to Shea Adam in the pit lane.
James Vance.